The citizens of Qi country, upon seeing Lu Chen, dared not speak a word. Although the street was crowded, it was eerily quiet. Even though Lu Chen was remarkably handsome and didn't look like a bad person, the reputation of the North Prince had always been poor, and the common people feared that a careless mistake might provoke the North Prince and lead to the destruction of their entire family. Seeing how quiet the whole street was, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, thinking to himself that it seemed the citizens of Qi country still did not trust him and were very afraid of him. Building trust indeed seemed to be a long-term process. Lu Chen then made his way to the Qi Prince mansion. When the people of the Qi Prince mansion heard that the North Prince had arrived, they were filled with terror, shaking in fright. As Lu Chen walked into the Qi Prince mansion, he asked, "How many children does the Qi Prince have?" Xuanyuan Chen replied, "According to our investigation, the Qi Prince currently has no children at all." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. Not a single child. How could that be? The Qi Prince had been governing his feet for decades, hadn't he? How could he not have a single child? Curious, Lu Chen asked, "Have you found out the reason?" Xuanyuan Chen replied, "Not yet. We've asked the Qi Queen, and she doesn't know the reason either." At first, the Qi Prince thought it was a problem with the Qi Queen's health, so he took quite a few concubines, but still there were no children. Lu Chen asked, "What realm is the Qi Prince at?" Generally speaking, the higher one's realm, the harder it is to conceive. If the Qi Prince was of a high realm, then it would be understandable for him not to have children. Xuanyuan Chen answered, "According to the information we have gathered, the Qi Prince seems to be only at the 9th grade. Lu Chen thought to himself, is it so difficult for a 9th grade martial artist to conceive? However, on second thought, the Qi Prince being childless did spare him one less trouble. According to the customs of this era, if the Qi Prince had children, to prevent the Qi Prince's descendants from seeking revenge, it was common to kill the Qi Prince's sons. But no matter what, the Qi Prince was nominally Lu Chen's uncle, and Lu Chen was reluctant to do such a thing in his heart. Since the Qi Prince had no children, then all that was needed was to disperse his wives and concubines, there was no need to kill them all. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the main courtyard of the Qi Prince mansion. At that moment, hundreds of people from the Qi Prince mansion, old and young, were all standing in the courtyard, surrounded by North Country soldiers armed with guns and knives at their waists. When Lu Chen entered the main courtyard, the people of the Qi Prince mansion grew even more frightened. Seeing those people trembling ceaselessly with fear, Lu Chen chuckled to himself, wondering if he was really that terrifying. Lu Chen then glanced at the woman standing in front of the crowd. She was clearly aged, appearing to be in her 40s, but still had a trace of charm about her. Lu Chen used the system to identify her and discovered that this woman was the Qi Queen. Name: Yuan Caishan. Identity: Qi Queen, 50 years old this year, a 6th grade martial artist and a great Sum shadow guard who has been lurking by the Qi Prince's side and poisoning him for many years. She is fearful of the North Prince's arrival. Rating: 87. Favorability: 0. After reviewing the Qi Queen's profile, Lu Chen paused, somewhat surprised. But now Lu Chen understood why the Qi Prince had no heirs. It looked like the Sum Emperor had been planning this for some time. Lu Chen then approached the Qi Queen, smiling, and said, "Auntie, I'm truly sorry. Swords have no eyes, and I accidentally harmed Uncle. Please accept my condolences." After hearing Lu Chen's words, the Qi Queen stuttered, It's okay." Yuan Caishan was extremely frightened inside. Originally, she was just a pawn placed by the Sum Emperor beside the Qi Prince, and due to her constant presence by his side, she had grown accustomed to a life of luxury and privilege. Initially, she had planned to betray the Sum Emperor and lead a good life with the Qi Prince, but she hadn't expected the North Prince to rise so suddenly and ultimately annihilate Qi country. Now, with the Qi Prince gone, her identity as a shadow guard could no longer protect her. At this moment, Lu Chen said, "Aunt, if I let you go, where do you plan to go next?" Hearing this, Yuan Caishan was stunned for a moment, somewhat unable to believe Lu Chen's words. She was the Qi Queen, and moreover she was already old and faded, without much value left. Would the North Prince really let her leave? Yuan Caishan asked with disbelief, Prince, are you serious?" Lu Chen replied indifferently, after all, you are my aunt, naturally, I wouldn't kill you. Yuan Caishan thought for a moment, then said, if possible, I would like to stay in North Country. Lu Chen smiled briefly and then said, Aunt wishes to stay in North Country, but we will have to remove your identity as a shadow guard. Upon hearing this, Yuan Caishan's face instantly turned ashen. She hadn't expected that Lu Chen would know her true identity. How could this be? She had followed the Qi Prince for decades, and even the Qi Prince didn't know she was a shadow guard. How could the North Prince know? Just as Yuan Caishan feared she was undoubtedly going to die, Lu Chen suddenly extended his hand, directly infusing a burst of spiritual power into Yuan Caishan's body. Yuan Caishan thought Lu Chen was going to kill her, but the next moment, she felt a heavy force hitting her abdomen. Immediately after, something seemed to surge out of her dantian, followed by her spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Soon, Yuan Caishan realized what had happened. She immediately said, Thank you, great king. Shadow guards who had taken poison pills were somewhat under the Sum Emperor's control, but with this blow from Lu Chen, the poisonous substances in her dantian were expelled. This meant that she could now disregard the Sum Emperor's commands. Lu Chen didn't pay further attention to Yuan Caishan. He glanced at the other people in the courtyard, swiftly identified the other shadow guards the Sum Emperor had placed by the Qi Prince, and had the North Country soldiers deal with them directly. Afterward, Lu Chen dismissed the staff of the Qi Prince mansion, reassigned some people to it, and decided to reside in the Qi Prince mansion for the next few days. In the evening, Lu Chen captured the enchantress Shui Linglong and gave her a harsh punishment. After the matter was settled, the utterly drained Shui Linglong asked, Why didn't you kill the Qi Queen? Could it be, Prince, that you think the Qi Queen still retains her charms and want to take her into your harem? Hearing this, Lu Chen felt speechless. What did Shui Linglong take him for? He did not have such a strong appetite. Although Yuan Caishan was well maintained and did have some charm left, Lu Chen's preference in mature women was for those like Lin Wanyan and Wu Junwan, who showed no signs of aging. Yuan Caishan obviously showed signs of aging, and most importantly, she didn't have a favorability rating of 90, and she was the Qi Prince's woman. Lu Chen then said, How could that be? I don't take just any woman. Shui Linglong said, How is it not possible? You didn't even spare your own aunt and sister-in-law, so adding the Qi Queen wouldn't be strange. Lu Chen chuckled and said, The reason I spared her is because of her identity as the Qi Queen. Having spared even her demonstrates my leniency, which will reassure the common folk of Qi country and put their minds at ease. You enchantress, with your mind filled with nothing but filthy thoughts all day. Shui Linglong said mournfully, One wonders who turned me into this. Lu Chen laughed lightly and then said, Enough, let's not talk about this anymore. Today I'm in a good mood, so I shall reward you properly. With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and from nowhere, a rope and a bell appeared. Shui Linglong rolled her eyes at Lu Chen, then said, If the people of Qi country knew you were such a twisted prince, they would be even more afraid of you. Lu Chen said with a smile, Whether they are afraid or not isn't important. What's important is that tonight I need to make you afraid of me. With those words, Lu Chen flipped Shui Linglong over and gagged her mouth once again. After entering Qi country's royal capital, Lu Chen immediately enacted a series of policies beneficial to the common people. In addition, since Lu Chen spared even the people of Qi Prince Mansion, the locals quickly came to view the North Prince as a merciful prince, unwilling to kill the innocent indiscriminately. This also alleviated some of the fear the people of Qi country had towards Lu Chen. However, those aristocratic families that had once helped Qi country resist the Northern Army mostly met with poor fates. Once Qi country had stabilized, the armies led by Wei Siwan and Mu Changtian, each numbering 200,000, also began their advance towards the heartland of Great Sum. Mu Changtian and Wei Siwan led the vanguard. Their task was to eliminate the majority of Great Sum's military before Lu Chen would march straight for the capital city. Time flew by, and half a month later. Lu Chen's temporary office. Lu Chen was reviewing some official documents sent from Yan County when Bai Qingqing's voice sounded at the door. Commander Qin requests an audience. Lu Chen replied indifferently, Let him in. Then Qin Yushan entered the room, paying respects to the prince. Lu Chen nodded and said, any recent intelligence? Qin Yushan immediately handed over the intelligence he held to Lu Chen and reported, Prince Lu Yi's men have discovered the ingredients for making gunpowder and have already begun attempting to produce firearms. Moreover, in order not to clash with the Northern Army, Prince Lu Yi has already led his troops to move southward. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Have the people of this world discovered gunpowder so quickly? Lu Chen regained his composure, thinking that although it had only been a few short years, the firearms of the North Country had already undergone several generations of improvement. It shouldn't be strange that the people of this world had discovered gunpowder. Lu Chen then opened the letter in his hands and began reading it carefully. The intelligence detailed how Prince Lu Yi had discovered gunpowder. Seeing that Prince Lu Yi had discovered gunpowder through the alchemical experiments of fake Taoist priests, Lu Chen thought to himself that if he had not appeared, even if they had discovered gunpowder, they probably would have only used it for fireworks. Without several hundred years, they likely wouldn't have applied gunpowder to military uses. But on another note, even if Prince Lu Yi and his group had discovered gunpowder, the gunpowder they could produce would be at best black gunpowder, certainly not as powerful as the firearms of North Country, which had already been upgraded through several generations. Of course, this was indeed a significant threat. He needed to seize the imperial throne quickly. Now that Prince Lu Yi had discovered gunpowder, other forces might have done the same. As time passed, other dynasties could potentially possess firearms as well. Although their firearms wouldn't be as powerful as those of North Country, if other dynasties acquired firearms, it would pose a significant threat to the soldiers of North Country. When North Country prepared to unify the several major dynasties in the future, firearms would inevitably slow down the process. It would be best to conquer the major dynasties before any of them could invent firearms. With that thought, Lu Chen picked up his pen and began to write military orders. Soon, new military orders reached Wei Siwan and Mu Changtian, and in the following days, they quickened the pace of their offensive. Meanwhile, in a city to the south, Zhao King looked at the intelligence in his hands, his brows furrowed, and he remained silent for a long time. Standing in front of Zhao King were more than a dozen of his subordinates. One of them spoke up, "My king, now that we are not present, Prince Lu Yi has colluded with the remnants of the Sanyers and occupied the territories we fought hard to win. We cannot let this go unnoticed." No sooner had this subordinate finished speaking than another one added, "Indeed, my king, if we do not take action now, who knows what else Prince Lu Yi will do." Zhao King had his own clear objectives, and he didn't value the gain or loss of some lands that much, but his subordinates were different. They had managed to conquer those feudal states with great difficulty, only for Prince Lu Yi to come and occupy those lands. Putting down the intelligence report in his hand, Zhao King glanced at his subordinates before saying indifferently, "Qi country has been annihilated, and North country has dispatched a total of 600,000 troops to march south. It won't be long before the capital city falls. If North Prince manages to break through to the capital city before me, that position will belong to him. Once North Prince becomes emperor, all of my efforts will have been in vain. If I divide my forces now to contest those few pieces of land with Prince Lu Yi, how can I then contend with North Prince for that position?" Upon hearing Zhao King's words, his subordinates were momentarily stunned. At that moment, one of Zhao King's subordinates spoke up, "The king's vision is long-term, his strategies profound, we all admire you." Zhao King continued, "We must hurry northward to stop the northern army from advancing toward the capital city. Especially that army advancing from the east of Haiyang County." With that, Zhao King looked up into the distance, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. Is this what you wanted? The war had progressed to such an extent that even if the ultimate unification were achieved and the Sum Emperor's power peaked with no more Sanyers within Great Sum, what would fall into the Sum Emperor's hands would still be a shattered Great Sum. It's uncertain how many years it would take for Great Sum to recover to its pre-war level. Zhao King felt that the Sum Emperor's actions were somewhat excessive. However, after all, he stood on the side of the Sum Emperor and wasn't in a position to say much. Now he could only follow the Sum Emperor's orders to head south as quickly as possible to help the imperial court deal with North Prince, this last Sanier. Upon receiving Lu Chen's military orders, Mu Chengtian and Wei Siwan hastened their offensive. Initially, the Sum Emperor did not intend to stop them from heading toward the capital city, so in a very short time, the majority of Great Sum's counties were under the control of North Country. But the advancement of Mu Chengtian and Wei Siwan was so swift that they were almost reaching the area controlled by the capital city. The emperor realized that Lu Chen was still lingering in the royal capital of Qi country, unmoved, and if he continued to allow the two North Country armies to press on, there was a risk that the capital city would fall to their 400,000 strong force. This definitely could not happen. They had to find a way to delay until Lu Chen could move south before allowing them to get near the capital city. Immediately, the Sum Emperor began to move troops and send generals, and secretly dispatched a letter to Zhao King, instructing him to find a way to delay Mu Chengtian's army. As for the Great Sum imperial court, they turned their attention to dealing with the North Country navy from the east. The skirmishes had been minor up until now, the real war was yet to come. After receiving the letter from the Sum Emperor, Zhao King immediately ordered his troops to move closer to Mu Chengtian's army. At that time, Mu Chengtian's 200,000-strong army was still stationed in Jingjiang City for rest and reorganization. With the presence of the Brocade Guard, Mu Chengtian was aware of every move made by Zhao King, and he also knew that Zhao King had led a 400,000-strong army close to Jingjiang City. Even though Zhao King's army was twice the size of theirs, Mu Chengtian wasn't panicked in the slightest. Zhao King and he could be considered old friends by now. In past years, to help the Sum Emperor seize the throne, they had collaborated multiple times, and Mu Chengtian was well aware that Zhao King was the Sum Emperor's man. Although it appeared that Zhao King had started his rebellion, the fact that he didn't directly attack the capital city but instead came to intercept the North Country army was enough to see that Zhao King still stood by the Sum Emperor. At this point, Zhao King did not know who was leading the North Country army he was about to battle. After nearing Jingjiang City, he immediately led his army planning to launch a probing attack, testing the combat strength of the North Country troops. Zhao King had long heard of the North Country army's formidable strength, and coupled with the Northern Army's achievements in the north, it necessitated his caution. However, to Zhao King's surprise, just as his forces reached the outskirts of the city, the Northern Army shrank back inside Jingjiang City without launching an attack, which Zhao King found very odd. Just when Zhao King was about to order his soldiers to initiate the assault, the appearance of Mu Chengtian on Jingjiang City's watchtower directly stunned Zhao King. After ascending the city wall, Mu Chengtian took up a loudspeaker and called out loudly, "Zhao King, hope you've been well. It's been over a decade since we've last seen each other, hasn't it?" Hearing this voice as Mu Chengtian's, the Zhao King's eyebrows immediately knitted together. He was somewhat confused. Wasn't Mu Chengtian long dead? How had he turned up in North Country? After his mind paused momentarily, Zhao King regained his composure and shouted back, "Indeed, it has been 10 years. You really do have a large life. I thought you had died long ago, but unexpectedly, you are still alive." Mu Chengtian let out a laugh, and then said, "I also did not expect I could live until today." Zhao King said, "You coming out at this time, I'm afraid it's not to get chummy with me." Mu Chengtian didn't entertain Zhao King's words, but instead said, "Zhao King, who would have thought that after seeing the outcome of myself and old Zhou, you would still stand by Lu Xingqiu's side? A tyrant like Lu Xingqiu, who disposes of his millers and kills his donkeys, is he really worth your loyalty?" Upon hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Zhao King's face turned dark in an instant. Although Zhao King indeed stood on the side of the Sum Emperor, his men were never aware of this fact. They all believed that he fought to annihilate the seigneurs within Great Sum's territory and chose to march north in order to vie for the throne. By Mu Chengtian speaking such words outright, if Zhao King's men were to believe them, they would certainly feel discontent towards Zhao King. They had followed Zhao King through thick and thin, all for the purpose of putting him into that position, so they might themselves become ministers beneath a dragon. And yet, Zhao King, seemingly a dog serving the Sum Emperor in secrecy, how could his men possibly tolerate that? Zhao King let out a cold laugh and said, "As a seigneur of Great Sum, naturally, I cannot stand by as treacherous officials usurp power." Zhao King neither confirmed nor denied. considering they marched north under the banner of loyally supporting the emperor, his men would find nothing amiss with these words. As for you, Mu Changtian, His Majesty had suspected that your Mu family was contemplating rebellion. Who would have thought you would actually rebel? However, I am quite curious, the North Prince is also the Emperor's son, yet why have you pledged loyalty to the North Prince? Aren't you still a servant of the Lu family, a dog of the Lu family? Mu Chengtian calmly replied, the North Prince is a wise and enlightened monarch, far from comparable to the tyrant Lu Xingqiu. Upon hearing these words, Zhao King burst into laughter. A person plotting to kill his father and seize the throne can be a wise and enlightened monarch. Mu Chengtian ignored Zhao King's words and stated, Zhao King, before the battle begins, considering the camaraderie of our youth, I advise you one last time to surrender to the North Prince. It is your only choice. Zhao King said, ridiculous, why would I surrender to a traitor and usurper? Mu Chengtian said, since Zhao King remains obstinately ignorant, then further talk is pointless. Let the battle commence. As Mu Chengtian's voice fell, Zhao King immediately drew his sword from its sheath, attack. The next instant, drumbeats sounded, and countless arrows shot forth from the ranks of soldiers. Mu Chengtian also raised his sword and commanded, attack. Immediately, the woo-woo-woo sound of horns filled the sky above Jingjiang City. The instant the horn calls sounded, the booming of cannons reverberated over Jingjiang City. In an instant, numerous cannonballs fell amidst Zhao King's army. His soldiers had not yet responded when they were overturned by the cannon fire. Where the cannonballs exploded, bodies were flung in disarray, dust filled the air, limbs scattered in all directions, with barely 1 in 10 of Zhao's soldiers surviving. Seeing this, Zhao King's soldiers were all struck with terror. Panic spread through the ranks at once. Zhao King muttered to himself, so, these are the weapons of North Country. No wonder Great Wu fell to North Country. Zhao King quickly came to his senses and shouted loudly, retreat. Originally, his attack was merely a probing one, and he had no intention of taking Jingjiang City. Now, having witnessed such a terrifying weapon from North Country, not just the soldiers but Zhao King himself had lost the will to fight. As the retreat horn sounds and the command flags waved, the Zhao army soldiers quickly withdrew. The speed of the Zhao army's withdrawal was very fast, and most crucially, there was not the slightest disarray. Even under cannon fire, the Zhao soldiers managed to steady their inner panic. At that moment, a deputy beside Mu Chengtian said, General, should we pursue? Mu Chengtian immediately replied, no need. The orderly retreat of Zhao King's army demonstrated its exceptional nature, pursuing them now without the ability to bring heavy cannons and relying on muskets and hand grenades might not yield significant results. While firearms were relatively powerful, enemy arrows were not to be underestimated either. Of course, the key point was that Lu Chen had said in the military orders to deter and persuade to surrender the armies with strong combat capabilities as much as possible. After all, Great Sum was to be Lu Chen's in the future, and if he completely decimated it, leaving hardly any men left in Great Sum, how would he then unify the other dynasties? For Lu Chen, the population was still a crucial resource. Mu Chengtian believed that the weapons of North Country had already deterred Zhao King, now it was a matter of how Zhao King would choose. If Zhao King insisted on standing with the Sum Emperor, then there was nothing to be done. After Zhao King retreated to a city they had occupied, his emotions still could not settle for a long time. He had anticipated that North Country's weapons might be extremely formidable, but he had not expected their power to rival that of a grandmaster's. How could those exploding iron balls be made, and how could such a small iron ball possess such tremendous power? It was fortunate that Mu Chengtian did not lead a chase, otherwise, they might have lost at least a third of their troops today. Now, there was trouble. With North Country possessing such formidable weapons, his soldiers could not defend the path to the capital city, and he feared he might not be able to complete the task given to him by the Sum Emperor. Thinking of this, Zhao King felt immensely depressed. How did the North Prince manage to create so much in such a short time in North Country? Previously, there were no such things as exploding iron balls in this world. Zhao King started to worry. The outcome of the battle was now difficult to predict. The upcoming war was not something ordinary people could interfere with, the only hope rested on the Grand Masters and the Celestials. If the Sum Emperor could kill Mysterious Moon Palace's Celestial and become one himself, then North Country's weapons might be ineffective against him, allowing a possible turnaround. But if the Sum Emperor's plan failed, he would have to step down from his position. If the Sum Emperor failed, what should he do? Zhao King furrowed his brows, inundated with thoughts. In the following days, Zhao King would guard against Mu Chengtian's eastward advance while pondering his next move. Meanwhile, the war by the sea had also essentially reached a conclusion. Although Great Sum dispatched elite forces, under the bombardment of North Country's artillery, the imperial army was still consistently beaten back. Seeing the situation so critical, the Sum Emperor had even considered sending a Grand Master to support the fight. However, just then, the North Country armies from both the east and west stopped their advance, as if they were waiting for something. At the same time, in the royal capital of Qi Country, amidst the farewell of the common people of Qi Prince, Lu Chen embarked on his journey to the south. Lu Chen, sitting on his horse, gazed in the direction of the capital city and murmured to himself, "This prince has returned." Upon hearing the news that Lu Chen was leading an army of 150,000 troops southward, the Sum Emperor and the traders of the mysterious Moon Palace were all extremely excited and agitated. After such a long wait, their plan could finally be put into action. The moment North Prince arrived at the capital city would be the day North Prince and the former palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace met their demise. The army of 150,000 that Lu Chen led southward moved incredibly fast, encountering almost no resistance along the way, and arrived in the capital district in less than half a month. After reaching the outskirts of the capital city, Lu Chen did not rush to initiate an attack. Instead, he had the brocade guards become active, gathering more intelligence about the capital city. The real threat in the capital city wasn't the soldiers of the court but the experts currently in the capital city. After investigations by the brocade guards and other sources, Lu Chen had basically figured out the current situation in the capital city. There were 10 individuals in the capital city with Grandmaster level strength or above, including the Grandmaster of the mysterious Moon Palace. Among these, there were 3 pseudo-celestials, meaning the Sum Emperor and the 2 traders from the mysterious Moon Palace were pseudo-celestials. There weren't many Grandmasters on Lu Chen's side, but there were 2 celestials. One celestial could easily match 10 Grandmasters, so Lu Chen was not worried about the number of Grandmasters in the capital city. What concerned him most now was the weapon in the Imperial Palace that could kill a celestial. Only after that weapon was destroyed could he attack the capital city with peace of mind. However, after about half a month of reconnaissance, the brocade guards had still not found the location of that weapon that could kill a celestial. Taiyan City. The mansion of a certain aristocratic family. Taiyan City was already part of the capital district. After Lu Chen's arrival in Taiyan City, the aristocratic families of Taiyan City were so frightened that they had all fled. Lu Chen simply chose a courtyard of one of these aristocratic families as a place to stay. At this moment, seated on a stone bench in the pavilion, Lu Chen flipped through the intelligence reports brought by the brocade guards. That's when Yun Shenxian and Chen Wanrong entered the courtyard. Looking at Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian asked directly, "When do you plan to attack the capital city?" Putting down the intelligence in his hand, Lu Chen looked up at Yun Shenxian and sighed softly. "I originally planned to launch the attack after we had news of that divine weapon, but so much time has passed, and the brocade guards still haven't located the divine weapon's whereabouts." Yun Shenxian said indifferently, "How could they take out that divine weapon if I haven't made an appearance? The only option now is a direct assault. Once they see me, they'll definitely use the divine weapon to ambush me." After thinking it over, Lu Chen realized that if there was no other way, they would have to do just that. Just as Lu Chen was about to call for a maid to summon the military generals for a military meeting, a guard rushed into the courtyard in a hurry. "Prince, there are many unidentified people outside the mansion. They claim they are from the Sunset Sword sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall." Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback. Sunset Sword sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall. How did they arrive so quickly? Lu Chen initially thought that it would take at least half a year for people from these two forces to get in contact with him since they were at sea, yet they arrived in less than 3 months. He had never expected the Sunset Sword sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall to play a role in this war from the start. But now that they had come, things were different. He just didn't know how many pseudo-celestials and grandmasters were among those who came. Lu Chen immediately said, "Bring them to the courtyard at once." "Yes, Prince." Soon, the guard brought two robust, white-haired, venerable old men into the courtyard. The moment these two elderly men appeared, Yun Shenxian frowned and instantly became more vigilant. At the same time, Xuanyuan Cheaj suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Although he didn't make a move, he also watched the two old men with a guarded expression. Just then, Lu Chen quickly used the system to identify their identities. Name: Mu Hongguang. Identity: Hall Master of the Tai Chu Divine Hall. Strength: Heavenly Human Realm. Loyalty: 100. Name: Sha Tianyuan. Identity: Sect Master of the Sunset Sword Sect. Strength: Celestial. Loyalty: 100. Seeing the information of the two people, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. He had only issued them the order to establish contact with himself, but he hadn't expected that the two sect masters would personally come to see him. After regaining his composure, Lu Chen immediately said, "The two of you have come from afar, it must have been tough." Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang hurriedly performed a salute at the same time, then one after the other said. Sect Master Sha Tianyuan of the Sunset Sword Sect, greets the young master. Hall Master Mu Hongguang of the Tai Chu Divine Hall, greets the young master. Hearing the two people's words, Xuanyuan Cheaj breathed a sigh of relief, they were his own people after all. But Yun Shenxian was unsettled. Although the two elders had concealed their auras, she could feel that both of the elders were celestial powerhouses. Though celestial powerhouses weren't much in the cultivation realm, celestials in this world were still rather precious. Now, two celestials had appeared at the same time, and they were even saluting Lu Chen. They seemed to hold Lu Chen in high regard, calling him, young master, as if they were Lu Chen's own people. How was that possible? Lu Chen already had a celestial by his side, and now two more had appeared. Just who exactly was this rebellious disciple? Why could she form relationships with so many celestials in this lower world? That shouldn't be the case, should it? Moreover, she had been in this world for many years, but she had never heard of the existence of the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword Sect. Where had these two powers suddenly come from? Yun Shenxian suddenly felt as if she might have provoked a noble son from a cultivation family that had fallen from the cultivation world. At this time, Lu Chen said, "I did not expect the two of you to come personally." Sha Tianyuan said, "We have been waiting in this world for the young master for 1,000 years. Now that the young master has finally arrived, it is natural for us to come in person to protect the young master's safety." Upon hearing Sha Tianyuan's words, Yun Shenxian's eyebrows slightly raised. Judging by his words, was Lu Chen's arrival in this world already predetermined? That meant it was indeed possible that Lu Chen had been sent to this world for training from the cultivation world. This kind of thing was very common in the cultivation world. Some families would like to send their younger generation to lower worlds to train and only allow them to return to their original world once they had reached a certain level of cultivation. No wonder Lu Chen had the high-level cultivation technique, the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell. His identity must have been extraordinary from the start. Suddenly, Yun Shenxian felt like she had picked up a hot potato. She had always been somewhat recluse in the cultivation world and did not wish to interact with any junior members of cultivation families. Just then, Lu Chen thought of Yun Shenxian's presence and said to her, "Master, I have matters to attend to. We will discuss what we talked about earlier tomorrow." Having said this, Lu Chen then told Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang, "Sect Master Sha, Hall Master Mu, follow me." Afterward, Lu Chen took Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan to the study. Watching their retreating figures, Yun Shenxian fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering something. Lu Chen brought Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang to the study and, through them, gained an understanding of the current situations of the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall, as well as a rough idea of how Sunset Island and Tai Chu Island were developing at present. After learning about the matters related to the Sunset Sword sect in Taichu Divine Hall, Lu Chen thought of another question. He glanced at Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang, then said to Sect Master Sha, Sect Master Sha, you said that you have been waiting in this world for 1,000 years for me. I am quite curious, why would you say such a thing? Before now, Lu Chen had never dug deep into the backgrounds of those summoned by the system, feeling that the system would prevent him from inquiring into certain matters, but this time, he couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer, and he didn't care whether the system would stop him or not. Hearing Lu Chen's question, Sha Tianyuan replied, replying to the young master, according to our sect's archives, the ancestors of our Sunset Sword sect in Taichu Divine Hall were not natives of this world. After arriving here, they were already gravely injured. Knowing that you, young master, will definitely come to this world, they left behind documents instructing us to await your arrival, and thus, over 1,000 years have passed. Surprised by this response, Lu Chen gave a moment's pause, realizing why the system did not prevent him from asking these questions, as the system's arrangements were indeed flawless. The ancestors of the Taichu Divine Hall and Sunset Sword sect were gone, so no matter how much he inquired, he wouldn't be able to learn much else. Lu Chen decided not to waste any more time on this matter, focusing instead on the most important task at hand, as seizing the throne of Great Sum. With this in mind, Lu Chen said to Sect Master Sha and Hall Master Mu, Sect Master Sha, Hall Master Mu, your timing couldn't be better. I am planning to attack the capital city and seize the throne of Great Sum. With the help of both of you, I believe this endeavor will go very smoothly. Sha Tianyuan immediately said, this is our duty. At that moment, Mu Hongguang interjected, young master, on our way here, we encountered the presence of the demon sect within the territory of Great Sum. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and then he asked, you live in the Southeast Sea year-round, so you are aware of the existence of the demon sect? Yes, Sha Tianyuan replied, some members of the demon sect have come to both Taichu Island and Sunset Island to cause trouble, but they were eventually driven off by us. Lu Chen then asked, do you know of the Taiyin Divine Sect? Upon hearing this question, Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang exchanged a glance, and then Mu Hongguang said, yes, the Taiyin Divine Sect has attacked Taichu Island and Sunset Island multiple times, but 500 years ago, the two major powers of our seas united, killing many of the Taiyin Divine Sect's experts, even their sect hierarch perished at our hands. Responding evenly, Lu Chen said, recently, the Taiyin Divine Sect has become active again, and their sect hierarch has been resurrected. This. Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan were momentarily stunned, clearly not having expected that the sect hierarch of the Taiyin Divine Sect could revive. After regaining their composure, Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang simultaneously assured, please rest assured, young master. We will certainly find a way to exterminate the Taiyin Divine Sect to alleviate your concerns. Lu Chen nodded lightly and continued to inquire, how many Grand Masters have you brought with you to Great Sum this time? Mu Hongguang was the first to answer, Taichu Divine Hall has brought 2 Unity Realm Elders and 10 Grand Masters to Great Sum this time. After Mu Hongguang finished speaking, Sect Master Sha followed, the Sunset Sword sect has brought 1 Unity Realm Elder and 13 Grand Masters to Great Sum this time. Hearing their replies, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. When the system had initially awarded enhancements to the Sunset Sword sect in Taichu Divine Hall, it had described the number of Grand Masters in these two forces as several Grand Masters. At that time, Lu Chen had not grasped just how many Grand Masters these two forces truly had. He had assumed that several meant just a few, at most not more than 10. He had thought since the system had already rewarded him with Celestials and Pseudo-Celestials, the Grandmasters seemed relatively insignificant, so that's why the system would overlook the number of Grandmasters. Now it seemed he had completely misunderstood. The fact that the Taichu Divine Hall and Sunset Sword sect brought out so many Grandmasters clearly shows that the several Grandmasters mentioned by the system really are several. After Lu Chen came back to his senses, he asked curiously, how many Grand Masters does each of your forces have? Mu Hongguang was the first to reply, responding to the young master, when I left the Taichu Divine Hall, there were a total of 50 Grand Masters. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat, and his gaze immediately shifted to Sha Tianyuan, who said, the Sunset Sword sect has a total of 75 grandmasters. Lu Chen fell into a long silence. The system had said from the beginning that as his number of children increased, the rewards he would receive after having more offspring could be even more substantial, but he never expected to receive such massive forces this time. The total number of grandmasters the great dynasties openly claim to have probably isn't even as many as just one force from the Tai Chu Divine Hall, right? Lu Chen asked, puzzled, why do your two forces have so many grandmasters? Upon hearing this question, Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Lu Chen to ask this. Sha Tianyuan then asked with confusion, why does the young master ask this? Lu Chen stated plainly, presently, the sum of the openly acknowledged grandmasters from all the great dynasties is probably not as many as the grandmasters from the Tai Chu Divine Hall. Thissa. Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang then understood why Lu Chen would ask such a question. Sha Tianyuan continued, young master, our two forces have always been situated on Sunset Island and Tai Chu Island, and we don't particularly understand the several great dynasties. We have been developing peacefully for 1,000 years, which naturally resulted in us having so many grandmasters. Moreover, we lost quite a few grandmasters when we were resisting the invasion of the Taiyan divine sect. Lu Chen fell into thought once again. Either the hidden number of grandmasters that the great dynasties have is greater than he imagined, or something must have happened to cause a sharp decline in the number of grandmasters. Speaking of which, Lu Chen suddenly remembered something he had heard about before. A celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace once went on a killing spree among the grandmasters of the great dynasties, and the surviving grandmasters were so scared that they went into hiding. Could this be the reason for the scarcity of grandmasters in the great dynasties? With this thought, Lu Chen didn't dwell on the issue any further and said, all right, I'll accompany you to meet the disciples of the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect. Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang said in unison, yes, young master. Under the guidance of Mu Hongguang and Sha Tianyuan, Lu Chen met those people they had brought from the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect. When Lu Chen saw these people, he was once again shocked. Among those that came from the Sunset Sword sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall, almost everyone was a grandmaster. There were very few who were half-step grandmasters, and none below the 9th grade. Lu Chen wondered if with this force, uniting the great dynasties might not even require firearms. After his meetings with the representatives from the Tai Chu Divine Hall and the Sunset Sword sect, Lu Chen's emotions couldn't settle down for a long time. His heart was ablaze with fervor, dreaming of commanding a mighty army to sweep across the great dynasties, unifying the world. In the afternoon, Lu Chen summoned Xuanyuan Chen and a group of military generals, making arrangements for the following day. Tomorrow, they would send troops to assault the capital city, but the main stage wouldn't be the North Country soldiers versus the Imperial Army. With the involvement of pseudo-celestials, even soldiers equipped with firearms would be of little use against them. The main role of the North Country soldiers would be to enter the capital city and take control of the Imperial Army and maintain order after Lu Chen and his team had dealt with the most troublesome individuals. After concluding the military meeting, Xuanyuan Chen and the other generals left Lu Chen's temporary study. It was now evening, and Lu Chen didn't linger in the study, heading straight to the main compound, planning to have dinner and rest early that night. Just as he entered his room, a cold voice suddenly came from his bed, who are you, really? Lu Chen looked toward the source of the voice and saw Yun Shenxian, wearing a pale cyan gauze dress, sitting cross-legged on his bed, her body emanating a faint, yet chilly, immortal aura. Lu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned to close the door properly before turning back and saying, what kind of question is that, master? Hasn't the master long known that this disciple is a person who has reincarnated from another world into this world? Yun Shenxian spoke with an icy tone, as your teacher, of course I know that you come from another world, but I don't know your true identity. Your ability to rally so many celestials in such a short time is enough to prove you're no ordinary person. Someone has paved the way for you in this world. To you, all this is just a trial. To my knowledge, only certain cultivation families from the immortal world would send their family descendants to lower worlds for training. Hearing Yun Shenxian's words, Lu Chen, with a smile, asked, "So, Master thinks I am a scion of some great family. If you were not from a cultivation family, it would be impossible for you to possess high-level cultivation techniques like the Dragon Phoenix Yin-Yang spell." Lu Chen still did not directly answer Yun Shenxian's question, instead counter-asking, "If the disciple truly is from a cultivation family, what does Master plan to do?" Yun Shenxian replied indifferently, "Then I would have to consider keeping my distance from you after leaving this world. I have always been a loner and dislike engaging with people from cultivation families." Lu Chen said, "I see. However, Master need not worry. There is no so-called cultivation family behind me, I am just an ordinary person." Hearing Lu Chen's answer, Yun Shenxian's purple pupils stared intently at him as if trying to see through him. For a moment, the air in the room became even colder, and Lu Chen could feel a distinct chill as the master and disciple looked at each other. After what seemed like a long time, Yun Shenxian coldly broke the silence. "Do you think I am a fool?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Disciple has never had such a thought." Yun Shenxian said, "If you have no cultivation family behind you, then why would two major forces like the Sunset Sword Sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall come to your side? Do you mean to say those two celestials are out of their minds?" Lu Chen said, "There are some things I can't tell Master just yet, but please trust your disciple. I really don't have any cultivation family behind me, I was just an ordinary person in my past life." Just as Lu Chen spoke these words, those purple pupils of Yun Shenxian emitted a purple light. As Lu Chen's words sank in, Yun Shenxian blinked slightly in surprise. Could what he said be true? She had the ability to discern whether someone was lying to some extent, and if Lu Chen was lying, she would have known right away. But upon her judgment, Lu Chen truly wasn't lying. Which means, in his past life, Lu Chen really was just an ordinary person with no backing from a cultivation family. But if he didn't have a massive force behind him, how could it be possible for the Sunset Sword Sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall to come to pledge allegiance to Lu Chen willingly? When Yun Shenxian regained her composure, she asked, "When do you plan to share these secrets with your teacher?" Lu Chen said, "When the time is ripe, the disciple will naturally tell Master everything." Yun Shenxian huffed lightly and said, "Your teacher advises you to stay vigilant and not become someone else's pawn. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If indeed there is a power behind Lu Chen, helping him and even able to make enormous forces like the Sunset Sword Sect and Tai Chu Divine Hall submit to him, then it's evident that this power must want something from Lu Chen." As a person from the immortal world herself, Yun Shenxian understood the ruthlessness of the cultivation world. Even she initially approached Lu Chen with the aim of using him for dual cultivation to restore her strength. Therefore, she believed that this power must also want to use Lu Chen for something. Although her initial purpose in approaching Lu Chen was to use him, deep down, Yun Shenxian had developed a sense of possessiveness. In her view, Lu Chen was now her disciple, and she did not want to see anyone else use him for their purposes. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Even if using Lu Chen, it should only be for my own benefit. Lu Chen said, "Thank you, Master, for your concern. Your disciple will certainly heed your teachings." Yun Shenxian then said, "I won't waste words on you. As long as you understand, that's enough." At this point, Yun Shenxian was ready to leave, but Lu Chen suddenly spoke out, "Master, please wait." Upon hearing these words, Yun Shenxian turned her head, looking at Lu Chen expressionlessly, and asked, "What is it, do you have something else to say?" Lu Chen, with a smile on his face, said, "Master, I am about to attack the capital city tomorrow. Would you like me to help you continue restoring your strength?" Yun Shenxian spoke indifferently, "Now that you have two celestials by your side, and judging by those who came from Tai Chu Divine Hall and Sunset Sword Sect, both forces are extremely powerful. There's simply no need for me." Lu Chen said, "What is Master saying? If your disciple hadn't had your help, how could he have found that divine weapon?" Upon hearing this, Yun Shenxian chuckled inwardly. It seemed this disciple wasn't foolish after all. Despite the arrival of the two other celestials, he was still aware of her usefulness to him. Yun Shenxian then said, "Very well, come up." As soon as Yun Shenxian's voice fell, Lu Chen, without even having dinner, walked straight towards the bed. As he walked, he stripped off his clothes, revealing his perfect abs and physique. After getting on the bed, Lu Chen sat across from Yun Shenxian, crossing his legs. Once on the bed, Lu Chen began to circulate his spiritual power. Yun Shenxian's purple pupils fixed on Lu Chen's eyes, and soon stirred up the desires deep within his heart. Enduring the restlessness in his body, Lu Chen asked curiously, Master, have you ever cultivated like this with other men before? Yun Shenxian answered coldly, What do you think I am? Someone who throws herself at every man she sees. Lu Chen said, Then, disciple is the first man you've cultivated with. So Master gave her first to the disciple. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian's beautiful eyes lifted, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. For some reason, she always felt that Lu Chen's words were strange. Lu Chen continued, Master, not everyone is capable of cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Hearing this, Yun Shenxian said, Oh. Is that so? Yun Shenxian was still unaware of what cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill implied. In her view, it was just a dual cultivation technique that men and women could practice together, no other conditions were necessary. Lu Chen said, There is a crucial condition for cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Master, after so many times of cultivating together, haven't you noticed it? Having heard Lu Chen put it this way, Yun Shenxian was slightly startled. A crucial condition. What condition was that? Why had she been unaware of it? Yun Shenxian immediately asked, What condition? Lu Chen answered, This cultivation technique requires both the man and the woman to have feelings for each other to cultivate it. Master, when you first cultivated with your disciple, didn't you utilize a certain method to stir a wicked heart in me? You should have known since then that this was the case. Lu Chen's response instantly stunned Yun Shenxian. But in the next moment, she released waves of cold air from her body, freezing the entire room, almost encasing Lu Chen in ice as well. Yun Shenxian's purple pupils gazed at Lu Chen with a cold intensity, What are you trying to say? Seeing the cold air emanating from Yun Shenxian, Lu Chen quickly said, Your disciple is merely speaking the truth. Your disciple begs for your forgiveness if he has angered you. Yun Shenxian could not possibly have misunderstood Lu Chen's earlier words. If cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill required the man and the woman to have feelings for each other, wasn't Lu Chen suggesting that she had those sorts of feelings for him? This man truly dared to dream. How could she, a saintess of the immortal realm, harbor such thoughts for him? What a disobedient disciple. He indeed aimed to betray his master. Yun Shenxian then said, I advise you not to harbor any other thoughts. Just because I have taken you as a disciple does not mean I can endlessly tolerate your behavior. Lu Chen did not immediately admit to being scared. Perhaps because two celestials had recently arrived at his side, Lu Chen seemed to have grown much bolder. Lu Chen said, Master, your disciple merely stated the necessary conditions for cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Why would you get angry, Master? Could it be that I struck a nerve, and that's why you're angry and in such a hurry to deny it? Yun Shenxian felt a jolt in her heart. Yun Shenxian had not expected Lu Chen to be so daring today, to be so blatantly disrespectful towards her. Although she had long been aware of the thoughts Lu Chen harbored for her, and that this man probably even called out, Master, during his intimate moments with Chen Wanrong. Then something occurred to Yun Shenxian, and she said, It seems the arrival of those two celestials has emboldened you, giving you the courage to speak to me this way. Celestials are indeed powerful in this world, but don't forget that being a celestial is just the beginning of cultivation. Away from this world, celestials are nothing. If you continue to be so unreasonable and obstinate, once we leave this world, I will have no choice but to punish you severely. Lu Chen looked directly into Yun Shenxian's majestic purple eyes and said, Your disciple once heard a saying, in cultivation, one cultivates the heart. If Master intends to deny her own heart, and her own feelings, there's no need to wait until we leave this world. You could just kill your disciple right now. That would settle your worldly heart. With Lu Chen's words, a bone-chilling cold aura burst forth from Yun Shenxian once more, and she immediately rebuked him, Shut up. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? At that moment, Lu Chen felt as if his body had been frozen, and soon layers of ice began to climb up his body, with his lower body quickly feeling as if it had been encased in ice. Lu Chen then closed his eyes. Disciple still holds the same opinion. If master wishes to make a move, do it now. Truth be told, cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill requires mutual affection between a man and a woman. In other words, master also has feelings for your disciple. Whoosh! Another icy blast of cold air erupted from Yun Shenxian's body, and now the entire residence could feel the piercing cold, with people turning their gaze towards Lu Chen's room. At that moment, Xuanyuan Cheage's voice sounded from outside the door. My king, are you all right? Although Xuanyuan Cheage knew that the cold air had erupted from Yun Shenxian, the commotion in the room still made her worry that something might have happened inside. If there indeed was trouble, she knew she had to rush in quickly to protect Lu Chen. Lu Chen replied, I'm fine. Reassured by Lu Chen's voice, Xuanyuan Cheage finally eased her concerns. If there's anything, Your Majesty, remember to alert me. I shall take my leave. Lu Chen said indifferently, you may leave. With Xuanyuan Cheage's interjection, Yun Shenxian calmed down a bit and coldly said to Lu Chen, today's cultivation ends here, I'm going back. Although she had acted very fiercely just now, it was only to intimidate Lu Chen, and it did not mean that she really wanted to hurt him. For one thing, Lu Chen was still very useful to her, she relied on him to quickly restore her strength. On the other hand, there were indeed some fluctuations in her heart. Seeing Lu Chen's fearless demeanor only made her feel helpless. Yun Shenxian seethed inwardly, thinking, this ingrate actually dares to have such thoughts about me. If it weren't for the sake of regaining her strength, she would freeze him into an ice sculpture. Just as Yun Shenxian was about to leave, Lu Chen spoke up again, Master, your disciple has another matter to discuss. Yun Shenxian responded coldly, I have no desire to speak further with you. Lu Chen said, if master wishes to keep running away like this, I have nothing more to say. But have you ever considered that the actions of practicing together with your disciple are what Dao companions do? You have cultivated with me so many times. If one day we leave this world and return to the immortal world, what will your sect members or your family think if they find out about this? You may not care, but do you think they won't care? A man and a woman alone in a room, on the same bed, claiming to do nothing but meditate in earnest, cultivating the special dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill. Do you think they will believe we are pure and innocent? Hearing Lu Chen's words, Yun Shenxian's heart shook violently, and she looked coldly into his eyes and said, are you threatening me? They hadn't left yet, and Lu Chen was already using what could happen after they left to make his point, a matter that probably nobody would know about if Lu Chen himself didn't speak of it. But by speaking so directly, it was clear that Lu Chen was using it to threaten her. Lu Chen immediately responded, the disciple wouldn't dare. Yun Shenxian asked in a cold voice, what exactly do you want to do? Lu Chen said, the disciple doesn't want to do anything, the disciple merely feels that the master should not suppress her own emotions. Yun Shenxian spoke indifferently, you think I don't know what you're trying to do? I've been by your side for so long, I already know what kind of person you are, you're just coveting my body. Lu Chen said, the disciple admits that he indeed covets the master's body, but this is also for the master's own good. Although the disciple and the master have always been cultivating the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, with their current method of meditation, they can't fully harness its potential. If the master and the disciple were to use the correct cultivation method of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill, perhaps the master's strength would have already been restored. Yun Shenxian said coldly, there's no need to say more, I will absolutely not agree to this. As her words fell, Yun Shenxian disappeared on the spot, returning to her own room. Seeing Yun Shenxian run off like that, Lu Chen didn't feel discouraged, on the contrary, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. Yun Shenxian's favorability towards him had long reached 98, and he thought it was time to give her a push. If they continued their current method of cultivation, their relationship would hardly progress further, it was more straightforward to lay it all out. Lu Chen believed that Yun Shenxian knew he lusted after her body, and since she was aware, there was no need for him to continue the charade. Of course, establishing a relationship with Yun Shenxian might not be something that could be achieved quickly, especially since she was a fairy from the immortal world. In the beginning, it took him quite some time to break down Chu Yukin's defenses, so Lu Chen was not in a particular hurry, he would just take his time. At the same time, after returning to her room, Yun Shenxian felt indignant recalling what Lu Chen had said to her. A chill spread continuously throughout the room, turning it into an ice cave. Although she had long known of the scoundrel's designs on her body and had even utilized his desires to cultivate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill with him, she had never expected him to be so bold as to voice it out loud. But upon reflection, what Lu Chen said about the cultivation conditions of the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill didn't seem to be nonsense. As a cultivator familiar with the functioning of cultivation techniques, it was precisely because she was familiar with the workings of the technique that she would have Lu Chen gaze into her eyes during their cultivation sessions and actively provoke his deepest desires. Previously, it was always she who provoked the desires deep within Lu Chen, but she had never considered that she might harbor such feelings for him as well. It now occurred to her that if she didn't hold some favor for Lu Chen, they would not have been able to cultivate the dragon and phoenix yin-yang skill together. At this thought, Yun Shenxian's brows furrowed. She, who had lived for 1,000 years, seemed to have developed feelings for a lascivious rogue. In the past, in the immortal world, she hated those cultivators who were always thinking about women, particularly the young masters from large families who did not engage in proper pursuits, just seeking out beautiful fairies for mere flings. Yun Shenxian hurriedly circulated her spiritual power to pacify the turmoil in her heart. She thought that perhaps it was because she had been in this world for too long and had not seen anyone from her own world for ages, which made her regard Lu Chen, who came from another world, as a companion, thus developing a fondness for him. At this idea, Yun Shenxian snorted coldly to herself, muttering, "The traitorous disciple covets his master's body, but it remains to be seen if he has the skill to obtain it." Yun Shenxian decided she would be wary of Lu Chen from here on out, to prevent him from seizing the opportunity to really ruin her. As for the thought of killing Lu Chen to put an end to future troubles, it was out of the question for her. Lu Chen was very important to her, both for practical benefits and emotional attachment, so all she could do was to guard against him to prevent his success. Yun Shenxian firmly resolved that once she had the ability to leave this world, she would keep her distance from that ill-fated disciple. The immortal world was vast, and once she returned to her original world, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to meet again in their lifetime. With that in mind, the fairy, who was always cold and never bowed to difficulties before her, sighed softly that day. What a cursed fate. The next morning, when Lu Chen awoke, Yun Shenxian was already in the courtyard, and although last night's events had occurred, she had to come out because they were attacking the capital city today. The moment Lu Chen stepped out of his room, Yun Shenxian's body emitted waves of cold air, and Lu Chen felt it rushing towards him. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen did not pay much attention. He said with a smile, "Master, you've risen early." Yun Shenxian did not respond to Lu Chen's words, but indifferently said, "After you ascend the throne and proclaim yourself emperor, Rongrong and I will return to Mysterious Moon Palace." Lu Chen was startled for a moment but said nothing more. Let them return if they must. After all, Yun Shenxian could not escape his grasp, and one day, he would make this fairy his woman. I understand, he said. Yun Shenxian then walked towards the outside of the courtyard, saying as she walked, "Hurry up and get your celestial subordinates ready. Once some emperor and his forces use that divine weapon, snatch it immediately." Lu Chen did not hesitate and directly followed Yun Shenxian to the military camp. Soon after, Lu Chen led an army of 150,000 straight towards the capital city. It took less than a morning for Lu Chen to arrive at the capital city. During this period, they encountered no resistance whatsoever. It was unbelievably smooth. Lu Chen saw through some emperor's thoughts. Some emperor certainly planned to deal with Mysterious Moon Palace's celestial first and then let the imperial army counterattack. Once the North Country no longer had its celestial, and some emperor had a pseudo-celestial on his side, the pseudo-celestial would be able to crush the soldiers from North Country. If the imperial army were to stop the soldiers from North Country now, it would bring no benefit to them. They had already witnessed the combat strength of the soldiers from North Country. Sending troops to block Lu Chen's advance to the south would merely send the imperial soldiers to their deaths. The imperial army still near the capital consisted of the elite, and some emperor would certainly not send them off to die. Both sides were very clear that the key to this battle was to take out the most powerful figures of the opposing side. Once both sides' pseudo-celestials and celestials were gone, there would essentially be nothing left to fight for in this war. Inside the capital city, there was panic everywhere. Those who could run had already fled to the south. Most of the remaining people had no way to escape. After arriving outside the capital city, Lu Chen immediately ordered the soldiers to start drafting a proclamation of punitive expedition. Lu Chen did not say who he wanted to punish, he only said there were traitorous officials besides some emperor. At this time, the court officials had already gathered in Xuanzheng Hall, waiting anxiously. North Prince was already at the gates, yet some emperor had not sent out his troops. Thinking of the combat prowess of the North Country's army, the officials turned pale with fear. Some even prepared to surrender directly to North Prince, and this mindset was not uncommon. In fact, it was the majority. In their eyes, they were all part of the Lu family, it did not matter who became emperor. A son and father competing for the throne had nothing to do with them as subjects. They just needed to wait and see who would emerge victorious. As the ministers inside the hall were restlessly anxious, suddenly, a figure in golden armor caught their attention. The man, dressed in a yellow robe, slowly walked into the hall. Upon seeing that it was some emperor, the officials immediately quieted down and in unison exclaimed, "Long live the emperor! Long may he reign!" After paying their respects, one official immediately said, "Your Majesty, the rebels are at the gates. The capital is in imminent peril. This official urgently requests that you dispatch troops immediately." Some emperor indifferently said, "Did you not see the armor I am wearing?" The officials seemingly understood some emperor's intention, and one quickly said, "Your Majesty, the battlefield is dangerous, you must not." But before the official could finish, some emperor interrupted him, "I heard that the traitorous son just recited a proclamation outside the city, saying he wants to punish a treacherous official. Let all the dear officials follow me to the city wall and see which treacherous official he intends to punish." Upon hearing this, cold sweat broke out on the officials' backs. If North Prince were defeated, the treacherous official North Prince wanted to punish could become the most trusted by some emperor. But if North Prince succeeded, the first problem he'd solve after entering the city would likely be these so-called treacherous officials. With North Prince's momentum, no one wanted to become the treacherous official in his eyes. At this moment, Lin Gaoyuan stood up and volunteered, "This official is willing to accompany your Majesty to the city wall. Together we will withstand the rebel assault." Hearing these words, some emperor laughed heartily, "Lin, I knew I wasn't wrong about you." Seeing Lin Gaoyuan speak up, other officials also voiced their stance, "We are willing to stay with your Majesty to defend the capital city. We swear we will not retreat unto death." "Good. Very good. Then let us now go and see what that traitorous son really intends to do," said some emperor. With that, some emperor turned and left Xuanzheng Hall, heading straight down the main road towards the city wall. Some emperor's stride was strong, his eyes were firm, full of energy, and his heart was boiling with passion. He had not felt this way in a long time. Some emperor whispered to himself, "After today, Great Sum shall have no more seigneurs." Soon, the Sum emperor led a group of ministers to the city tower, looking out at the distant army of the North Country. When the ministers saw the North Prince again, their hearts were filled with infinite emotion. In the past, they had all misjudged him, always believing the North Prince to be worthless. Yet, to their surprise, he had managed to develop the North Country so powerfully within just a few years. He had not only defeated the barbarian tribe in the north but also crushed the army of Great Wu, forcing them to sign a peace treaty, and ultimately led his troops to the capital city of Great Sum. A few years back, who could have imagined the North Prince achieving such a feat? Some ministers deeply regretted not having formed good relations with the North Prince back then. If they had gotten on good terms with him, they wouldn't be so frightened now, seeing his troops approaching the city. At that moment, the Sum Emperor shouted from the city tower, "Rebel son, are you seeking to revolt?" Lu Chen didn't immediately answer the Sum Emperor. Upon seeing him, Lu Chen dismounted and then, facing the city tower where the Sum Emperor stood, performed a ceremonial bow, saying, "This son pays respect to Father Emperor. Long live the Emperor! Long live, long live!" Although Lu Chen had come to seize the throne, the Sum Emperor was his biological father in public. Despite his lack of emotional attachment to the Sum Emperor, he still observed the proper etiquette. Moreover, Lu Chen felt that if he were to usurp the throne by committing patricide now, his own children might very well follow suit in the future, setting a poor example for them. Of course, despite these concerns, Lu Chen was still intent on fighting for the throne. The Sum Emperor sneered and said, "Rebel son, leading your troops to besiege the capital city, why bother with such false civility in saluting me?" After finishing his bow, Lu Chen spoke loudly, "My father emperor is surrounded by treacherous officials, who not only have misled you into committing heinous acts but also have held you hostage to give orders to the world. Now, as your son, I led my troops here, determined to eradicate these treacherous officials for you and restore your freedom, to revive the imperial majesty." Hearing this, the Sum Emperor burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha ha, treacherous officials. Ridiculous. I have only loyal officials by my side, never so-called treacherous officials. If you wish to rebel, at least make up a decent excuse. Enough. Since you have embarked on this path of rebellion, I can no longer consider our father-son relationship." As he spoke, the archers on the wall all stepped forward, each equipped with the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow. The Sum Emperor raised his hand and waved it forward. In an instant, numerous piercing cloud arrows flew toward the army outside. The North Country army immediately changed formation, soldiers bearing shields rushing to the front. However, before the piercing cloud arrows could touch the North Country soldiers, they were seized in midair by a powerful force. This scene caused panic among the ministers. What kind of power was this, to intercept so many arrows outright? Celestials. Yes. It must be a celestial. Only a celestial would possess such an ability. They had long heard that the celestial from mysterious Moon Palace had gone to the North Country, and now it seemed the rumors were true. The celestial of mysterious Moon Palace was indeed standing with the North Country. This was disastrous. With a celestial on the North Prince's side, wouldn't seizing the throne be an easy task? Suddenly, nearly all the ministers on the city tower began contemplating the manner in which they would surrender once the North Prince breached the capital city. However, unlike those ministers, the Sum Emperor didn't panic at the sight, his lips even curving into a slight smile. He had been waiting for the celestial to appear. If he could deal with the celestial, the war could end swiftly. Just then, the North Country soldiers began a sudden retreat, leaving behind only a few people. Seeing this, the people on the city tower were once again stunned. What was happening? Why were the North Country soldiers retreating? Didn't they want to attack the city? Why were they withdrawing so soon? Soon, a barefoot woman in a green dress with white hair arrived in front of where Lu Chen and the others were. Upon her arrival, everyone on the city wall was momentarily lost in her beauty. Such a beautiful woman. This woman didn't seem like an ordinary person from this world. Everyone instantly realized that she was the celestial from mysterious Moon Palace. Seeing Yun Shenxian appear, Yu Changqing and Fu Hongqiu in their cloaks approached the Sum Emperor. Yu Changqing said, "Your Majesty, we shall kill the North Prince for you. Please seize this opportunity to eliminate the celestial from mysterious Moon Palace. If this celestial does not die, all our efforts will be in vain." The Sum Emperor calmly replied, "You needn't remind me, I know what to do." Hearing their conversation, the nearby ministers were once again stunned. From their words, the Sum Emperor could kill a celestial. How was that possible? To most people, celestials were akin to immortals, beyond the reach of ordinary humans. How could a mortal kill such a being? And who were these people in black robes, and why had they never heard of them? The ministers were filled with questions, but they were certain about one thing: the Sum Emperor had been concealing his strength, still holding cards close to his chest, and was not afraid of celestials. People were reminded of the rumors that had circulated some time ago, claiming that the imperial palace held a divine weapon capable of killing a celestial. Previously, many had dismissed it as mere rumor. Now it seemed quite possible that the Sum Emperor indeed possessed a divine weapon that could slay a celestial. So, does that mean the outcome of this war is still an unknown? Just then, the black-robed figure beside Sum Emperor leapt instantly from the city wall, heading straight for Lu Chen in the distance. At the same time, Sum Emperor also ordered the evil divine weapon to be brought to him. The shadow guard swiftly brought forward a box emitting black chi to Sum Emperor. Sensing the terrifying aura from the box, the ministers on the city wall couldn't help but retreat a few steps backward. Sum Emperor paid no heed to the reactions of his ministers and directly opened the box. As the box was opened, the black chi inside burst out instantaneously, engulfing the entire city wall. The ministers and soldiers on the city wall were enveloped by the black chi, becoming panic-stricken, thinking some calamity was about to ensue. But in the end, nothing happened. Lu Chen, from afar, also saw the black chi erupting from the city wall. Every cell in his body trembled at that moment, and with a furrow in his brow, he realized the divine weapon had been brought out. Just then, Yun Shenxian controlled her life-sized puppet and flew into the sky. Seeing this scene, Sum Emperor's eyes flashed with a sharp light. What a good opportunity. He immediately gripped the divine weapon, aiming it towards Yun Shenxian in the sky. As Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou nearly reached Lu Chen, they launched their attack, unleashing waves of sword chi heading straight for Lu Chen, but Lu Chen did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and a sword swept out. Thousand-layered waves. Countless sword chi rose to meet it, clashing and raising dust that filled the sky. Seeing this, the ministers on the city wall were stunned once again. The might emanating from Lu Chen, just now, had certainly surpassed a grandmaster's. In particular, the sword chi he released, causing such a disturbance, indicated he had at least the strength of a great grandmaster. The North Prince is actually a great grandmaster. When North Prince went to North Country, he had never trained in martial arts, no matter how exceptionally talented he was. It was impossible for him to become a great grandmaster in just a few short years, wasn't it? Keep in mind that some people practice martial arts their whole lives without ever becoming a great grandmaster. How did North Prince achieve this? At that moment, Sum Emperor was also momentarily taken aback, but he quickly collected himself. To him, it didn't matter what strength Lu Chen possessed because soon, Lu Chen would be dead. It was at this time that the arrival of Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou caught Yun Shenxian's attention, and she released the oppressive might of a celestial instantly. The next moment, everyone present felt as if they couldn't breathe. Foreheads broke out in cold sweat, and some people even lost their footing, kneeling directly on the ground. Some people on the city wall abruptly realized that Sum Emperor seemed unbothered as if nothing was amiss. Supposedly, he, as a Grand Master, should not have been able to withstand such pressure, yet Sum Emperor was resisting with such ease. People quickly understood that Sum Emperor's true strength was not just that of a Grand Master but could even surpass a great Grand Master, lying beyond that level. People had an epiphany. Sum Emperor had indeed hidden his true power. Sum Emperor glanced at Yun Shenxian in the sky, eager to use the divine weapon in his hands, but he was most worried about the possibility of her evading it. He decided to wait a little longer, until Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou diverted Yun Shenxian's attention, then he would act. It would be best if Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou, these two old fogies, could align themselves with the celestial from Mysterious Moon Palace, which would allow him to dispose of all three at once. At that moment, Yu Changqing's body sprang up, surrounded by numerous sword lights. The next instant, those sword lights darted towards Yun Shenxian in the sky. The puppet, Yun Shenxian, expressionless, simply raised her hand slowly. The next moment, a series of ice cones formed around Yun Shenxian's body. Just as the sword lights were about to reach Yun Shenxian's body, the ice cones shot out fiercely, and in the blink of an eye, they neutralized the sword lights. Yu Changqing found this odd, as he felt the oppressive aura emanating from the Yun Shenxian above was unstable, not at all like the Yun Shenxian they usually knew. He couldn't help thinking, could it be Yun Shenxian's injuries had worsened? Was that what caused the instability in her aura? Considering this possibility, Yu Changqing immediately said to Fu Hongzhou, her injuries haven't healed, her strength is unstable, she can't look after anything else. Hurry and kill North Prince. Hearing this, Fu Hongzhou, without a word, transformed into an afterimage, hurtling towards Lu Chen. Just as Fu Hongzhou was about to reach Lu Chen, Yun Shenxian turned her head in Lu Chen's direction, seemingly distracted. Seeing this, some emperor felt the moment had come. Although Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou were not standing with the celestial from mysterious Moon Palace, since they were so close, some emperor believed that once he activated the divine weapon in his hands, even if it was not possible to kill Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou, he might still be able to severely injure both of them. With that thought, some emperor immediately lifted the evil divine weapon in his hands, aiming at Yun Shenxian in the sky. Just then, still airborne, Yu Changqing had a strong sense of crisis. As if he had realized something, he quickly turned to look and, indeed, saw some emperor planning to take advantage of the alignment with Yun Shenxian to finish them both off at once. Yu Changqing hurriedly dodged, but as soon as he began to move, a beam of black light shot out from the divine weapon in the Some Emperor's hand. The speed of this light was extremely fast, and even though Yu Changqing had already sensed the danger in advance, he nevertheless was injured by the black light, his arm vaporized instantly. As for Yun Shenxian, in the sky, her fate was even worse. The black light struck her right in the chest, her body was instantly destroyed and turned into dust. Yu Changqing, who had fallen to the ground, was incredibly angry, and he looked back with venomous eyes at the Some Emperor on the city tower. Yu Changqing and Fu Hongzhou had long been aware that the Some Emperor might ambush them, so they were always on guard. Still, they had underestimated the power of that divine weapon. When that beam of black light was released, the heavens and earth changed color, as if night had fallen, and dark clouds suddenly shrouded the sky, the thick clouds moving ever closer to the ground, as though the sky was about to collapse. Seeing Yun Shenxian's body instantly reduced to ash, the Some Emperor laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, what of a celestial? In great sum, I am the one who reigns over everything. The ministers nearby, as if awakening from a dream, snapped back to reality, and they immediately bowed to the Some Emperor, saying, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for eliminating such a formidable foe. With no celestial in mysterious Moon Palace, Great Sum shall no longer suffer from internal strife. Your Majesty is truly a real dragon emperor." Hearing the people's praise, the Some Emperor's heart swelled even more. He directly picked up the divine weapon in his hand, and in an instant, he leapt from the city tower, heading straight for Lu Chen. Now that mysterious Moon Palace's celestial was dead, that scourge of a child posed no threat, and since Fu Hongzhou had just failed to kill Lu Chen, he would personally take care of this menace. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and now he was absolutely certain that Lu Chen could not possibly be of his own bloodline, he was but a bastard. As the Some Emperor jumped down from the city tower, Lu Chen clearly saw the so-called divine weapon in the Some Emperor's hand, which bore a strong resemblance to an anti-tank sniper rifle. Except for the dark aura emitted from the barrel, it was clear this was not a mere artifact of a pure technological world. This must be a weapon from some high martial world that fell into this one. Could it be that the metal structure on Fengyan Island was actually a spaceship that had fallen from another world? While lost in thought, Lu Chen was fiercely stared at by the Some Emperor, who said, "You spawn of evil, do you have anything left to say?" Hearing this, Lu Chen came back to his senses, showing no trace of panic but instead responded with a smile. "Father, I am curious, where did you get that divine weapon in your hand? A divine weapon that emits such evil aura, and you're using it personally. Do you realize what this means, father?" Seeing no panic in Lu Chen but instead hearing him talk about the divine weapon in his hand, the Some Emperor sneered and said, "What business is it of yours, a man about to die?" Lu Chen straightforwardly said, "Such an evil divine weapon, such heavy blood qi, it is clearly an object of the demon sect. Father has indeed been bewitched by someone from the demon sect, so far as to use their wares." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the officials on the city tower immediately began to stir. What? The Some Emperor is in league with the demon sect? How is that possible? No, if the Some Emperor was not in league with the demon sect, how would one explain the weapon in his hand, its malevolence palpable to anyone who felt it? The sovereign of a great empire, conspiring with the demon sect. If other kingdoms found out about this, they would certainly unite in opposition. The Sum Emperor coldly said, "Stop your wicked nonsense. Since you have nothing to say, I shall personally send you down to see your mother." As he spoke, the Sum Emperor prepared to make a move against Lu Chen, but at that moment Lu Chen loudly said, "The Emperor's mind has been controlled by the demon sect, and I ask all the ministers on the city tower to bear witness. Everything I do today is to restore the Emperor to clarity, all for the glory of Great Sum." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the Sum Emperor instantly felt uneasy. This isn't right, the Celestial of Mysterious Moon Palace was already killed, so why was this bastard not panicking in the slightest? The weapons of the North Country were formidable, but they shouldn't be capable of killing a pseudo-celestial, could they? What on earth was giving this bastard confidence? No matter, he must be killed quickly. As long as he killed this bastard, he would become a celestial. After that, Great Sum would be his alone, and no one would ever dare to oppose him again. With that thought, the Sum Emperor raised his hand, ready to strike at Lu Chen. Just at that moment, a tremendous pressure descended from the sky, instantly oppressing everyone present, leaving them gasping for breath. The people were instantly dumbfounded. The Sum Emperor, Yu Changqing, and Fu Hongqiu were also dumbfounded. What was happening? The Celestial of Mysterious Moon Palace was supposed to be dead, so why was there still a celestial presence? While the crowd was still perplexed, a cold voice rose from behind Lu Chen. "Elder Yu, Elder Fu, long time no see." Hearing this familiar voice, Yu Changqing and Fu Hongqiu shuddered. Their eyes widened in disbelief as they looked toward Lu Chen's back, where a woman dressed in a white gown, barefoot, and wearing a veil of black hair was slowly making her way to the front. The next moment, the woman took off her veil, and as it fell to the ground, her hair slowly turned completely white. Upon seeing the true face of Yun Shenxian, the Sum Emperor and the people on the city tower were stunned in place. Hadn't she been killed just now? How was she still alive? Could it be that celestials cannot be killed? At that moment, terror surged in the Sum Emperor's heart. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. The woman had clearly turned to ashes, so how could she have been resurrected? He had used his divine weapon once already, and there was no blood essence left in it, so it was unlikely he could use it a second time. Against a celestial, they stood no chance at all. No, they weren't completely without a chance. The Sum Emperor suddenly remembered something. He immediately took out a jade bead from inside his clothing. Before anyone on Lu Chen's side could stop the Sum Emperor had actually stuffed the jade bead directly into his mouth. Seeing this scene, Yun Shenxian's eyebrows knitted slightly, and she immediately said, "No good, he's trying to forcibly elevate his strength to the heavenly human realm." Lu Chen was taken aback. Could that jade bead be the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace? As soon as the words of Yun Shenxian fell, an overwhelming force was released from inside the Sum Emperor's body, and in an instant, the wind and clouds shifted and thunder roared in the sky. Bolts of heavenly thunder struck directly upon the Sum Emperor's head, instantly turning his hair into a mess, his clothes torn and tattered like a beggar on the streets. However, even after being struck by heavenly thunder several times, the Sum Emperor still did not die. At this moment, feeling the power surging within his body, he laughed maniacally. "Is this the power of a celestial? I am the true ruler of Great Sum, no one can overthrow my reign." Having said that, the Sum Emperor immediately made a move against Yun Shenxian. With a wave of his hand, all the rubble on the ground gathered together, quickly forming a massive stone sphere, which then crashed towards Yun Shenxian. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian was not the slightest bit flustered. She simply raised her hand gently, and a bunch of ice cones flew out. When the ice cones hit the stone sphere, it shattered immediately, turning back into countless rubble. But this was not the end, as the Sum Emperor continued to wield the power within his body that was not his own. Immediately thereafter, the phantom of a giant dragon appeared in the sky. Upon seeing the dragon phantom, Yun Shenxian was slightly stunned. The move the Sum Emperor used was obviously not simple. It must not be a cultivation technique of this world. It seemed that the ruling house of Great Sum really had some hidden cards to have ruled for so many years. Yet, the dragon phantom posed no danger to her. Yun Shenxian gently lifted her jade hand, and a trace of cold air swirled around her fingertips. In the next moment, the icy chill instantly transformed into an ice dragon. When the two dragons appeared in the sky, it was quite spectacular. In the next moment, both dragons opened their mouths wide and roared at each other. The deafening roar spread throughout the entire capital district, overwhelming the people who were unable to withstand the sound waves, quickly covering their ears with their hands. After a while, the two dragons charged towards each other, and the moment they collided, waves of spiritual power dispersed, knocking people who weren't standing steadily flying out. The battles between celestials had a very wide impact, and such a scene was almost unheard of to the people of this world. At that moment, Lu Chen immediately turned his head and waved to the soldiers from the North Country, signaling them to continue retreating. Upon receiving Lu Chen's order, the North Country soldiers hastily retreated once again. Meanwhile, the two dragons in the sky gradually faded away, and it looked as if neither side was injured. The Sum Emperor laughed loudly and said, "Celestials, that's all there is to it." Cough. The Sum Emperor had barely finished speaking when he suddenly vomited a mouthful of black blood. At that moment, the evil divine weapon in his hand emitted a thick black mist. The Sum Emperor seemed to understand something, and immediately lifted the barrel of the gun, aiming once again at Yun Shenxian. Yun Shenxian, sensing that something was amiss, quickly took to the sky. The Sum Emperor activated the evil divine weapon once again. Following that, he felt his spiritual power draining rapidly, as if it was being siphoned by the divine weapon. Then a beam of light shot out from the muzzle, a black light streaking straight towards Yun Shenxian. Although it was much smaller than the first light, it still posed a significant danger to Yun Shenxian. Just as the beam was about to hit Yun Shenxian, her figure flickered and vanished. How could a focused celestial be hit so easily? Seeing Yun Shenxian dodge the attack, the Sum Emperor roared, "I want to see how much you can dodge." As he spoke, the Sum Emperor prepared to use that evil sacred artifact again. Lu Chen could no longer stand by, addressed Sha Tianyuan and Mu Hongguang behind him, "Sect Master Sha, Hall Master Mu, make your move." As Lu Chen's voice fell, three terrifying presences descended. When the Sum Emperor and the ministers of the capital city felt these two pressures, they were immediately dumbfounded. The Sum Emperor looked in disbelief at the two people beside Lu Chen. How is this possible? Quote. No. It can't be. How could you, a bastard of rebellion, find so many celestials to help you? In the Sum Emperor's view, Lu Chen was nothing more than a bastard, while he himself was the true dragon of Great Sum. And yet, it turned out that beside Lu Chen, not only was there a celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace, but suddenly, there were three more celestials. That is to say, there were four celestials by Lu Chen's side. In this world, where no celestial had appeared for hundreds of years, it had only been a few decades ago that the celestial of the mysterious Moon Palace had suddenly appeared and gone on a killing spree. Yet today, four celestials appeared all at once, and moreover, these four celestials were all related to Lu Chen. In a world without immortals, celestials are as good as immortals. Now, the four emerging immortals were all standing with Lu Chen. What did that imply? It implied that fate was on Lu Chen's side. The Sum Emperor absolutely could not accept it. How could a bastard like him attract four celestials? The Sum Emperor was unwilling. Every time he thought about how he had meticulously cared for Great Sum all his life, and yet in the end, his throne would be usurped by a bastard. Although he was being pressured by the might of several celestials, the Sum Emperor's emotions were already out of control, and his body began to emit a thick black aura at this moment. The divine weapon in his hand seemed excited as well, radiating a black and red glow. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian immediately said, "He's becoming possessed. We must resolve this quickly." Upon hearing this, Xuanyuan Chaoj and the other two immediately sprang into action, appearing around the Sum Emperor in an instant before striking simultaneously. Sword Chi and Palm Energy headed straight for the Sum Emperor, who did not dodge. After being hit, he seemed as if nothing had happened to him. Everyone was taken aback. What was going on? Yun Shenxian seemed to understand, and she said at once, "He has been controlled by the divine weapon in his hand, that thing is sinister." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly realized. Xuanyuan Chaoj immediately said to Lu Chen, "Your Majesty, please retreat first." Without a word, Lu Chen immediately used the shadow-shifting technique to leave the battlefield, as the upcoming battle was clearly not something he could partake in. As soon as Lu Chen left, the black aura on the Sum Emperor's body swelled rapidly and enveloped his entire body. Xuanyuan Chaoj and the others held nothing back anymore. Something was very wrong with the Sum Emperor, they had to make it quick. At that moment, the Sum Emperor's eyes turned a blood red, and he said in a rough voice, "Die. Everybody must die." However, just then, the four celestials, including Yun Shenxian, struck at the same time. White, yellow, red, and green spiritual energy quickly converged into a single formation, constructed by Yun Shenxian, with the other three only reinforcing it with their spiritual power. As soon as the formation appeared, the black aura from the Sum Emperor's body halved in size, and the four celestials continued to press their attack. The next moment, sensing something amiss, the divine weapon attempted to flee, but the formation on the ground quickly contracted, trapping both the Sum Emperor and the divine weapon. The Sum Emperor bellowed, "I am the ruler of Great Sum. I am the real dragon. No one can kill me." As he spoke, the Sum Emperor's body exploded violently, and seeing this, the ministers on the city wall were so frightened they collapsed on the ground. At this point, the Sum Emperor's power was almost on par with the Celestials. If he self-detonated his Dantian, the entire capital city would be his funeral pyre. Clearly, the four Celestials, including Yun Shenxian, were aware of the Sum Emperor's intent, and Yun Shenxian quickly reminded Xuanyuan Chaoj and the others to reinforce the formation. Then Xuanyuan Chaoj and the others continued to pour their spiritual power into it, and at this moment, the Sum Emperor's body turned into a ball of red light so bright it made it impossible for people to keep their eyes open. After the Sum Emperor self-detonated his Dantian, shockwaves erupted, sending everyone on the city wall flying. Just as people believed they were doomed, they were astonished to find that the blast had only caused them injuries and possibly broken bones at worst, but they were still alive. As the dust outside the city gradually cleared, they realized that the Sum Emperor was no more, and the four Celestials, including Yun Shenxian and Xuanyuan Chaoj, looked rather pale and unsteady. At that moment, Yun Shenxian seemed to remember something, her figure flashed, and she appeared directly in front of Yu Changqing and Fu Hongqiu. By now, the two had realized their plan had failed and hastily knelt down begging for mercy. "Honorable One, please spare us. We." Before they could finish speaking, Yun Shenxian waved her hand, and their bodies were instantly frozen into ice sculptures, the next moment shattering into dust. After the dust settled, where the Sum Emperor originally stood, there was only a spear emitting a dark aura. Seeing that the father he knew in this world had not even left a complete corpse, Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. In Lu Chen's heart, it was difficult for him to judge whether the Sum Emperor's actions were right or wrong throughout his life, for many things the Sum Emperor did were also what he himself wanted to do. For instance, exterminating the aristocratic families, or weakening the feudal princes. If he were in the Sum Emperor's position, he might have made the same choices, so to a certain extent, one could say he and the Sum Emperor were similar people. It's just that he didn't have any father-son affection for the Sum Emperor. If the Sum Emperor had shared such affection with him, perhaps they would not have ended up clashing swords in the end. But now, there was no point in thinking about these things. The Sum Emperor was gone, and he had to quickly deal with what was to come. Lu Chen then gave a gesture to the army behind him, and the next moment, Xuanyuan Chen led the troops to press toward the ramparts of the capital city. Seeing the distant army approach, all the ministers and princes on the city walls stood there dumbfounded. Now that the Sum Emperor was dead, they had lost their pillar of strength. Although a few princes didn't want Lu Chen to ascend to the throne and even thought of resistance, they had seen the spectacle that had just unfolded before their eyes. Even though the Sum Emperor had become a celestial, he was still suppressed by four celestials. Now, with four celestials by his side and such a powerful army at his command, the North Prince was seemingly invincible. No matter how much they struggled, they stood no chance against the North Prince. The soldiers on the city walls lost any will to defend. It made no difference to them who became emperor, as it would still be someone from the Lu family. Why should they risk their lives? At this moment, everyone's gaze fell on the state preceptor, Satu Ce, and the prime minister, Lin Gaoyuan. Without an emperor, the only ones who could make decisions were these two. Satu Ce glanced at the princes behind him, then said, the emperor was bewitched by the demon sect, which led to his demise through demonic cultivation. If it weren't for the North Prince, the capital city might already be reduced to rubble. Given the North Prince's great contribution, I suggest we crown the North Prince as the new emperor. Do any of the princes have any objections? Upon hearing this, the princes looked at each other. What other thoughts could they have? How could they dare to have any other thoughts? There were 4 celestials by the North Prince's side. Although they were extremely reluctant at heart, what could they use to contend with the North Prince for the throne? Just one celestial dispatched by the North Prince could wipe out all the forces behind them. The emergence of celestials would overpower all schemes and conspiracies, and Great Sum's political landscape was about to undergo significant changes. At this moment, what worried the princes most was the possibility that, once their younger brother ascended to the throne, he would begin a large-scale purge. Although most of the princes among them had not provoked Lu Chen, they were still the sons of the Sum Emperor, and to some extent, they also had a claim to the succession. Throughout history, princes who had risen through rebellion were most uneasy about their fellow princes. If Lu Chen could ascend to the throne through rebellion, then the other princes could employ the same method. It wasn't a matter of whether they had the capability to rebel, but rather the identity of a prince itself posed a threat to the throne. Even if some princes had no desire to rebel, some ministers would rally around a prince, putting them forward as a spokesperson. Prince Lu Shuyun was a prime example. Therefore, the best solution was to either kill all these princes or imprison them. Thinking of the fate that might await them, the princes on the city walls felt great trepidation. But they were powerless and could only steel themselves to elevate Lu Chen to the throne. Should they stand against him at this juncture, their fate would only be execution. At that moment, Prince Lu stepped forward and said, "This prince agrees with the state preceptor's suggestion." Since Prince Lu Chen went to the North Country, he managed to vastly strengthen it in an incredibly short amount of time, and his own power has surpassed that of a Grand Master. A king like Prince Lu Chen, who is skilled in both pen and sword, will surely lead Great Sum to an even more powerful future. No sooner had Prince Lu finished speaking than Prince Wu Ming also said, "This prince also agrees with the state preceptor's proposal." Following that, the other princes also voiced their agreement. Seeing that the princes had no objections, Satu Ce's gaze fell upon the ministers. Then Lin Gaoyuan spoke up, "This minister concurs with the state preceptor. A country cannot be a single day without a ruler. The North Prince is the best choice for this role." Seeing that Lin Gaoyuan agreed, the other ministers also came forward, one after another, declaring their support for the North Prince to ascend to the throne as the new emperor. Certainly, many among them were reluctant to see Lu Chen become emperor. Judging by what Lu Chen had implemented in the North Country, it was very likely he would bring the same policies to Great Sum, which would inevitably hurt these ministers' interests. However, they had no choice. This was not the time to consider personal gains, it was a time to consider whether they could survive. Seeing that the court's ministers also agreed to Lu Chen's coronation, Satu Ce then said, "Since a decision has been made by all, let us open the city gates and welcome the new emperor." Forthwith, under Satu Ce's lead, the court ministers and several princes descended from the city wall. Soon, the gates of the capital city slowly opened. Satu Ce led his ministers to personally walk outside the city gates, forming several rows to welcome Lu Chen's entrance into the city. Lu Chen did not immediately lead his troops toward the city gate. He stood in place, his gaze still fixed on the evil divine weapon. Such an evil divine weapon must be dealt with. If it fell into the hands of the demon sect or someone else, it would pose a huge threat to them. After all, it was a weapon capable of killing celestials. Now that he had 4 celestials by his side, he could not allow this weapon to threaten their lives. At this moment, Lu Chen approached the divine weapon and then mentally said to the system, "System, can you identify what kind of weapon this is?" The next moment, a system interface appeared before Lu Chen's eyes. Slayer Spear originates from the high martial plane, requires a vast amount of spiritual power to use, Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Seeing the system introduction in front of him, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. An Earth-grade weapon. Just this. He had thought the weapon was much more powerful. However, that being said, this weapon was indeed powerful in a lower world like this. Of course, it would be considered insignificant in the immortal world. Lu Chen continued to ask, how can this spiritual artifact be sealed? If the host does not use it, then it is sealed. What Lu Chen wanted to ask was how to destroy this thing. After all, the Sum Emperor's self-destruction did not manage to destroy the spiritual artifact, which obviously was not easy to destroy. As Lu Chen was about to continue inquiring with the system, Yun Shenxian directly approached the Slayer Spear. Then she said to Lu Chen, "This spiritual artifact is quite evil, let your mentor keep it safe for you." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He instantly saw through Yun Shenxian's ulterior motive. Yun Shenxian wasn't planning to save it for him, she clearly wanted to monopolize this Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Though an Earth-grade spiritual artifact might not mean much in the cultivation world, in this world, it was capable of killing a celestial. How could he possibly hand it over to someone else so easily? Lu Chen hastily said, "There's no need to trouble my mentor. This Earth-grade spiritual artifact is too dangerous. It is better for the disciple to seal it away to prevent others from using it in the future." Hearing Lu Chen mention that the artifact was an Earth-grade spiritual artifact, Yun Shenxian's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed difficult to deceive him now. This errant disciple really knew it was an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. Yun Shenxian coldly said, "Since you want it, take it. But this seat must remind you, the Sum Emperor was led astray by the influence of this spiritual artifact just now. If you intend to use it, be careful not to fall into the same madness." Hearing Yun Shenxian say this, Lu Chen came to a realization. That's right, the Sum Emperor was just influenced by this spiritual artifact. If I come into contact with it, won't I also be influenced? This thing was truly a hot potato. To give it to someone else, he was afraid they might use it to attack him. To keep it, could affect his own mind, easily leading him into madness. Just as Lu Chen was unsure what to do, the system notification suddenly rang out. This is an ownerless spiritual artifact. The host only needs to refine it and let it recognize an owner, then there will be no need to worry about being counteracted by it. Hearing the system notification, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. So, this spiritual artifact had not recognized an owner yet, which is why it counteracted the user. But how should he refine it? The host can unload the magazine of the Slayer Spear, drop a drop of blood inside, and then refine it with spiritual power. Lu Chen immediately went to the front of the Slayer Spear and then crouched down, reaching out to the Slayer Spear. Seeing this scene, Xuanyuan Chaoj and the others panicked, with Xuanyuan Chaoj immediately saying, "My king, do not." They had just witnessed the Sum Emperor fall into madness because of using the Slayer Spear. This weapon was simply too sinister. They did not wish to see Lu Chen follow in the Sum Emperor's footsteps. Lu Chen calmly said, "No worries, I know my own limits." Lu Chen then picked up the Slayer Spear. When he touched it, he did not feel any discomfort. Lu Chen then examined the spear, noting that the Slayer Spear was very similar to modern firearms, except that the Slayer Spear had some special patterns on it, which likely were the channels for spiritual power flow. Lu Chen looked at the Slayer Spear from left to right, his gaze eventually settling on its magazine below. It seemed odd for the Slayer Spear, which used spiritual power, to have a magazine. Curious, Lu Chen decided to remove the magazine. He pressed the button to release it, but the magazine did not fall out. If it had been a regular firearm, one press of the magazine release would have easily removed it. The magazine of the Slayer Spear did not appear to be easily detachable. Lu Chen then pulled hard for a while but was unable to remove it. At that moment, the black mist on the Slayer Spear burst out suddenly, becoming thicker, as if it were angered. Lu Chen laughed. So, the Slayer Spear was enraged at him. Quite spirited for a spiritual artifact, aware enough to get angry. Lu Chen did not give up at this point. He did not believe he could not remove the magazine of the Slayer Spear. Continuing to pull vigorously on the magazine, he focused all his spiritual power into his hands. Then he stepped on the spear body with his feet and pulled on the magazine with his hands, as if he was pulling up a radish. Backquote, backquote, backquote. Witnessing this scene, everyone was stunned, not knowing what Lu Chen was doing. Even Yun Shenxian couldn't understand what he was up to. Unable to contain her confusion, Yun Shenxian asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Chen didn't immediately respond to Yun Shenxian's question, as he was now focusing all his attention on his hands. After a short while, Lu Chen finally managed to pull out the magazine. The moment the magazine was extracted by Lu Chen, the Slayer spear seemed to wilt, with the dark aura on its body instantly diminishing to mere wisps. At that time, Lu Chen took a look at the magazine, noting that it was quite special, nothing like ordinary firearm magazines. The magazine had several strange patterns etched upon it, with two gems radiating red light embedded in its center. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen bit his fingertip and dropped a bead of blood into the magazine. The next moment, the red gems flared brightly, blinding Lu Chen so that he could barely keep his eyes open. After the red light had subsided, Lu Chen reinserted the magazine back into the body of the Slayer spear, which began to emit a dazzling red glow as the magazine was put in place. The entire body of the Slayer spear then underwent a transformation, its ominous black aura vanishing completely. Immediately after, Lu Chen infused spiritual power into the Slayer spear, attempting to refine it and make the weapon recognize him as its master. This time, the Slayer spear did not resist. As Lu Chen poured in copious amounts of spiritual power, the patterns on the weapon began to glow with a blue light. Gradually, the color of the Slayer spear's body changed, from its original black and red to silver and white. At that moment, a system notification sounded in Lu Chen's mind. Congratulations host for subduing the Earth-grade spiritual artifact, Slayer Spear. Upon hearing the system notification, Lu Chen chuckled dismissively, "What's there to congratulate? There's no system reward." The next moment, Lu Chen felt as if the Slayer Spear was somehow linked to his consciousness. With just a thought, the Slayer Spear actually shrank in size. Seeing this, Yun Shenxian felt very uncomfortable at the side. This disciple had actually refined an Earth-grade spiritual artifact. How did he know the method of refinement? To refine a normal spiritual artifact, it was enough to just drop blood on it and infuse it with spiritual power, but Earth-grade or higher spiritual artifacts all had special methods of refinement. If the proper refinement method is not found, one cannot refine the spiritual artifact, yet Lu Chen seemed to know exactly what the spiritual artifact was, easily finding the method of refinement, and directly refining it. This is troublesome. This undisciplined disciple now possesses an Earth-grade spiritual artifact capable of killing a celestial, and who knows how inflated his ego will get. Maybe this fellow could even threaten his own master, expecting her to wait on him. No, she needed to hurry back to the mysterious Moon Palace. With that thought, Yun Shenxian waved her hand, and a jade bead emitting blue light flew directly out from the dust, into Yun Shenxian's hand. Seeing Yun Shenxian put away the jade bead, Lu Chen curiously asked, "Master, is that bead the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace?" Yun Shenxian answered indifferently, "You could say that." Yun Shenxian continued, "Now that the Sum Emperor is dead and the sacred artifact has returned to my hands, it's time we went back." Lu Chen was taken aback by these words. "Master, you don't plan to continue to stay with your disciple and regain your strength?" At this remark, Yun Shenxian scoffed, "Don't think I'm not aware of what you're plotting. What? You're waiting to claim the throne and then take your master as a concubine in your harem. I won't waste words with you. Rongrong can stay with you for a while longer, I'm leaving first." As her words fell, Yun Shenxian's body disappeared from the spot in an instant. Yun Shenxian left Chen Wanrong behind because, as the palace master of the mysterious Moon Palace, it was expected that the palace would make some form of gesture once Lu Chen claimed the throne. Seeing Yun Shenxian abscond so suddenly, Lu Chen sighed lightly. It seemed that breaking down this fairy's defenses would not be an easy task. He would take it slow, first claim the throne and then proceed. With that thought in mind, Lu Chen's gaze turned toward the city walls of the capital city. Looking at the court officials standing in respectful silence, awaiting his entry into the city, he murmured softly, "The day I return to the capital city is the day I rule over all, it seems that the boastful promise I made back then has come true. Lu Chen led his troops to the city gate, and as soon as they arrived, Satu-Ce immediately led the civil and military officials in a salute, saying, North Prince has shattered the demon sect's conspiracy and saved Great Shah, establishing outstanding merit. Now that His Majesty has passed away, the country cannot remain without a sovereign for a day. We all respectfully request that North Prince ascend to the throne and take charge of Great Shah. As soon as Satu-Ce's words fell, the civil and military officials knelt down and said in unison, We respectfully request North Prince to ascend to the throne. Lu Chen glanced over the ministers and then at the princes who were bowing their heads to him. He then said indifferently, Among the many princes, I rank only ninth. According to the line of succession, I am afraid it is not yet North Prince's turn to take that position, is it? Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly coated the faces of the princes. Lu Chen's words implied that there were other princes ahead of him, hindering his ascension to the throne, didn't they? Could it be that he intended to start a massacre? At that moment, Prince Wu Ming hurriedly stood up and said, There is no need for my ninth brother to worry. The succession to the Great Shah throne has long since ceased to adhere to the principle of the eldest legitimate son. Recent generations have seen the throne pass to the most capable. Currently, the world is in chaos and in urgent need of a capable leader to guide Great Shah out of trouble. Neither I nor the other princes have any experience in governance, and we are not your equals in either civil or military affairs. I believe that only you, ninth brother, are capable of making Great Shah stronger. Please, do not continue to refuse. As soon as these words were spoken, Prince Qi also quickly said, What second brother said is true. With rebels in the south and the ravages of the demon sect, Great Shah has reached a critical point of life and death. We need a capable person to lead Great Shah out of this predicament. Among all of Father Emperor's children, only you, ninth brother, have such capabilities. After Prince Qi finished speaking, the other princes also voiced their agreement. A while later, Lu Chen finally spoke, Since my royal brothers all recommend me, I shall not be pretentious. However, since Father Emperor has just passed away, let's set aside the matter of ascension for now and attend to Father Emperor's funeral first. Besides, the demon sect caused Father Emperor to become possessed and, ultimately, led to his death. We must settle this score. Starting today, a citywide search for members of the demon sect will commence. Anyone identified as part of the demon sect shall be killed on sight. Upon hearing Lu Chen's declaration, the hearts of the officials trembled. This wasn't merely a search for the demon sect, Lu Chen was using this as an excuse to settle his accounts. If anyone opposed him at this time, he would inevitably declare that person colluding with the demon sect and eliminate them directly. After Lu Chen's words, the ministers immediately shouted in unison, Long live the emperor, long live, long live. Although Lu Chen had not yet formally ascended the throne, since he had agreed to do so, he was, from that moment, the emperor. The supreme center of power in Great Shah could not remain vacant for long. Lu Chen said indifferently, Rise. Thank you, Your Majesty. Then, Lu Chen, leading the brocade guard and the 100 officials, directly entered the capital city. Upon entering the capital city, Lu Chen immediately ordered various affairs to be taken care of. By the time these matters were dealt with, it was already 10 o'clock at night. Lu Chen, guided by Satu-Ce, made his way to the imperial study room, where the Sum Emperor once handled state affairs. Entering the imperial study room, Satu-Ce clasped his hands towards Lu Chen and said, Congratulations to Your Majesty on achieving your first goal. Your Majesty will certainly unify the world and command awe from the 4 seas. Hearing this, Lu Chen gave a faint smile, then responded, When has the state preceptor started to flatter so well? Satu-Ce said, Your Majesty is a real dragon, not a horse. Lu Chen replied, Let's not talk about that now. I have some questions I wish to ask the state preceptor. Satu-Ce said respectfully, Your Majesty, please speak. This old minister will not withhold any information. How many Grand Masters are there among the royal family currently? Hearing this, Satu-Ce thought for a moment, then answered, Your Majesty, there are 7 in total. Lu Chen thought to himself, 7 Grand Masters, that was not a small number, especially considering that the Grand Masters of the Great Shah dynasty had been purged by a celestial from the mysterious Moon Palace. This made him realize that other dynasties likely had even more hidden Grand Masters. No wonder the martial emperor of the Great Wu was so willing to send 2 Grand Master military generals to attack the North Country. With Grand Masters available, he wondered if there were any pseudo-celestials, or perhaps hidden celestials among them. At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared from behind a column in the study, and then a person appeared before Lu Chen. Just as Bai Qingqing thought it might be an assassin and immediately stood in front of Lu Chen to protect him, she quickly realized her mistake. This was the shadow guard of the Sum Emperor. At that time, dressed in black armor, the commander of the Shadow Guard knelt down and said, "Shadow Guard Great Commander Zhou Hai, greets your majesty." The Shadow Guard had been directly subordinate to the Sum Emperor, but now that the emperor was dead, they had lost their allegiance. To some extent, the Shadow Guard was free, they could leave the capital city. However, they had all consumed the emperor's poison, and nobody knew when it might take effect. Therefore, the Shadow Guard ultimately decided to continue serving the new emperor, to become the new emperor's fangs and claws. After all, serving one emperor was the same as any other. Seeing that the Shadow Guard commander had appeared, Lu Chen felt a surge of joy inside. Compared to Situ Ce, the state preceptor, the Shadow Guard was the most trusted by the emperor. They must know many things about the Sum Emperor. Now, Lu Chen was very curious about what secrets the Sum Emperor might have had. Thinking this, Lu Chen glanced at Zhou Hai and used his system to identify his identity. Name: Zhou Hai. Identity: Great Commander of the Shadow Guard. Strength: Master Realm. Loyalty: 80. Among the people he had met for the first time, a loyalty of 80 was already considered high. The loyalty of those court ministers toward him was generally not even 50, all of them being two-faced. It made sense, after all, the Shadow Guard were more reliant on imperial power, hence their high loyalty toward him. Lu Chen said indifferently, "Rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." At this moment, Bai Qingqing was still protecting Lu Chen, even though it was confirmed that he was the great commander of the Shadow Guard. After all, the Shadow Guard were the previous emperor's dogs, and no one knew if Zhou Hai would strike against Lu Chen. Lu Chen patted Bai Qingqing's shoulder and said, "Bai, don't be nervous, he won't make a move against me." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingqing stepped aside. Lu Chen then addressed Zhou Hai, "You are the great commander of the Shadow Guard, you must know many of my father's secrets." Zhou Hai asked promptly, "What would your majesty like to know?" "I shall disclose everything truthfully." Lu Chen spoke, "I want to know if my father had any secret hiding places." Zhou Hai immediately understood what Lu Chen meant and replied, "Your Majesty has a secret chamber, within which are stored a great number of the royal family's secrets." Lu Chen immediately asked, "Where is it?" Zhou Hai answered, "Please bring the Jade Seal, Your Majesty." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen did not hesitate and walked over to the desk in the study, taking the Jade Seal into his hands. At that moment, Zhou Hai approached a bookshelf and removed several scrolls. "Your Majesty, please place the Jade Seal in this hole." Lu Chen promptly went up to the bookshelf and did as Zhou Hai instructed. Then, the bookshelf suddenly began to tremble. Following that, it slowly moved aside to reveal a huge tunnel entrance. Zhou Hai then said, "Only the past emperors have ever entered the secret chamber, and I do not know what it contains. Should your majesty wish to investigate what is stored inside, you may enter the chamber." Upon hearing Zhou Hai's words, Bai Qingqing quickly approached Lu Chen and said, "Your majesty, beware of traps inside. Allow me to scout ahead for you." Bai Qingqing still did not quite trust Zhou Hai. With Zhou Hai's status as the great commander of the Shadow Guard, it was enough to keep her on guard against him all the time. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, "Wait outside for now." Without further ado, Lu Chen started walking into the tunnel. Seeing that Lu Chen insisted she wait outside, Bai Qingqing could not say much else and quietly waited by the tunnel entrance. After entering the tunnel, Lu Chen quickly arrived at a large hall, within which hung portraits of the previous emperors. Under each emperor's portrait was a bookshelf filled with scrolls. Lu Chen walked directly under the portrait of the Sum Emperor and picked up the scrolls from the shelf, looking through them one by one. The scrolls detailed everything the Sum Emperor had done, including how he rose to power and claimed the throne, and even the cunning schemes and trickery he employed were documented, as if he had been writing a diary. After flipping through the scrolls, Lu Chen finally found one about his mother. Having read the scroll, Lu Chen sighed. His mother had indeed been killed by the Sum Emperor, naturally, for the sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace. The sacred artifact of the mysterious Moon Palace could help one enhance their cultivation state, but if the enhancement was forced, one's cultivation state could no longer advance after one enhancement. Several of the Grand Masters in the Great Shah royal family had their cultivation state forcibly enhanced with that artifact from the mysterious Moon Palace. After reading the scroll about his mother, Lu Chen did not linger in the secret chamber. Now that everything in the imperial palace was his, he had plenty of time to peruse these royal secrets. Relieved, Bai Qingqing saw Lu Chen emerge from the tunnel and stood guard at the entrance. In the following period, Lu Chen visited the chamber almost daily to examine the emperor's scrolls, which were likely all written by the emperor himself. What concerned Lu Chen the most were the scrolls left by the first Sum ancestor. According to some ancestors' records, he had been able to establish the Great Shah due to the guidance of an immortal, who also foretold that the Great Shah would inevitably produce a son of destiny. One day, Great Shah would unify the world and venture beyond it. The Sum Emperor had aspired to revitalize the Great Shah, largely because he read those scrolls left by the Sum ancestor. He believed he was that person of destiny. Of course, those were the thoughts of the Sum Emperor in his youth. After reigning for decades, he gradually realized the drawbacks of the Great Shah and awoke from his dream, returning to reality. In actuality, not only the Sum Emperor but several emperors of the Great Shah dynasty after the ancestor had considered themselves to possibly be the people of destiny. Lu Chen was somewhat moved. The system had indeed caused much harm. He did not know if the person the Sum ancestor had encountered was truly an immortal, but given the predicted emergence of the Son of Destiny, it must have been arranged by the system. Now more curious about the system, Lu Chen wondered why it had been planning so early and what exactly his transmigration was all about. After reading the scrolls left by the Sum ancestor, Lu Chen also tried to question the system. However, the system remained silent, leaving him with no choice. He could only take things one step at a time, and perhaps once he became a celestial, he would be able to uncover the secrets of the system. After Lu Chen became emperor, it immediately caused panic among the common people, who all knew about the things Lu Chen had done in the North Country. To avoid causing further panic among the common people, Lu Chen immediately issued some tax reduction policies, temporarily stabilizing them, and he did not immediately have people measure the land. The most important thing now was not the land policy, but to completely quell the civil unrest in Great Sum. Currently, there were mainly two rebellious forces in Great Sum. One was Zhao King, and the other was Prince Lu Yi. To be honest, Lu Chen did not want to see the soldiers of Great Sum kill each other and deplete Great Sum's strength, so he decided to resolve the problems from the top down. By directly dealing with Zhao King and Prince Lu Yi, the soldiers around them would naturally submit as well. Before moving against Prince Lu Yi and Zhao King, Lu Chen still decided to give them both a chance, so he immediately issued an announcement, vigorously proclaiming all the evil deeds of the demon sect, and he blamed the death of Sum Emperor entirely on the demon sect. In the announcement, Lu Chen appealed to all the forces of Great Sum to see the evil nature of the demon sect clearly, not to cooperate with the demon sect, and if they continued to collaborate with the demon sect and sought to split Great Sum, he would send troops to suppress the rebellion. Because newspapers existed, the announcement issued by Lu Chen quickly spread throughout Great Sum in a short time, and naturally, Zhao King and Prince Lu Yi also saw the announcement issued by Lu Chen. Within a certain city, Zhao King was in the courtyard, picking up the newspaper and repeatedly reading the announcement issued by Lu Chen, while his subordinates stood anxiously in front of him. The fact that Lu Chen had 4 celestials by his side had long been spread throughout the whole of Great Sum. After all, so many people had been on site when Lu Chen attacked the capital city. Once this news spread, it deterred all the forces in Great Sum that were restless. Previously, Great Sum did not have a single celestial, But now, suddenly 4 Celestials appeared beside the North Prince, and if they continued to oppose the North Prince, they probably only faced destruction. In recent times, some aristocratic families that had supported Zhao King began to distance themselves from him. Although the North Prince was not kind to the aristocratic families, he would not massacre the aristocratic families outright. At most, he would just take back the land ownership. If those aristocratic families continued to follow the rebels, they would likely lose not just their lands but their heads as well. Also because of this, Zhao Qing's power weakened significantly, losing a lot of supporters. Seeing Zhao Qing's gaze repeatedly returning to the newspaper in his hands, one of his subordinates couldn't help but ask, "Your Majesty, what should we do next?" The North Prince not only possesses such powerful weapons, but also has 4 Celestials standing on his side. No sooner had this subordinate finished speaking than another one followed up, saying, "Yes, Your Majesty, the announcement issued by the North Prince is clearly directed at us and Prince Lu Yi. If we do not submit to the court, the North Prince will probably treat us as forces colluding with the demon sect and exterminate us together." The subordinates of Zhao King were not fools. They could see that Zhao King's cause was clearly lost. The power of the North Prince was simply too strong. No, they could no longer call him the North Prince, but the new emperor. The new emperor had the support of 4 Celestials, and just because of this, their rebellion had no chance of success. Although they had never seen a real Celestial in action, in their view, a single Celestial could instantly destroy one of their armies. With the Celestials present, they had no chance of victory. Although Zhao King's subordinates did not say it outright, from their tone, Zhao King could hear that they had already entertained the idea of surrendering. To continue fighting, there was no doubt they would all be doomed. Just then, a soldier ran frantically into the courtyard saying, "Your Majesty, calamity has befallen us, Mu Changtian has arrived at the city outskirts with an army of 200,000. Upon hearing this, Zhao King's heart skipped a beat. They've arrived so quickly. This announcement had just been issued for a few days, and Mu Changtian had already mobilized his troops. At this moment, another soldier ran into the courtyard. "Your Majesty, the North Prince faction has sent a letter." As the words fell, that soldier handed the letter in his hand to Zhao King. Zhao King frowned, directly took the letter from the soldier's hand, then opened the envelope, took out the letter, and started to read it carefully. Lu Chen's meaning was very simple. Since Zhao King was his uncle, he would not make things too difficult for him. Provided that he was willing to lead his soldiers to surrender, he would not pursue any responsibility. However, from then on, he was never again to be involved in politics. Lu Chen did not plan to purge all members of the Lu imperial family. The royal family was still of some use to him. If all royal family members were gone, it would likely become impossible to keep a lid on outsiders in the future. Moreover, after Lu Chen examined the scroll in the secret chamber, he found that Zhao King had indeed always been one of the Sum Emperor's men. It seemed Zhao King had rebelled and was leading an uprising, but he was the first to eliminate other seigneurs, meaning no seigneurs were left in the south. The original plan of the Sum Emperor was to have Zhao King hand over the military power and voluntarily give up his fief after eliminating Lu Chen, and then there would be no more seigneurs in Great Sum. Unfortunately, the Sum Emperor encountered Lu Chen, and his plan failed. With the Sum Emperor's failure, Zhao King's position became quite awkward. Sum Emperor and Zhao King had only maintained contact in secret. Without the Sum Emperor, the Zhao King was an actual rebel. Therefore, Lu Chen decided to give Zhao King an opportunity to choose for himself. If Zhao King had thoughts of avenging the Sum Emperor, then Zhao King would be sent to accompany his late father. If Zhao King chose to surrender, then he would be detained in a location and have his fiefdom revoked, never again allowing him to interfere with politics. Zhao King looked at the letter in his hand and fell into deep thought. After a long while, he sighed. It seemed that the dream his elder brother, the emperor, had failed to achieve would now have to be fulfilled by Lu Chen. It was just uncertain whether Lu Chen was a pawn of some power. But now, it was not up to him to ponder over much. Regardless of whether the words in Lu Chen's letter were true or false, his only option was to surrender. With this in mind, Zhao King looked up at his subordinates and said, "The new emperor has sent a letter. He says as long as I willingly relinquish my military power and my fief, he will not hold past actions against me, and you will all remain soldiers of great sum. Upon hearing this, everyone in the courtyard fell silent, realizing that the new emperor's letter was undoubtedly an attempt to convince them to surrender. But whether the promises made in the letter would be kept was another matter. As a newly enthroned emperor, he would certainly not tolerate anyone who posed a threat to his rule. In other words, once Zhao King surrendered, it was very likely he would face retribution. Seeing his subordinates fall into silence, Zhao King continued, "You have followed me for decades, and you know that I am not so selfish as to drag you down with me. Since the tide has turned, I have decided to surrender. If the new emperor wishes to kill me, then so be it. You are soldiers of great sum, and I believe the new emperor will not purge you. He harbors great ambition and will want to unify the celestial realm in time. You will still have a chance to distinguish yourselves in battle." Hearing Zhao King's words, one of his subordinates stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, you must not do this. Once you truly surrender, the new emperor will surely go back on his word. You are now the most significant threat to his throne, how could he possibly spare you?" Zhao King replied, "There is no need for further discussion, my mind is made up. So be it. Those who wish to surrender with me, stay, those who do not, head south to join Prince Lu Yi." Since Prince Lu Yi chose to go south from the beginning, it shows that he is still not willing to let go and still has aspirations for that position. Now is the time when he needs people. If you go south to join him, he will surely value and utilize your service. The people in the courtyard exchanged glances, but in the end, no one stepped forward to say they would head south to follow Prince Lu Yi. They all knew very well that with the support of 4 Celestials, Lu Chen's imperial seat was secure. Even if they went south to follow Prince Lu Yi, it was unlikely they would end up with a good fate. Rather than that, it was better to surrender now with Zhao King, as he said. The new emperor aimed to unite the land under one rule. He would need them to conquer other dynasties in the future. They would be of use to him, so it's very possible he wouldn't purge them. Seeing that no one came forward, Zhao King continued, "Since you have all made your decision, follow me to the city gates." Thereafter, Zhao King stood up and led his subordinates to the city tower. At that moment, Mu Chengtian was already waiting outside the city. He did not order an attack, believing that Zhao King was no fool. After all this time, he should know how to choose. When he saw Zhao King appear on the city tower through his telescope, Mu Chengtian immediately shouted loudly, "Zhao King, have you made up your mind? The new emperor has been enthroned and has granted amnesty to the realm. You do not want to miss this opportunity. If there is no answer today, I will attack the city tomorrow." Zhao King glanced at the vast army of the North Country, then he turned to his soldiers and commanded, "Raise the white flag." The soldiers were stunned at these words, but they quickly understood and briskly hoisted the white flag. For those Zhao soldiers who had seen the weapons of North Country, they had no wish to fight. Hearing Zhao King's decision to surrender, they were incredibly thrilled, as this meant they no longer had to face the mysterious weapons of North Country. Ah no, there was no North Country anymore. The North Prince was the new emperor, and now they would be facing the court. Seeing the white flag raised on the tower, Mu Chengtian smiled faintly, but he did not immediately order his troops to advance until the city gate opened and Zhao King came out. Only then did Mu Chengtian truly believe that Zhao King had surrendered. Mu Chengtian then led the army to the city gates. After dismounting, he looked at Zhao King opposite him and said, "Zhao King, you have made the right choice." Zhao King chuckled and then said, "Whether it is the right choice remains to be seen. Who knows, upon my return to the capital city, the new emperor might reward me with a cup of poisoned wine." Mu Chengtian replied, "I don't know about poisoned wine, but as far as I know, the new emperor is not a man of bloodthirst. Even the family of Qi Prince is living well now. Not just Qi Prince, but also those princes of the capital city are all alive, and even the palace maids and consorts of the imperial palace were all released. The new emperor even abolished human sacrifice." Hearing Mu Chengtian's words, Zhao King still did not take it seriously and replied, "The new emperor has just taken the throne, isn't it expected of him to show some kindness?" After a while, perhaps not even half a year, those princes of the capital city will die one by one for various reasons. Mu Chengtian didn't continue to argue but said instead, whether His Majesty is that kind of person, after you meet him, I believe you will have your own judgment. At this point, Zhao King spoke up, let's not talk about me anymore. I'm now very curious about you. How did you survive back then? Mu Chengtian calmly replied, all thanks to His Majesty. Anticipating danger for the Mu family, he sent people to save us. If not for His Majesty, I probably would have died at the hands of the late Emperor's shadow guards long ago. Hearing Mu Chengtian's answer, Zhao King exclaimed with a sigh, it seems that everyone was blind to the truth in the past. Enough about that. I will go with you to the capital city right now, he said. Having made up his mind, Zhao King thought, if Lu Chen wants to kill, then kill. Just now, on his way to the city tower, he had already sent his trusted aides to flee through the east gate to inform his family of his surrender. If he doesn't write to them, it would mean he has encountered trouble in the capital city. By then, his family must immediately find a way to change their identity or find a place to hide. Seeing Zhao King's forthrightness, Mu Chengtian didn't delay any longer. After taking over Zhao King's hundreds of thousands of troops, he sent people to escort Zhao King to the capital city. Meanwhile, in a city in the south, Prince Lu Yi was also holding a newspaper, scanning the announcement issued by Lu Chen. Seeing the content that Lu Chen published, Prince Lu Yi's face turned incredibly grim. Although he had anticipated that Lu Chen would ascend to that position, he had not expected Lu Chen to actually receive the support of 4 Celestials. Those are Celestials. Within the forces following him, there wasn't a single Celestial. What now? Though they've created weapons similar to those used by the soldiers of the North Country, their power is significantly weaker, and most importantly, they lack the raw materials to manufacture these weapons. And Lu Chen has already issued his announcement. If he doesn't surrender, Lu Chen will certainly accuse him of conspiring with the demon sect and send a large army to besiege him. Wait a minute. Demon sect. Prince Lu Yi suddenly remembered something. He once heard from someone in the Taiyan divine sect that their sect hierarch was a being whose strength surpassed that of a celestial, but due to some reasons, the sect hierarch's power had not yet recovered. Thinking this, Prince Lu Yi mused that if he could re-establish contact with the Taiyan divine sect, perhaps he wasn't without a chance. But now, the crucial question was how to reconnect with the Taiyan divine sect. Previously, he had contacted them through the Shui family and Shui Linglong. However, that woman Shui Linglong had long since vanished without a trace. There had been news from the North Country a while ago claiming that when Shui Linglong came to see him, she was ambushed by bandits, and they were all killed. Prince Lu Yi naturally didn't believe that Shui Linglong was dead. After all, she was a member of the Taiyan divine sect. Even though he didn't know her status within the sect, the fact that the sect had sent an elder to accompany her proved that Shui Linglong had some use to the Taiyan divine sect. He didn't believe that the Taiyan divine sect would kill Shui Linglong or let her come to harm. With this in mind, Prince Lu Yi immediately instructed his men, start searching for the crown princess consort right away. Use any means necessary to find her. I want to see her alive, or see her corpse. Great Sum capital city. Imperial study room. It was already deep into the night, and the subtle flicker of candlelight filled the tranquil imperial study room, with only the sound of a steel pen scratching against paper. Lu Chen was attending to memorials when Bai Qingqing's voice erupted from outside the imperial study room, Your Majesty, the Zhao King seeks an audience. Lu Chen immediately responded, let him in. The Zhao King then entered the imperial study room and immediately knelt, saying, this guilty subject pays his respects to Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty, long live, long live. Lu Chen said indifferently, Uncle, please rise. Upon hearing these words, the Zhao King promptly stood up, thank you, Your Majesty. After the Zhao King rose, he noticed that Lu Chen was not looking at him but was still bent over, holding a steel pen produced in the North Country, continuing to work through the memorials. At that moment, Lu Chen said, Uncle, I am well aware of the secret trades you conducted with my father. That's why I have given you this opportunity. After all, you have indirectly resolved a great trouble for me. Even if the Sum Emperor did not deal with the seigneurs, the first thing Lu Chen planned to do upon his ascendancy to the throne was to handle the seigneurs within Great Sum's realm, rendering the Zhao King as having earned merit. Of course, Lu Chen would not reward him openly. The Zhao King promptly said, "This guilty subject does not deserve such praise." Lu Chen continued to work through the memorials, and while flipping through them, he swept a glance at the Zhao King with the corner of his eye, then followed with, "Uncle has made the right choice. If Uncle had not chosen to surrender in the end, it's likely that before your confidants could have returned to Zhao country, the brocade guard would have already brought your family members directly to the capital city." Hearing this, the Zhao King's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood the implication behind Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen was reminding him that he knew about the confidants he sent back to Zhao country as messengers. The thought made the Zhao King's forehead bead with sweat involuntarily. Originally, he had thought that if something happened to him and he failed to write home in time, he would tell his family to hide or leave great sum. But now it seemed Lu Chen had already placed his family members under surveillance in advance. If something were to happen to him in the capital city, his family would likely be unable to escape their fate. The Zhao King hastily said, "Thank you for your Majesty's mercy." Lu Chen then casually asked, "I wonder what place Uncle is fond of." The Zhao King understood Lu Chen's implication once again and immediately said, "This guilty subject enjoys the sea." Lu Chen said, "In that case, Uncle will head to Donghai County from now on. I have already sent someone to Zhao country. Aside from your land, your gold, silver, and treasures will also be sent to Donghai County. In the future, Uncle should not leave Donghai County unless there is something important." The Zhao King knelt down once again, promptly kowtowing to Lu Chen and saying, "Thank you for your Majesty's great grace." The Zhao King had thought that not only would Lu Chen confiscate his lands but would also take his gold and silver wealth. He did not expect that Lu Chen would only take back his lands. With this, even if he went to Donghai County, there would be no problems with his livelihood. Lu Chen continued, "Uncle must be tired from the journey. Go back and rest." Once more, the Zhao King thanked him, "Thank you for your Majesty's concern, this guilty subject takes his leave." The Zhao King then got up and left the imperial study room. Once the Zhao King had stepped out of the imperial study room, he realized his back was completely drenched. The Zhao King was somewhat shocked. From the aura that Lu Chen exuded, he was at least a grandmaster. Yet, there were grandmasters among his own subordinates, and the pressure they exerted on him was not as intense, suggesting that Lu Chen's level was likely above that of a grandmaster. So young, yet his strength was already so formidable. No wonder those four celestials had such high regard for Lu Chen, choosing to stand by his side. Perhaps under his leadership, Great Sum could become even stronger. It was just uncertain whether he would eventually settle accounts with the Zhao King's mansion. With this thought, the Zhao King could not help but sigh. Although Lu Chen did not seem to have any intention of settling accounts with the Zhao King's mansion, there was always the possibility of someone whispering in Lu Chen's ear. If one day Lu Chen suddenly felt the Zhao King's mansion was a threat, it was highly plausible that he would decide to eliminate them. The Zhao King felt a touch of melancholy as he turned his head towards the direction of the palace where the late emperor had lived, and couldn't help but think that if the Sum emperor had passed the position of crown prince to Lu Chen from the start, none of this would have happened. Unfortunately, there are not so many what-ifs in this world. With no further thought, the Zhao King walked straight towards the exit of the imperial palace. Zhao King had just left when the voice of Bai Qingqing came from outside the imperial study room again. "Your Majesty, Commander Qin requests an audience." Lu Chen replied indifferently, "Enter." Qin Yushan entered the imperial study room soon after. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Lu Chen, still without lifting his head, asked, "What's the matter?" Qin Yushan reported, "Upon seeing the decree you issued, Prince Lu Yi does not intend to surrender, and he harbors delusions of colluding with the Taiyin divine sect, hoping to use them to continue the rebellion. During this period, Prince Lu Yi has sent people searching everywhere for Lady Shui's whereabouts, trying to establish a connection with the Taiyin divine sect through Lady Shui." Since Lu Chen had not yet granted titles to his consorts, Qin Yushan still referred to Shui Linglong as Lady Shui. Upon hearing Qin Yushan's report, Lu Chen stopped writing and looked up at Qin Yushan to ask, "How is their manufacture of gunpowder coming along?" Qin Yushan answered, they have already created some weapons similar to firecrackers, which possess a certain lethality, but are not very powerful. Hearing this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment before saying, leave this matter to the Sunset Sword sect, you should speak to sect master Sha later. Lu Chen no longer had the inclination to continue this cat-and-mouse game with Lu Yi. Ever since the Sunset Sword sect in Taichu Divine Hall had joined him, Lu Chen considered himself above engaging in such conspiracy and trickery. Since Prince Lu Yi was unwilling to surrender and was even thinking about colluding with the Taiyin Divine Sect, he was an enemy of great sum, and there was no need for mercy towards an enemy. Originally, Lu Chen had no intention of killing Lu Yi. Through Shui Linglong, he learned that Lu Yi had long since become incapable of fathering children. Essentially, he was a eunuch. Lu Yi posed little threat to the throne, even as the Prince Lu Yi. A prince without heirs, what right did he have to vie for the throne? Therefore, Lu Chen initially bore no malice towards him. But if Lu Yi insisted on courting death, then there was nothing to be done. Yes, Your Majesty. Your subordinate takes his leave. As Qin Yushan's words fell, he turned and left the study. Lu Chen continued to deal with official documents for a while. After a long time, the voice of Bai Qingqing came from outside the study once more, but this time it was not about granting an audience. Your Majesty, it's late at night, time to rest. Since entering the capital city, Lu Chen had been busy until late every day. On one hand, he had to study the royal secrets left by the previous emperors, and on the other, he had to process a great number of memorials. His team was still in the North Country, and the current administrative efficiency of the Great Sum Court was quite worrisome, with work piling up on Lu Chen's desk. Upon hearing Bai Qingqing's cool voice, Lu Chen stood up from his seat, stretched, and walked out of the imperial study room. Bai Qingqing asked, Your Majesty, are you going to visit that lady's room? The imperial palace was large, and although Lu Chen had lived there since childhood, he was not as familiar with it as Bai Qingqing, the former deputy commander of the Shadow Guard. So, if Lu Chen wanted to visit a certain palace, Bai Qingqing might still need to guide him. Chen Wanrong and Shui Linglong had already moved into the harem ahead of others, and Lu Chen's other consorts would arrive in the capital city after some time. Lu Chen thought for a moment and then said, let's go to Shui Linglong's place, it's been some time since I've seen her. Bai Qingqing then said, yes. She then led Lu Chen to Linglong Palace, where Shui Linglong resided. Just as Lu Chen approached the entrance to Linglong Palace, he sensed voices coming from Shui Linglong's room. Now a pseudo-celestial, his perception was very strong, and he could hear even the faintest sounds. Master, please spare your servant. Master. Ah. Upon hearing this series of sounds, Lu Chen was taken aback. What was Shui Linglong doing? The sounds made him wonder if Shui Linglong was cheating on him. Using shadow shifting, Lu Chen arrived at the doorway of Shui Linglong's chamber. Without waiting for the maids to speak, he pushed open the door of the chamber. Seeing the scene before him, Lu Chen chuckled. This enchantress. When Lu Chen was still in the North Country, he gave each of his women a wooden doll in his likeness. The craftsmen of the North Prince Mansion were very skilled, and the carved dolls closely resembled him. At the time, Chu Yukin had even warned Lu Chen that giving away dolls could lead to some people using them to curse him. Lu Chen never saw anyone curse him using a doll in his likeness, but now he did see someone using a doll to do something bad. Seeing the door of the sleeping chambers suddenly flung open, Shui Linglong's soul nearly flew out in fright, and she hurriedly stuffed the doll in her hand under the covers. Since Lu Chen entered the capital city, he had been too busy to visit Shui Linglong, mainly because Linglong Palace was quite far from the imperial study room, and he slept in his own chambers. He occasionally visited Chen Wanrong, but most of the time, he simply slept while embracing Bai Qingqing, who was not only the maidservant attending to him but also his personal body pillow. This was Lu Chen's first time at Linglong Palace, and on his first visit here, he noticed Shui Linglong, that bewitching woman, using his doll to commit misdeeds. Lu Chen thought to himself that he should have known better than to let the craftsman make his doll so exquisitely, so smooth. At that moment, Lu Chen glared at Shui Linglong and scolded her, sorceress, you have quite the nerve, using my doll for such acts. Are you trying to suffocate me with the witchworm skill? On hearing this, Shui Linglong immediately panicked, quickly kneeling on the bed and saying, Your Majesty, I know I was wrong, I will never dare to do it again. Shui Linglong, with her delicate and exquisite figure, knelt on the bed, looking even more alluring. Although Shui Linglong's expression of fear was somewhat exaggerated, with an element of performance, she was indeed quite afraid inside. After all, using Lu Chen's doll in that way, in ancient times, entire families were often exterminated due to the witchworm skill. Those who practiced the witchworm skill used straw men, but she had used Lu Chen's doll, and such an exquisite one at that, highly resembling Lu Chen. No one knew if Lu Chen would be offended by such acts, and if he truly got angry, she might be tortured to death. Thinking of this, Shui Linglong's delicate body trembled slightly. Shui Linglong felt a small wave of emotions in her heart. This heartless man, since he entered the capital city, had been so busy every day, never once looking for her. And yet he came today of all days. Wasn't he very busy? What was he doing at Linglong Palace? And just today, when she used the doll to commit a bad act for the first time, he happened to walk in on her. At this time, Lu Chen snorted coldly, You know you were wrong. Would a sorceress like you recognize your own faults? We'll see how I deal with you tonight. With these words, Lu Chen's shadow-shifting technique brought him to the bedside in an instant. Before Shui Linglong could say anything further, she was pressed down by Lu Chen. Soon, the candlelight in Linglong Palace flickered, and Shui Linglong's voice could be heard continuously. Your Majesty. Master, I will never dare again. Ying. At this time, Bai Qingqing silently closed the door of Linglong Palace and then went to a side chamber to sit and rest. As the sky gradually brightened, Shui Linglong finally lost her strength, her entire being thoroughly wilted, leaving her at the mercy of Lu Chen's punishment. Seeing the first rays of sunlight from dawn shining through the window, Lu Chen realized it was already morning. Although he hadn't slept all night, Lu Chen felt refreshed. Since entering the capital city, he had been busy dealing with various matters every day and had hardly had the chance to release his suppressed emotions like this. Now a pseudo-celestial, not sleeping for one night would not cause any significant problems to his body. Lu Chen glanced at the enchantress beside him and then spoke, This time I will spare you, but if I see you using my effigy for filthy deeds again, I will punish you even more severely. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong not only refrained from pleading for mercy but instead responded wearily but stubbornly, I am but your Majesty's plaything, if it comes to it, just play me to death. With a chuckle, Lu Chen then said, It seems you aren't convinced, are you? Shui Linglong's body shook slightly as she hurriedly responded, I am convinced, utterly convinced. It is an honor to be played with by your Majesty. Lu Chen continued, In recent days, I received intelligence that my brother Yi, in order to forge ties with the Taiyan divine sect, is sending people everywhere to find you. Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong was startled, and she then turned to look at Lu Chen beside her, No wonder you thought of coming to me last night. How was it? Is another man's woman to your liking? Having been with Lu Chen for some time, Shui Linglong knew him well enough, this man loved playing identity games the most. Lu Chen must have come to her yesterday because he thought of Lu Yi looking for her, and his peculiar fondness was awakened, leading him to come over to deal with her. It just so happened that he caught her misusing his wooden doll, giving him an excuse to ravish her. On hearing Shui Linglong's words, Lu Chen raised her chin with his hand, gazing into her bewitching and captivating face, indeed, not bad. At that moment, Shui Linglong said, Daylight has broken, and your Majesty still has many affairs of state to manage, so I won't keep you. Lu Chen gazed into Shui Linglong's eyes and said, Are you trying to hasten my departure? With coquettish eyes glistening like silk, Shui Linglong said, How would this slave dare to send your Majesty away? I am merely worried about delaying your Majesty's handling of state affairs. If I were to cause any delay, what should I do if someone impeaches me for bringing disaster upon the nation? Lu Chen let go of Shui Linglong and said with a smile, You're a bewitching woman, shouldn't you be bringing disaster upon the nation? Shui Linglong responded, This slave indeed wishes to bring disaster upon the nation, but with so many stunning women in your Majesty's harem, it surely wouldn't be my turn to do so. At this point, Shui Linglong asked, "When does your majesty plan to bring the royal consorts to the capital city?" Hearing this question, Lu Chen pondered for a moment then said, "I do not plan to bring them over for now. The capital city is too backward. If they were to move here, they would find it hard to adapt to the life in the capital city." The North Prince Mansion in the North Country now had electricity, and with the presence of trains and various novel items, Mu Zixuan and the others had long since grown accustomed to life in the North Country. Having them come to the capital city, where even relieving themselves would require chamber pots and bathing meant using tubs, they would probably find it hard to adjust. Even Lu Chen himself was not accustomed to it, and he had begun to entertain the idea of relocating the capital. At this moment, Lu Chen released Shui Linglong's supple body and slowly sat up from the bed. "You rest well, I shall return tonight." Upon hearing this, Shui Linglong's delicate body trembled once more, and she hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, please bestow your favor evenly. I heard that Master Chen will be returning to the mysterious Moon Palace soon. It would be best if you visited her more often during this period." Lu Chen snorted coldly and then said to Shui Linglong, "Last night, you used a puppet to cast the witch worm skill on me, attempting to suffocate me. How could I possibly let you off so easily?" At these words, Shui Linglong's cheeks immediately flushed red, and she quickly said, "Your Majesty, this slave knows nothing of the witch worm skill, and that puppet was a gift from you. Since your Majesty gave it to this slave, surely it's all right for this slave to use it." Lu Chen said, "Sorceress, spare me those words. For the next 7 days, you are to wash thoroughly and wait for me in bed every night." Thissa. Shui Linglong immediately felt a faint pain in her stomach. This despicable man, ever since becoming emperor, has grown ever more fierce. If he's going to relocate the capital, he should do it quickly. If they returned to Yan County soon, she could catch her breath. As long as they returned to Yan County, his attention wouldn't be focused on her anymore. Shui Linglong pretended to be pitiful and said, "This slave understands." Lu Chen laughed with a humph and then said, "Acting pitiful is useless. Unless you are with child with my progeny, I shall certainly frequent your chambers." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Shui Linglong instantly understood his intent. This despicable man was intent on impregnating her. Lu Chen said nothing further and got up. Shui Linglong quickly followed suit, enduring her discomfort to help Lu Chen get dressed. After getting dressed, Lu Chen left Linglong Palace directly. Watching his receding figure, Shui Linglong hastily circulated her energy and chuckled softly, murmuring to herself, "Dream on if you think you can impregnate me." As she spoke, Shui Linglong exercised her energy to expel the impurities from her body. Although Shui Linglong had resigned herself to slavery, she only enjoyed being tormented by Lu Chen. She had no desire to bear children for this breeding bull. In the following days, Lu Chen indeed visited Linglong Palace every day. Shui Linglong felt completely disoriented, as if her body was no longer her own. Latterly, Shui Linglong wised up and at night went to the sleeping chamber where Chen Wanrong resided. With Chen Wanrong's assistance, Shui Linglong finally escaped her plight. 1 month later, most matters of the capital city had been settled. The Sum Emperor had been entombed, and though the Sum Emperor's body was gone, a ceremonial coffin was still necessary. With the passing of the Sum Emperor, Lu Chen officially ascended to the throne, and Great Sum welcomed the new emperor's first session of court politics. Xuanzheng Hall. Today, Xuanzheng Hall was silent as an echoless chamber. The officials of Great Sum awaited Lu Chen's arrival in subdued anticipation. Even though Lu Chen had shown great magnanimity during the past month and had not pursued accounts with them, it was only because the Sum Emperor had not yet been interred. Now that the Sum Emperor had been interred prematurely and Lu Chen had officially ascended to the throne, whether he would address certain officials was yet to be seen. Just then, a woman's voice rang in the hall, "The Emperor arrives." Hearing a woman's voice, the court officials were taken aback. Women had never before appeared in the imperial court. Now, on Lu Chen's first day of court governance, a woman had entered the Xuanzheng Hall, which seemed somewhat inappropriate. Soon after, Lu Chen, dressed in a golden yellow dragon robe, slowly made his way to the dragon throne within the Great Hall. Situ Ce immediately led all the civil and military officials to kneel down. Long live our emperor, long live, long live. In an indifferent voice, Lu Chen said, rise. Thank you, your majesty. Bai Qingqing then announced, those who have matters present them, those who do not may leave the court. No sooner had the words been spoken than a minister from the Ministry of Rites could hold back no longer and stepped forward to say, Your Majesty, historically, no woman has ever set foot in the imperial court. Before the minister from the Ministry of Rites could finish, Lu Chen interrupted, I have decided, henceforth, to abolish the eunuch system. Hearing this, the Minister of Rites hurriedly said, Your Majesty, that must not be done. If the eunuch system is abolished, what shall be done if thieves harm the harem? Lu Chen replied, When great ancestor founded the great Shah dynasty, there were no eunuchs. Why weren't there incidents of people causing chaos in the harem then? Since ancient times, those who have caused chaos in the harem were mostly from the imperial guard. Does your majesty intend to make all those guards into eunuchs? Thissa. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the ministers were momentarily stunned. However, some ministers quickly realized that without eunuchs and the castrated faction, wouldn't the new emperor naturally lack a faction of power by his side? For the civil officials, this was an excellent matter. At that moment, the Minister of Revenue quickly stood up and said, This minister supports His Majesty's decision, artificially creating eunuchs is indeed against heaven and nature. After the Minister of Revenue spoke, Lin Gaoyuan also said, This minister also supports His Majesty's decision. What eunuchs can do, women can do as well, so there truly is no need to create more eunuchs. This is the martial arts world, where many women have trained in martial arts. Their physical abilities are very strong, and those eunuchs in the imperial palace might not be more formidable than these martially trained women. Moreover, controlling a woman's menstrual cycle is also not a difficult task in this world, so it's indeed feasible for the imperial palace to be staffed with women and male members of the imperial guard without needing eunuchs. At this point, Lu Chen continued, Fine, let's settle this matter as such. This is a minor issue and we should not waste too much time on it. Thissa. When the officials heard Lu Chen say this was a minor issue, they were immediately unsettled. Abolishing the ancient system of eunuchs was deemed a minor matter by Lu China. What then would he consider a major issue? Lu Chen continued, I plan to relocate the capital to Yan County. What are my beloved subjects' opinions on this? With those words, it was as if a bomb had exploded, sending the entire court into a frenzy. The new emperor actually plans to relocate the capital. How could this be allowed? Since great ancestor, their capital had been Haria, how could they just relocate the capital? The entire court began murmuring to each other, turning the grand hall into a marketplace. At this point, Lin Gaoyuan again stood up, this minister supports His Majesty's decision. Upon hearing Lin Gaoyuan's statement, the people were stunned. What? Lin Gaoyuan actually agrees with the new emperor's decision to relocate the capital. The Lin family had been in the capital city for who knows how many generations, wasn't he considering his own family's situation? What was Lin Gaoyuan thinking? Could it be that Lin Gaoyuan feared retribution from Lu Chen for being a minister of the previous emperor and thus was eagerly supporting the new emperor's call to relocate the capital? At this point, the Minister of Rites stood out and said, Your Majesty, since great ancestor, the capital city has always been the capital. To relocate now would be a grand act of filial impiety. For the royal family, the capital city was the land of their ancestors. The fact that Lu Chen sought to forsake the ancestral land upon his ascension was a great disrespect to his forebears. As soon as the Minister of Rites finished speaking, many stubborn conservatives stood up, opposing the relocation. Lu Chen had anticipated the opposition, and after the hall quieted down somewhat from the commotion, he spoke up, What I mean by relocating the capital is not to move everything from the capital city to Yan County. I simply plan to establish another capital in Yan County and set up an additional court there. Those willing to accompany me to Yan County, follow me, those who do not wish to go, may stay in the capital city. Hearing this, the Minister of Revenue said, Your Majesty, this could lead to the phenomenon of excessive officials. 2 sets of government officials, and double the official positions. Wouldn't this mean that the salaries for these officials would effectively double? Lu Chen replied, To me, the current number of officials is far from excessive. In the future, I will need even more ministers to manage my realm for me. Hearing Lu Chen speak in such a manner, the civil and martial officials of the court instantly perceived Lu Chen's ambition. If Lu Chen truly intended to unify the land and subdue the other great dynasties, then the current number of officials would indeed be insufficient for governing the wider realm. Seeing the court officials fall silent, Lu Chen said, I give you all 1 month to think it over. I will send a great scholar to the capital city. Those who wish to accompany me northward shall come with me, and those who prefer not to, shall remain in the capital city to assist the great scholar with state affairs. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the officials looked at one another uneasily. There had never before been two different courts. Two courts could signify division, and what if the officials who stayed in the capital city harbored thoughts of collusion with a prince to invoke a split? The audacity of the new emperor was too great. Lu Chen naturally had considered the possibility of division by establishing two courts, but for him, establishing dual courts was merely a temporary transition. Once the transition period ended, the court in the capital city would definitely be gradually disbanded, and he would dispatch his most trusted officials to the capital city, as well as station his most trusted troops there. Of course, the most critical point was that he would also bring his brothers and sisters to Yan County. He would not leave those princes behind in the capital city. By then, the officials remaining in the capital city wouldn't have any significant matters to attend to. They would effectively be in the capital city to retire and guard the Lu family's ancestral tombs. Seeing that the ministers in the court had ceased further discussion, Lu Chen knew they must have accepted his proposal, so he continued, after the relocation of the capital, it may be possible to relocate back to the capital city in the future. Once I have completed the tasks at hand, I plan to build a new capital city. If my ministers have no other opinions, feel free to express them now, he added. At this moment, Satu-Ce stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, this official has heard that the North Country possesses something known as a fire train, which can not only travel 1,000 miles in a day but also doesn't need to stop and rest. Is this true? Lu Chen replied, Indeed, it exists. Once you all arrive at Anping City, you'll be able to take the fire train northwards. From Anping City to Yan County will take only a day or two. Satu-Ce said, this official suggests that after the relocation, we construct a railway track from Yan County to the capital city. That way, in the future, it will be more convenient for the citizens of the capital city who wish to travel north and for those in Yan County who wish to travel south. Lu Chen said, when I was in Qi country, I had already ordered the laying of rails. Within a year, the fire train should be able to reach the capital city. Satu-Ce declared, Your Majesty is wise. With the fire train as a means of transportation, the future travel time from Yan County to the capital city would be greatly reduced. In this way, even if the capital was relocated to Yan County, Lu Chen could still firmly control the power in the capital city. Seeing that no one else spoke up, Lu Chen then said, If no one else has any other opinions, let us settle the matter of relocation. After today's court session, each of you should write a memorial, outlining your thoughts on the relocation, as well as whether you are willing to accompany me north in your memorials. I can assure you all here that whether you accompany me north lies entirely in your personal will. I will not make things difficult for you. Even if you do not go north and stay in the capital city, I will still arrange some matters for you to handle. Upon hearing Lu Chen's assurance, the ministers uniformly exclaimed, His Majesty is sagacious. Lu Chen actually intended to keep those of the conservative faction in the capital city. These conservatives were not easy to kill. If an emperor killed indiscriminately, others would not trust you in the future. Even if Lu Chen had absolute martial power, he would not act recklessly, as an emperor had to properly balance benevolence and authority. However, Lu Chen was a man set on achieving great things, and if he brought the conservative faction north, it would be difficult to implement some policies in the future. His team had to consist of officials with drive. In this relocation, those who remained were sure to be mostly conservative officials, which was perfect for leaving these sly old foxes behind to guard the ancestral tombs. At this point, Lu Chen asked, I have finished stating my affairs. Do my ministers have anything else to discuss? As Lu Chen's words fell, a minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, most of the princes have come of age and it's time for them to be granted their fiefs." Upon hearing this, the ministers tensed up inside. Although they all knew that fiefs may no longer be granted, they still wanted to test Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen glanced at the several princes standing in the grand hall and chuckled to himself. He could tell they were still harboring delusions of escaping his control to enjoy unfettered freedom. But he would not give them that opportunity. Lu Chen then said, "You have reminded me of something, and I had almost forgotten there is still one more matter." Effective immediately, Great Sum abolishes the feudal system and fully adopts the county system, hereafter maintaining noble titles only for the privileges of gold and silver. As this statement was made, the great hall instantly fell silent, and the fists of the several princes standing beside the ministers clenched in an instant, for they knew Lu Chen was going to proceed in this way. At that moment, a conservative minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, it must not be done. The feudal enfeoffment system is a time-honored tradition, how can it be abolished just like that?" Lu Chen immediately replied, "I already have 10 children this year, but I am only in my 20s, plus I can live 1,000 years at the very least. By that calculation, when I pass away, I would have either 1,000 or 800 offspring. If my children have children, and their children have children, does that mean everyone should be made a prince? If everyone were to be made a prince, in less than 1,000 years, Great Shah would have tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of princes. I fear that we could not even accommodate them all, even if we included the lands of the major empires." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the court ministers were speechless, and they couldn't help but wonder, could the new emperor be so fertile? Isn't he already of a strength above that of a Grand Master? Generally speaking, the higher one's martial arts realm, the more difficult it is to have offspring. And the more one practices martial arts, the more one must abstain from sensual pleasures, so how does the new emperor have 10 children already this year? Lu Chen continued, "The great ancestor implemented the feudal enfeoffment system out of necessity, as he was unable to control all the lands of Great Shah and had to assign princes to govern them. But times have changed. Now Great Shah doesn't need any seigneurs. I am perfectly capable of managing all the lands. If one day Great Shah expands to the extent that even I can't manage it, then I would consider feudal enfeoffment." Lu Chen's words carried a tremendous weight. He was essentially telling the entire court that he intended to wipe out other empires and expand the territory of Great Shah. With Lu Chen having said so much, no minister dared to say anything further. They all understood that the abolition of the feudal enfeoffment system was inevitable, and from now on, the lives of the emperor's principled princes and grandsons would probably become more difficult. At this moment, Lu Chen scanned the people in the great hall and then said, "Let this matter be settled. My beloved subjects, do you have any other matters?" Then another minister stood up to discuss the affairs of Prince Lu Yi. After the matters of Prince Lu Yi were discussed, the ministers brought up many other issues. After all, this was Lu Chen's first court meeting, and it was natural that many matters had accumulated over time. However, many of these issues actually didn't require his attention, but the ministers insisted on reporting them. Lu Chen was thinking that he should promptly relocate the capital to Yan County and leave all these matters to Zhuge Zongguang to deal with. Lu Chen's first court meeting took an entire day, and the ministers even had their lunch in Xuanzheng Hall. Lu Chen felt the substantial burden of being emperor. Although wielding immense power and able to have whatever he desired, there were indeed countless matters to attend to. Lu Chen suddenly had the urge to become a negligent ruler and abandon all responsibilities. Being emperor was too exhausting. In the evening, after the court was dismissed, Lu Chen felt exceptionally weary. He was about to return to his sleeping quarters when a palace maid approached him and said, "This servant greets your majesty." Lu Chen recognized at a glance that this maid was from the Snowstorm Palace and promptly asked, "What is it?" The maid replied, "Madam Chen said she is about to return to Mysterious Moon Palace." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen paused for a moment and then stated, "I am aware." Afterward, Lu Chen proceeded to visit Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong stayed originally to represent the Mysterious Moon Palace at Lu Chen's enthronement ceremony, but now that Lu Chen has ascended to the throne, it's time for her to return to the Mysterious Moon Palace, where a pile of affairs await her attention. It was natural for Chen Wanrong to find it hard to part with Lu Chen. Having spent so much time with him, she had a clear understanding of the kind of person he was. Though Lu Chen had a fondness for beauty, he had a very specific objective behind Ida to have his wives and concubines bear his children. Of course, this wasn't to say that he treated his wives and concubines merely as tools for procreation. Lu Chen was very good to his women, even to the demon sect sorceress Shui Linglong. Although he was quite fierce with Shui Linglong in bed, once it was over, Lu Chen would show his care for her. In the past, Chen Wanrong thought that something must have influenced her to develop feelings for Lu Chen, but now she genuinely believed that she had fallen in love with this little scoundrel. As for Lu Chen's penchant for the opposite sex, Chen Wanrong had managed to completely overlook it. In fact, in her eyes, it was no longer a flaw, since she knew she couldn't monopolize Lu Chen. Now that her vengeance was fulfilled and restoring her homeland had become a hopeless dream, the only pillar of support she had left was this scoundrel, Lu Chen. The thought of having to leave Lu Chen soon and not being able to see this scoundrel for a long time caused Chen Wanrong to sigh softly. As Chen Wanrong sighed, the palace door opened and Lu Chen appeared at the doorway, smiling as he said, "Darling, are you sighing because you can't bear to leave me?" As the words left his mouth, he surveyed Chen Wanrong. Chen Wanrong was dressed in a cyan palace outfit, the sheer fabric clinging to her exquisite figure, highlighting her curvaceous shape. Her hair was coiled up, her alabaster neck revealed, and she exuded a noble aura. Chen Wanrong looked even more like a princess of a nation now. Seeing this scoundrel, Lu Chen, arrive, Chen Wanrong said emotionlessly, "Your Majesty is now the emperor, why do you still refer to yourself in such a personal manner?" In this era of strict social hierarchy, titles were of great importance, as they denoted one's rank. With shadow shifting, Lu Chen instantly moved to Chen Wanrong's side and hugged her tender body without hesitation, whispering in her ear, "I have said, outside, I am the sovereign, but in my harem, before my women, I am merely your darling. If I were to be so distant with my darling, wouldn't I be a man all alone? I have no wish to be a solitary figure." Hearing Lu Chen's words, the corners of Chen Wanrong's mouth lifted unconsciously. One reason she liked this man was just that. Even though he possessed supreme power, he remained sincere to his women. There are some who drastically change their personalities once they acquire power, turning into people completely alien to those who knew them before. Although Chen Wanrong didn't know if Lu Chen would change in the future, at least for now, he hadn't. It was at this moment that Chen Wanrong felt Lu Chen's hand on her buttocks, starting to cause mischief. From the day she met him until now, this scoundrel hadn't changed a bit. Then Lu Chen asked, "Rongrong, do you really plan to go back?" Chen Wanrong replied, "Master has sent word that there are many matters at the mysterious Moon Palace waiting for me to handle on my return." At that time, Lu Chen's other hand was on Chen Wanrong's waistband, untying it while saying, "Didn't she go back? Why must you be the one to handle things? Who knows when you'll come down the mountain after you go back this time?" Backquote, backquote, backquote. Chen Wanrong immediately said, "Next year." Upon hearing these words, Lu Chen gazed into Chen Wanrong's phoenix eyes. Her eyelashes were curved, her eyes clear, but they also appeared extremely gentle. Chen Wanrong continued, "After dealing with the internal affairs of the mysterious Moon Palace, I will come down the mountain to find you next year." Hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled and said, "It's rare, you know, to hear such proactive words from your lips. My lady has finally seen the light." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Chen Wanrong's expression instantly turned cold again. Then she said, "My coming to find you is merely for cultivation, don't overthink it." At that moment, Lu Chen laid Chen Wanrong down on the bed, her beautiful hair instantly spreading out on the bed. Her belt had already come undone, revealing the white undergarment inside. Looking down at her from above, Lu Chen said, "My darling, we have already consummated our marriage countless times, yet you're still so reserved." Chen Wanrong lay on the bed, simply staring into Lu Chen's eyes, without any avoidance in her gaze or change in her expression, just looking at him. While Lu Chen continued to make his moves, Chen Wanrong suddenly let out a soft, from her lips. Hearing this sound, the corners of Lu Chen's mouth lifted slightly. Then Lu Chen leaned down and whispered in her ear, Fairy, how about we try a bit harder tonight to have my child? That way, your master may allow you to stay by my side for a longer time. Hearing the deep sound of Lu Chen's voice, a blush spread across Chen Wanrong's icy cheeks, yet she still replied in a calm tone, it's not so easy for a martial artist to become pregnant. Lu Chen raised his head slightly and once again gazed at Chen Wanrong's beauty that could topple kingdoms and states. At that moment, Lu Chen's heart became restless. Just as Lu Chen was about to take liberties, Chen Wanrong spoke again, will the emperor change because he has gained power? At this question, Lu Chen was taken aback. He hadn't expected Chen Wanrong to ask such a thing. After regaining his composure, Lu Chen replied, that's hard to say, the future is unpredictable. Hearing Lu Chen's response, Chen Wanrong's face showed no change, but there was a faint sense of loss in her heart. She knew that people do change, like how she was a lively and cheerful girl when she was young, until her kingdom was destroyed. After that, she became silent and increasingly cold, until she met this bad man. Although she knew people change, Chen Wanrong still wanted some assurances from Lu Chen, if only for some peace of mind. At this moment, Lu Chen continued, but one thing you can rest assured of, even if my personality changes, my feelings towards you will not. I will always like you, like the fragrance you carry, like your beauty that outshines the fish and eclipses the geese, like your cool and noble temperament, like the sounds you make when we make love. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chen Wanrong's heart trembled slightly, but she quickly reacted with a cold response, smooth talker. Lu Chen smiled and said, whether I'm a smooth talker or not, we'll know in 100 years, or maybe 1,000 years. Chen Wanrong gazed into Lu Chen's eyes and continued to ask, you must have said this to all your wives and concubines, right? Lu Chen replied, so far, I have said it only to you. Chen Wanrong said, now that I am your woman and cannot leave you, there's really no need for you to sweet-talk me. Upon hearing Chen Wanrong's words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said, how can this be considered sweet nothings? What I'm saying is from the bottom of my heart. At this time, Chen Wanrong no longer spoke, she just quietly gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face. Suddenly the bedroom was enveloped in an immense silence, as the two of them just looked at each other. After a while, Chen Wanrong took the lead and asked, I'm returning tomorrow, does your majesty not intend to do something to me? Upon hearing this, Lu Chen, like a wolf given permission to feast, leaned down and sealed Chen Wanrong's soft red lips with his own. After Chen Wanrong made a couple of muffled sounds, she surrendered herself completely to Lu Chen, letting him have his way with her. Feeling Lu Chen's fervent desire for her body, Chen Wanrong couldn't help but feel an immense warmth in her heart. The sweet nothings he had just spoken also played a big role. Chen Wanrong of course knew that Lu Chen must have said the same, or similar things to his other concubines, but her heart still felt very happy. She didn't know what the future held, but at the very least, the man before her couldn't resist her body now, she just needed to seize the present. Linglong Palace. Shui Linglong, realizing that the sky had darkened, thought that Lu Chen would likely come to her tonight, as the man had been in the Xuanzheng Hall all day dealing with various state affairs, he probably needed to release the pent-up energy now. No, she must hurry to find Chen Wanrong, to spare herself tonight's ordeal. With that thought, Shui Linglong directly headed for the Snowstorm Palace, but as soon as she entered, she faintly heard the voices of Chen Wanrong and that dog of a man. Darling. Fairy, you'll never escape the palm of my hand in this lifetime, I must make sure you conceive tonight. Your Majesty, not like this. My good Rongrong. Good big brother. Hearing the dialogue between the two, Shui Linglong first froze in shock, then internally rejoiced. She hadn't expected the guy to have already gone to Chen Wanrong. Immediately turning around, Shui Linglong hurriedly sped up her pace to leave Snowstorm Palace, to avoid being detected by Lu Chen and then being dragged into it as well. Soon Shui Linglong returned to Linglong Palace, feeling fortunate to have escaped tonight's disaster, unaware that Chen Wanrong was leaving the capital city for Mysterious Moon Palace tomorrow. Once Chen Wanrong returned to the Mysterious Moon Palace, only she and Bai Qingqing would remain by Lu Chen's side. Her dark days were about to begin. At dawn, a ray of sunlight crept over the windowsill, pouring into the room and illuminating their translucent bodies. Feeling the warm sunlight, Lu Chen and Chen Wanrong realized that day had broken. Lu Chen didn't continue his mischief, he slowly got up, propped his hands on either side of Chen Wanrong's head, and gazed at her. Chen Wanrong's hair was disheveled, beads of sweat on her forehead dampened her hair, her face flushed with a rosy glow. Lu Chen let out a soft sigh. Seeing Lu Chen sigh, Chen Wanrong asked with confusion, "Why does your majesty sigh?" Lu Chen didn't immediately respond to Chen Wanrong's question. He opened the system interface once again and glanced at it, but the interface still showed no notification. After trying hard all night, Chen Wanrong had not conceived. Lu Chen then said, "Unfortunately, I still couldn't make you pregnant with my child." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong said softly, "Does your majesty really wish for me to bear your children that much?" Lu Chen replied, "Naturally." Chen Wanrong said, "Your majesty has already entered the unity realm, and we will have many days together in the future. Why must you be in such a hurry?" Lu Chen replied, "That is true." As he spoke, Lu Chen brushed aside the wisps of hair by Chen Wanrong's temples and then said, "Next time you return, I will grant you the status of a noble concubine." "How does that sound?" Chen Wanrong answered, "Titles mean nothing to me." Lu Chen said, "Still, the titles that should be given must be offered." At that point, Lu Chen leaned down, kissing Chen Wanrong's red lips. After they kissed for a while, they parted reluctantly. Looking into Chen Wanrong's eyes, Lu Chen said, "Rongrong, your body is truly beautiful, like a piece of art. I wish you could stay by my side forever so that I could admire your beautiful form every day." Hearing this, Chen Wanrong's cheeks, already flushed with crimson, turned even redder. Chen Wanrong was well aware of Lu Chen's deep affection for her body, but in her eyes, what they did was ultimately not of any serious matter. After calming the emotions in her heart, Chen Wanrong said, "Your Majesty, dawn has broken, it's time for me to return." Although Lu Chen was reluctant to let her go, he eventually got up slowly. "You promised to come find me next year, don't forget. If you don't come down the mountain by then, I will come up to seek you myself, and you won't be able to get out of bed for 10 days to half a month." Facing Lu Chen's threat, Chen Wanrong kept a calm expression. "I have said I will come, and I certainly will, even if my master tries to stop me. I will find a way to see you anyway." Lu Chen lifted his hand, caressing Chen Wanrong's jade cheek. Bathed in sunlight, her form radiated a holy glow, making it hard for Lu Chen to let her go. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed to recall something and then said, "Before you go, call me, darling, again." Chen Wanrong normally would not call him, darling, when sober, only letting it slip uncontrollably during their illicit moments. Upon hearing Lu Chen's request, Chen Wanrong hesitated for a moment, but eventually murmured softly, "Darling." Seeing the ice beauty's shy demeanor, Lu Chen lost his restraint once more. He rolled over and captured Chen Wanrong's red lips again. The pair continued their mischief for an unknown duration. Yet, in the end, Lu Chen let Chen Wanrong leave. After Chen Wanrong's departure, Lu Chen refocused on government affairs in the following days. There was much to do for the capital relocation, and with Zhuge Zongguang not in the capital city, everything required Lu Chen's direct attention, keeping him very busy. Meanwhile, in the southern region of Great Sun, Bingnan City. After occupying Bingnan City, the Taiyan divine sect made it their stronghold. In the city lord's mansion, there was a vast blood pool with a red orb in the middle, continuously absorbing the blood from within the pool. At this moment, an elder approached the city lord's mansion. Sect Hierarch, we have learned that the former Crown Prince Lu Yi is actively searching for Shui Linglong, seeking to establish a connection with our sect through her. Hearing this, the blood orb in the pool immediately responded. Send someone to connect with him proactively. It just so happens I need a pawn. Yes, Sect Hierarch. I take my leave. Soon, the elder left the city lord's mansion. After the elder's departure, the leader of the Taiyan sect murmured to himself, I did not expect Lu Chen to have 4 celestials by his side. It will be difficult to approach him. When Lu Chen entered the capital city and became the new empress, the news of the 4 celestials around him reached the ears of the leader of the Taiyan sect, for many had witnessed the scene on the day the city was seized. It could not be concealed. Knowing the presence of the four celestials by Lu Chen's side, the Taiyan sect hierarch became even more certain of Lu Chen's identity. However, he found himself in a dilemma with four celestials protecting Lu Chen. It became difficult for them to target Lu Chen directly. Although in his view celestials were insignificant, his power had not yet fully recovered, and he was not capable of facing four celestials at once. He would have to bide his time. Southern City. Today, the sun shone brightly, and Lu Yi led his troops toward the military camp outside the city. Lu Yi had heard that those fake Taoist priests had once again improved the gunpowder formula, making the Thunderous exploding with even greater force. He wanted to personally test it. Soon, Lu Yi arrived at the military camp beyond the city, nestled within a forest and extremely quiet. Upon seeing Lu Yi's arrival, the fake Taoist priests immediately sought to take credit, and then promptly had their improved, Thunderous, brought forward. Lu Yi glanced at the improved Thunderous, which were still gunpowder-filled pottery jars with long fuses, showing almost no difference from the original ones they had crafted. The only difference seemed to be the size of these pottery jars, which were at least 5 times larger than the Thunderous they had made previously. Seeing these pottery jars, Lu Yi's face darkened instantly, and then he said, "Why are you still using pottery jars?" Noticing the displeasure on Lu Yi's face, a fake Taoist priest quickly stepped forward and said, "Crown Prince, please do not be angry. Although we are still using pottery jars, the potency has increased immensely. You'll know once you try. Besides, we are just testing the power of the Thunderous right now. We will use iron jars in a few days." Hearing the fake Taoist priest's response, Lu Yi's expression softened somewhat. He then picked up one of the pottery jars and said, "Bring a light." In the next moment, a fake Taoist priest hastily handed over a lighter, and Lu Yi lit the fuse of the jar and threw it towards the distant forest. The fuse of the pottery jar was rather short, and combined with Lu Yi's considerable strength, the throw was quite high and far. The jar exploded before it even hit the ground. After the explosion, the nearby leaves were instantly blasted away, and countless shards of pottery flew into the surrounding tree trunks. The power was there, and indeed, it was much greater than the initial Thunderous they had tested. But whether it was an issue with the gunpowder, that was uncertain. After all, the pottery jar had increased significantly in size, and the amount of gunpowder had also increased a lot. It was at this moment that Lu Yi said, "Bring over some livestock." Upon hearing Lu Yi's command, the soldiers quickly led the cattle and sheep that had been prepared to the site of the previous explosion. Then Lu Yi picked up another pottery jar, lit it, and threw it over. Following the loud boom of the explosion, the cattle and sheep at the epicenter immediately fell and did not rise again. However, although the explosion caused some fatalities, the bodies of the cattle and sheep were not torn to pieces. Their Thunderous was vastly inferior to the cannons made by the North Country. But regardless of the current potency of the Thunderous, they had, to some extent, acquired firepower similar to that of the North Country, which gave Lu Yi a glimmer of hope. Lu Yi looked at the cattle and sheep that had been maimed or killed, his gaze becoming unwaveringly firm. All that belonged to him, he would eventually take back. Just then, a soldier rushed to Lu Yi's side. "Your Highness, something's wrong. A group of people has suddenly appeared in the forest." Hearing the soldier's report, Lu Yi said, "Who are they? Just kill them." This was their military camp. After all, not a place just anyone could enter. Those daring to intrude upon their military zone must be eliminated, no matter who they might be. The soldier spoke anxiously, "Your Highness, our men are no match for those people. Among them is a Grand Master." Lu Yi frowned, about to say more when suddenly a voice came from above. "Crown Prince, such fiery temper. You do not distinguish whether the comers are friends or foes, yet you order to kill." Hearing this voice, the soldiers immediately tensed up, quickly forming a protective circle around Lu Yi. A general shouted, "Who's there? Come out." As his words fell, a gust of wind blew, the leaves rustling loudly. Then, more than a dozen black-robed, masked figures descended from the sky, appearing before Lu Yi and his men. Sensing the momentum of these new arrivals, a general by Lu Yi's side hastily cried out, "Protect His Highness." More and more soldiers subsequently rushed out of the military camp, surrounding the dozen or so figures in black robes. At this time, the leader of the black-robed figures said with a smile, "Your Highness need not be tense, we are not your enemies." Hearing this, Lu Yi's face darkened as he coldly said, "Uninvited guests are hard to be trusted with good intentions." Wei Firen said with a smile, "I have not come uninvited, Your Highness. Haven't you been looking for us all this time? Once our sect hierarch learned that Your Highness was seeking us, he immediately dispatched me to meet with Your Highness." Lu Yi was shocked by Wei Firen's words. When had he ever sought these people? Wait a moment. Lu Yi seemed to realize something, and then asked, "Are you from the Taiyin Divine Sect?" Wei Firen replied, "Let me introduce myself. I am Wei Firen, the fifth elder of the Taiyin Divine Sect." After receiving Wei Firen's affirmative response, Lu Yi was taken aback once more. He had not expected these people to actually be from the Taiyin Divine Sect. Initially he was frustrated for not being able to find the Taiyin Divine Sect, unable to find a powerful backer, but now, that very backer had approached him on their own. Lu Yi then said, "How can you prove your identities?" Hearing this, Wei Firen let out a cold laugh and then said, "We do not need to prove our identities. Your Highness is free to cooperate with us or not, we will not force you. After all, it is you who need us, not the other way around." Lu Yi's expression grew uglier, as Wei Firen's words indeed rang true. He desperately needed a force capable of contending with Celestials. At this time, Wei Firen said, "Your Highness, rest assured that as long as you cooperate with the Taiyin Divine Sect, you will surely reclaim what belongs to you. Our sect hierarch has already awakened and will regain his strength before long. To our sect hierarch, Celestials are insignificant." Lu Yi looked at Wei Firen skeptically. While he knew that the demon sects were formidable, especially the Taiyin Divine Sect's strength, suggesting that Celestials were nothing seemed overly arrogant. Lu Yi said, "Very well, I am willing to cooperate with you." Wei Firen said with a smile, "Your Highness has made the right choice." At this moment, Lu Yi asked, "What level of power did your sect hierarch originally possess?" Wei Firen answered, "Above Celestials." Hearing Wei Firen's reply, Lu Yi was taken aback. Above Celestials. That's strong. If that were the case, wouldn't they be invincible by now? Then why would the Taiyin Divine Sect still be hiding in the shadows? Wei Firen seemed to perceive Lu Yi's thoughts and said, "Our sect hierarch was once gravely wounded by enemies, which caused him to fall into slumber. Over the years, we have been seeking ways to restore our sect hierarch's strength. With the efforts of our sect hierarch has awakened, and soon, the name of the Taiyin Divine Sect will resound through the martial world once more." Hearing this, Lu Yi thought to himself that Wei Firen seemed to be speaking the truth. If the Taiyin Divine Sect was truly as formidable as claimed, then he would soon be able to take back everything that was his. With this thought, Lu Yi's heart grew incredibly fervent. His gaze turned resolute, he was determined to seize back that position in the capital city. What did it matter if Lu Chen had the help of Celestials? He too had found his own aid. As Lu Yi fantasized about storming into the capital city, a voice interrupted his daydreams. "A bunch of rats, and yet they dream of shaking the martial world." Hearing the sounds coming from within the forest, the members of the Taiyin Divine Sect instantly went on alert. Wei Firen bellowed, "Who's there? Show yourself." No sooner had his voice faded than a breeze blew by, and very quickly, more than a dozen people appeared on the tree branches in the distance. The aura emitted by each of those dozen people was incredibly strong, nearly all of them possessing the strength above that of a Grandmaster. Witnessing this scene, both Lu Yi and the people of the Taiyin Divine Sect were stunned. What was going on? How could so many Grandmasters appear all at once? How many Grandmasters existed in this world? Here, 16 Grandmasters had appeared all at once, and the auras of the two leading figures were clearly stronger than those of the Grandmaster, so those two were likely pseudo-celestials. Wei Firen, being a pseudo-celestial himself, could easily discern the presence of others who were also pseudo-celestials. The two leaders were indeed genuine pseudo-celestials. Wei Firen immediately demanded, "Who are you?" One of the leaders, Li Yu, replied with a smile, "Elder Wei surely has the habit of forgetting things easily. It hasn't been that many years, and Elder Wei has already forgotten me. I still remember the filthy aura of Elder Wei. Even with a mask, I could recognize Elder Wei at a glance." Thissa. Wei Firen's heart skipped a beat. To recognize him at a glance. He didn't recall offending any power capable of mustering a dozen Grand Masters at once during the time since the resurrection of the Taiyan sect hierarch. Wait a minutia. It suddenly dawned on Wei Firen, and his face turned deathly pale. Even with a mask on, Li Yu could still easily see through Wei Firen's small movements the panic inside him. Disbelieving, Wei Firen exclaimed, "You're from the Sunset Sword sect." The only power Wei Firen could think of that was capable of summoning a dozen Grand Masters at once was either the Sunset Sword sect or the Tai Chu Divine Hall. But both powers were overseas, residing on their respective islands, supposedly never leaving. And without a sea chart, how did they manage to find this place? Years ago, when the Taiyan Divine Sect attacked the Sunset Sword Sect, Wei Firen was a Grand Master, and so was Li Yu. They had clashed many times. Now realizing the truth, Wei Firen suddenly understood why the leader looked so familiar. It was Li Yu of the Sunset Sword Sect. Coming back to his senses, Wei Firen still disbelievingly asked, "How did you find this place?" Li Yu, smiling, said, "It seems Elder Wei has recognized me now. Since you have, that makes things easier. After that great demon was slain, your Taiyan divine sect fled like rats. The outcome between us was never decided. Let's settle it today, once and for all." As he spoke, Li Yu's formidable presence was fully unleashed. In the next moment, Li Yu leapt down from the tree, swinging his sword at Wei Firen. When the Taiyan Divine Sect attacked the Sunset Sword Sect years ago, Wei Firen and Li Yu both led a squadron, and they had competed many times. Unfortunately, Li Yu had never managed to kill Wei Firen, a fact he had never forgotten. He hadn't expected that after so many years, he would still be able to face this vile vermin. Li Yu would not let this opportunity slip by. Instantly, Wei Firen directed the others from the Taiyan Divine Sect, "Take the Crown Prince and retreat." Wei Firen certainly didn't dare to confront Li Yu head-on, especially since Li Yu had a pseudo-celestial by his side and brought along more than a dozen Grand Masters. Altogether, they were far beyond his ability to contend with. Moreover, he now had an even more important task, which was to hurry back to the Taiyan Divine Sect and inform the sect hierarch about the arrival of the Sunset Sword Sect in Great Sum. The likelihood was that the Sunset Sword Sect came to Great Sum targeting the Taiyan Divine Sect. In the past, when the Taiyan Divine Sect attacked the Sunset Sword Sect, even their sect hierarch was no match for the Sunset Sword Sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall. If their sect hierarch weren't so special, he might have already died. Now that their sect hierarch hadn't yet regained his power, facing the Sunset Sword Sect, there was no chance of victory. Most importantly, it seemed that the Sunset Sword Sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall were allies. With the Sunset Sword Sect present in Great Sum, it was very likely that the Tai Chu Divine Hall had also arrived. As soon as Wei Firen finished speaking, he immediately made a move against Li Yu and the pseudo-celestial beside him. Wei Firen took out the soul-summoning banner, and countless black skeletons flew out from it, heading straight for Li Yu and his group. Hearing Wei Firen's words, Lu Yi's face instantly turned pale. If even the Taiyan Divine Sect feared this power, how formidable must it be? Apart from mysterious Moon Palace, was there such a powerful force in Great Sum? While Lu Yi was thinking, a sinister wind blew by, and then he felt as though he was being lifted by someone. The next moment, Lu Yi was taken by a person of the Taiyan Divine Sect and they fled. Wei Firen had personally come to find Lu Yi mainly because Lu Yi and Lu Chen were brothers. If their sect hierarch could reincarnate into Lu Yi's body first, it might be possible to use the power of bloodlines to employ some tricks on Lu Chen. However, Wei Firen hadn't anticipated that they would encounter people from the Sunset Sword Sect here. Seeing the Taiyan Divine Sect trying to escape with Lu Yi, Li Yu immediately said to the pseudo-celestial beside him, "Junior brother, go handle Lu Yi, I'll deal with Wei Firen." The man beside Li Yu simply uttered a, "Sure," and the next moment, his body turned into a shadowy figure, dashing toward the direction where Lu Yi was fleeing. Seeing this scene, Wei Firen was stunned for a moment. He had thought Li Yu was after him, but he had actually sent someone to go after Lu Yi instead. This wouldn't do. Lu Yi was an important pawn for their Taiyan Divine Sect. Wei Firen immediately wanted to follow and hold back Li Yu's junior brother, but just as he was about to move, Li Yu appeared in front of Wei Firen blocking his path. Elder Wei, where do you think you're going? Elder Wei, you killed so many of our Sunset Sword sect members back in the day, it's about time to settle the debt. Seeing his way blocked, Wei Firen scoffed coldly. Both having entered the Unity Realm and both being pseudo-celestials, he didn't believe he was no match for Li Yu. Immediately, Wei Firen charged at Li Yu, and they began to clash. Although a fight between pseudo-celestials wasn't as spectacular as a battle between celestials, the destructive force was still enormous, toppling trees in the forest one after another. The soldiers in the military camp were frightened and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, Li Yu's junior brother had already blocked the person from the Taiyan divine sect who was fleeing with Lu Yi, only for that person to be so terrified by the pursuit of a pseudo-celestial that he simply abandoned Lu Yi on the spot. After falling from the sky, Lu Yi was completely stunned. His mood at the moment was like tumbling from the immortal realm into hell. He had just managed to make a connection with the Taiyan divine sect when, unexpectedly, he triggered such a formidable power. At that moment, Lu Yi quickly steadied himself and called out to the distant figure, "Senior, I am a prince of great sum, not a person of the Taiyan divine sect, and I was held hostage by them. Please do not kill the wrong person." No sooner had Lu Yi finished speaking than Li Yu's junior brother immediately swung his sword. The next moment, Lu Yi's head was separated from his body. Lu Yi, deceased. In his dying moment, Lu Yi still felt extremely aggrieved. He had always thought that the Sunset Sword sect had come looking for the Taiyan divine sect and that he was just implicated. Little did he know that the Sunset Sword sect had come specifically to kill him. Under the siege of the Sunset Sword sect, nearly all the disciples of the Taiyan divine sect brought by Wei Firen were killed. When Wei Firen realized something was amiss, he hastily used the teleportation talisman given to him by the leader of the Taiyan sect. After all, Wei Firen was a core elder of the Taiyan divine sect, with means to save his own life. After Wei Firen escaped, Li Yu did not pursue him, as their main task was to kill Prince Lu Yi and completely dissolve the power he had gathered. As for annihilating the Taiyan divine sect, that would have to wait until their young master issued the order. After Prince Lu Yi's death, the forces he had gathered quickly dissolved, and the majority chose to surrender to Great Sum. People also realized that the tide had turned. If they continued to struggle against the new emperor, they would surely face destruction. A few days later, a ragged Wei Firen returned to the main base of the Taiyan divine sect. When the leader of the Taiyan sect saw Wei Firen in such a sorry state, he asked in confusion, "Elder Wei, what happened to you?" Wei Firen quickly knelt on the ground. "Sect Hierarch, I have failed in my duties and could not complete your task." Hearing this, the leader of the Taiyan sect was stunned for a moment. Hadn't he just asked Wei Firen to make contact with Prince Lu Yi? How could he fail such a simple task? The leader of the Taiyan sect soon realized there must be some hidden complications, so he said, "Tell me directly what you encountered." Wei Firen then said, "We had already made contact with Prince Lu Yi, and he had agreed to cooperate with us, but at that moment, the people of the Sunset Sword sect suddenly appeared." Upon hearing this, the blood clot in the blood pool suddenly trembled. A fierce voice from the Taiyan divine sect came, "Sunset Sword sect. Continue," ordered the sect hierarch. Seeing the sect hierarch flare up, Wei Firen's forehead sweated profusely, but he continued, "The Sunset Sword sect sent 2 pseudo-celestials and more than a dozen grandmasters. One of the pseudo-celestials is known to me, as I had fought with him when our sect attacked the Sunset Sword sect years ago. Back then, he was also a grandmaster." Having said this, Wei Firen fell silent, waiting for the leader of the Taiyan sect's command. The leader of the Taiyan sect snorted coldly and then spoke, "I hadn't expected them to find this place." In the view of the leader of the Taiyan sect, the Sunset Sword sect had come specifically for them, given that the Taiyan divine sect had killed many people on the island when they attempted to take over the Sunset Sword sect years ago. It was evident that the Sunset Sword sect was looking for revenge. At this time, Wei Firen asked cautiously, "Sect hierarch, what should we do now?" Hearing this, after a moment of thought, the leader of the Taiyan sect said, "Immediately summon the other elders. We will temporarily leave this place." My strength is not yet fully recovered, and we cannot afford a direct confrontation with the people of the Sunset Sword sect. Although the leader of the Taiyan sect was a great demon, he was no fool. At the very least, the Sunset Sword sect had a celestial amongst them, and they had a very good relationship with the Tai Chu Divine Hall. Now that the people of the Sunset Sword sect had found this place, it was highly likely that the people of the Tai Chu Divine Hall had followed them. With his strength not yet restored, he wasn't yet a match for these two great forces, and they needed to continue lying low. The leader of the Taiyan sect also felt incredibly frustrated. A cultivator from the cultivation realm was being driven to such straits by the natives of a lower world. If this news were to spread back to the cultivation realm, he would probably lose all face. Hearing the words of the leader of the Taiyan sect, Wei Firan promptly said, "Yes, sect hierarch." Then, the Taiyan divine sect gathered all its people and left Bingnan City overnight, hiding in the mountains again. Meanwhile, in Great Sum, the capital city, Lu Chen was in the imperial study room processing documents for the relocation of the capital when Bai Qingqing's cool voice suddenly rang from outside the door. "Your Majesty, the people from the Sunset Sword sect have requested an audience." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Let them in." The next moment, Li Yu and Sha Tianyuan both entered the imperial study room. Seeing Sha Tianyuan's arrival, Lu Chen asked, "How are things progressing?" Li Yu took the initiative to answer, "Your Majesty, the matter has been resolved, and all the forces gathered by Prince Lu Yi have surrendered on their own." Hearing this, Lu Chen felt somewhat sentimental. The strategy of beheading was indeed effective. Now in possession of the forces of both the Sunset Sword sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall, perhaps he should use the method of beheading to unify the several kingdoms. Thinking this, Lu Chen couldn't help feeling a bit regretful. He hadn't expected the firearms he had developed for so long to become so quickly obsolete. At that moment, Li Yu continued, "Your Majesty, while carrying out our mission, we encountered a pseudo-celestial from the Taiyan divine sect." Lu Chen was taken aback upon hearing this but quickly realized that Prince Lu Yi had been trying to connect with Shui Linglong and the Taiyan divine sect. Presumably, the Taiyan divine sect knew about this and thus approached Prince Lu Yi. Sha Tianyuan said, "Your Majesty, the Taiyan divine sect with its bloodthirsty nature is a threat to the peace of Great Sum. As long as they exist, Great Sum cannot be at ease. I suggest we eliminate the Taiyan divine sect before tackling the various kingdoms." Hearing Sha Tianyuan's words, Lu Chen fell into deep thought. Indeed, the Taiyan divine sect was a menace. Moreover, the leader of the Taiyan sect was not from this world, and it was unknown how many evil methods he had at his disposal. After a short contemplation, Lu Chen looked at Sha Tianyuan and said, "Sect Master Sha, I will leave the matter of the Taiyan divine sect to the Sunset Sword sect. If you encounter any difficulties, inform me immediately." Sha Tianyuan immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Whether the Sunset Sword sect could annihilate the Taiyan divine sect was something Lu Chen was not entirely sure of. After all, the leader of the Taiyan sect had previously been killed by the Sunset Sword sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall, and yet, he did not die and had now revived. Even if they managed to extinguish the Taiyan divine sect this time, it was possible that after some time, the leader of the Taiyan sect would revive again. Lu Chen didn't know much about the leader of the Taiyan sect, a practitioner of evil cultivation methods. He wasn't even a celestial yet and hadn't stepped into the threshold of cultivation. Sha Tianyuan continued, "Your Majesty, if there are no other matters, I shall take my leave first." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Go ahead with your work." Sha Tianyuan and Li Yu said in unison, "We shall take our leave now." After the two left the imperial study room, Lu Chen rose from his seat and headed straight for the door. Seeing Lu Chen leaving the imperial study room so early today, Bai Qingqing was taken aback at the entrance. Recently, Lu Chen spent every day in the imperial study room until late at night, and it was always her who reminded him to rest. Now, before dinner time, he had actually come out on his own initiative. Bai Qingqing quickly asked, "Your Majesty, would you like something to eat?" Lu Chen replied, "Not for now, I'm going to Linglong Palace." Bai Qingqing said, "Yes." Following that, Bai Qingqing accompanied Lu Chen to Linglong Palace. At that moment, Shui Linglong was dressed in a black gauze dress, languidly lying on a couch. The black gauze was so thin that it barely concealed her fair skin, and her long, white legs were exposed, making her look seductive and enchanting. Sigh. Shui Linglong let out a soft sigh, then raised her slender jade hand to touch her belly. These past days, that bad thing had visited her daily, making her belly uncomfortably full day after day. When would this ever end? Even though she had fallen from grace, she couldn't possibly do that every single day. Shui Linglong thought to herself, perhaps she should just run away. If this continued, she would go mad. Thinking about it made her feel Ashimeta. It turns out she, a demon sect sorceress, couldn't subdue a man. Compared to her, that man was the real demon. At this time, Shui Linglong sighed again. Suddenly, a maid's voice came from outside. Greetings to your majesty. Hearing the maid's voice, Shui Linglong's delicate body shuddered slightly. It wasn't even night yet. Why had he come so early today? She quickly got up from the couch and walked toward the door. Just as she reached it, Lu Chen pushed the door open and entered. Shui Linglong also hurriedly said, "This servant greets your majesty." Seeing Shui Linglong's respectful greeting, he said with a smile, "This doesn't seem like you. When did you start to understand propriety so well?" Hearing this, Shui Linglong sneered inwardly. If she didn't show propriety, she would likely suffer again tonight. She had long noticed that any slight sign of rebellion from her would surely provoke the brutal side of this man. Shui Linglong asked, "Your Majesty, why have you come so early today? Haven't you been very busy these past few days?" Lu Chen grabbed Shui Linglong's arm, pulled her tender body into his embrace, and began to gently caress her hips. While caressing, he asked, "What, aren't you happy to see me?" Shui Linglong quickly replied, "How could this servant dare not welcome you?" The light gauze on Shui Linglong's body was smooth to the touch, and he found it especially comfortable. Lu Chen then lifted Shui Linglong's delicate body and headed straight for the couch. Seeing this, Shui Linglong was speechless. Here it was happening again. However, to Shui Linglong's surprise, after Lu Chen brought her to the couch, he just held her soft body without doing anything bad to her right away. While caressing Shui Linglong's body, Lu Chen said, "I came today to ask you some questions about the Taiyan divine sect." Hearing this, Shui Linglong was startled and then replied, "Your Majesty, haven't I already told you everything about the Taiyan divine sect?" Lu Chen said, "I want to know more about the details." Continuing, he asked, "For instance, how was the Taiyan sect leader resurrected?" Hearing Lu Chen's first question, Shui Linglong thought for a moment, then replied, "The Taiyan divine sect has a soul-gathering coffin. After the sect leader's body was destroyed, his soul was not. The Taiyan divine sect has always nurtured his soul with blood energy until his soul awakened. Actually, he can't be considered truly resurrected, since he still lacks a physical body." Lu Chen said, "Does this mean that the soul exists even after death?" Shui Linglong replied, "This servant does not know." Just as Lu Chen was about to speak, the system notification sounded. Souls of cultivators above celestials are stronger, even if the physical body perishes, as long as one's appointed time has not come, the soul is not easily obliterated. Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was slightly taken aback. It turned out to be so. It seemed that the leader of the Taiyan sect must have been at least in the celestial realm before his death. Seeing Lu Chen fall into silence, Shui Linglong spoke up, "Your Majesty, are you suddenly inquiring about the leader of the Taiyan sect because you're planning to take action against the Taiyan divine sect?" Lu Chen came back to his senses, smiled, and said, "It's nothing, I was just asking casually." Hearing Lu Chen's nonchalant reply, Shui Linglong pretended to look pitiful and said, "Ying ying ying, your Majesty still doesn't trust this concubine." Seeing Shui Linglong act pitiful, Lu Chen slapped her bottom and said with a smile, "I've been quite hot-tempered these past few days." As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Shui Linglong immediately dropped her act and quickly said, "Your Majesty, it might not be easy to eradicate the Taiyan divine sect." Lu Chen asked, "Why is that?" Shui Linglong replied, "The leader of the Taiyan sect is a very cautious person. If he senses something amiss, he will immediately hide away the Taiyan divine sect, and finding them will not be an easy task." Shui Linglong was originally a member of the Taiyin divine sect, so she had a fair understanding of the sect's ways. Hearing Shui Linglong's reminder, Lu Chen thought for a moment. If the people from the Taiyin divine sect hid themselves away, it might indeed not be easy to find them. Lu Chen then asked Shui Linglong, is there any way to distinguish demon sect members from ordinary people? Shui Linglong replied, I'm afraid not. If it's those demon sect members who have killed a lot, their aura of blood is very heavy, and those people are easy to distinguish. However, those who kill a lot are not necessarily from the demon secta, as some major powers also take lives recklessly, and their aura of blood is equally heavy. Additionally, some elders in the Taiyin divine sect can suppress their aura of blood through certain methods, making the aura of blood on their bodies seem lighter than that of a butcher. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen fell into thought again. If that was the case, once the Taiyin divine sect went into hiding, it would indeed be difficult to locate them. At that moment, Lu Chen's hand suddenly reached under Shui Linglong's skirt. Shui Linglong was about to cry out instinctively but quickly held it back. She didn't want to provoke this bad element. Suddenly thinking of something, Shui Linglong continued, right, Your Majesty, I heard that by cultivating the Taiyin true scripture, one could sense the location of all disciples of the Taiyin divine sect. Lu Chen, coming to his senses, curiously asked, is that so miraculous? Shui Linglong continued, however, the Taiyin true scripture is not easy to cultivate. After the leader of the Taiyin sect passed down the Taiyin true scripture to us, not a single one in the whole Taiyin divine sect has managed to cultivate to the second layer. Curious, Lu Chen asked, if no one has cultivated to the second layer, does that mean someone has cultivated to the first? Shui Linglong replied, a few elders have cultivated to the first layer, and after dual cultivating with Your Majesty, this concubine also managed to quickly reach the first layer. Since you have already cultivated to the first layer, can you determine the location of the others? Shui Linglong answered, no, one must at least cultivate to the third layer to use the Taiyin true scripture to determine the location of the other disciples. After hearing this, Lu Chen thought for a while before saying, show me this Taiyin true scripture of yours. As the words fell, Lu Chen raised his hand, and writing materials flew towards Shui Linglong in her room. She took the pen and began writing on the paper. Soon the mantra of the Taiyin true scripture was written on the paper. Lu Chen scanned the mantra on the paper, about to say something, when the system prompt sounded. Detecting incomplete skill. Do you wish to incorporate it? Hearing the system prompt, Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. An incomplete skill. The Taiyin true scripture was incomplete. Lu Chen then said to the system, incorporate. The next moment, the content of the Taiyin true scripture merged into Lu Chen's brain, and he knew how to cultivate this technique. However, Lu Chen did not start cultivating. He suspected that the sect hierarch of the Taiyin sect had deliberately given only the first layer of the Taiyin true scripture to the sect's disciples, so no matter how the disciples of the Taiyin divine sect cultivated, they could only reach the first layer. That way, the sect hierarch of the Taiyin sect could determine the location of those disciples through the Taiyin true scripture without worrying about the disciples using it to determine his position in return. Such crafty calculations. Just then, the system prompt sounded again. Detection of the Taiyin true scripture's potential for repair. Hearing the prompt, Lu Chen was slightly startled. His system had the ability to repair incomplete skills. Confused, Lu Chen asked internally, I thought the reward was for having children. You can repair skills too. The host only needs to perform actions related to progeny. Any collected incomplete skills can be repaired. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned. Could it really work like that? At that moment, Lu Chen's gaze fell upon Shui Linglong's graceful and delicate figure. Since the system had said that matters related to procreation could repair an incomplete skill, he decided to give it a try. Seeing Lu Chen stare at her with such intensity, Shui Linglong's heart skipped a beat, and her body trembled slightly. Your Majesty, why are you looking at your servant like that? Lu Chen smiled and said, I suddenly realized that tonight, you seem even more enchanting than usual. Shui Linglong was taken aback for a moment, but before she could say anything, Lu Chen pressed her down onto the bed and sealed her soft, red lips with his. After a slight struggle, Shui Linglong gave in and let Lu Chen have his way. While kissing Shui Linglong, Lu Chen glanced at the system interface out of the corner of his eye. Taiyin True Scripture repairing. 15%. 16%. 17%. Seeing this, Lu Chen thought to himself that it really could be repaired, and if just a kiss could do so much, then more intimate acts might restore it even faster. With this thought, Lu Chen's hand forcefully tore away the black gauze dress, Shui Linglong's favorite, ruining it. Shui Linglong felt somewhat helpless. She had the North Prince Mansion send her many black gauze dresses, all of which Lu Chen had ravaged. 2 hours later, Lu Chen, embracing Shui Linglong, looked at the system interface. Seeing that Lu Chen hadn't continued, Shui Linglong was puzzled. Why was he showing mercy today? That shouldn't be the case. In the past, this man would never stop until she begged for mercy. At that moment, Lu Chen's system interface displayed Taiyin True Scripture has been completely repaired. Lu Chen then addressed the system. This skill shouldn't have any negative effects on me, right? Am I able to cultivate it? There are no negative effects. Host simply needs to integrate the skill into the cultivation technique interface to cultivate it alongside other skills. Upon hearing the system's response, Lu Chen immediately added the Taiyin True Scripture to the cultivation technique section. Then, Shui Linglong, noticing something off about Lu Chen, found it strange that he had stopped and went silent, as if he was lost in thought. Curious, Shui Linglong asked, "Your Majesty, what's wrong? Was your servant not to your satisfaction?" Hearing Shui Linglong's voice, Lu Chen came back to reality and flipped her body over to continue his misdeeds. Shui Linglong suddenly regretted her impulsive question. Why bother asking this scoundrel anything at all? Wasn't this just asking for trouble? As time passed second by second, Lu Chen realized the Taiyin True Scripture's content was engraving itself in his mind. Soon, a white point appeared in Lu Chen's mind, right in front of him, and beneath him. Lu Chen couldn't help but think, was this the perceptive power of the Taiyin True Scripture? Then, Lu Chen released his perceptive force, and soon it spread throughout the entire imperial palace. At that moment, he noticed another white point outside the palace. Lu Chen frowned. It seemed the Taiyin divine sect had sent spies to the capital city, and that spy was too close to the imperial palace. At this time, Shui Linglong seemed to realize something too. She felt as if an antennae in her head had linked directly to Lu Chen. Lu Chen also discovered the function of the Taiyin True Scripture, as a mass of black energy manically surged towards him from Shui Linglong. As the black energy was siphoned off, Shui Linglong felt immense pain. Sensing that something was wrong, Lu Chen promptly stopped circulating the Taiyin True Scripture and used the rejuvenating skill to treat her. Under Lu Chen's treatment, Shui Linglong quickly returned to normal and started to cry again. Lu Chen sneered to himself, realizing that the creator of the Taiyin True Scripture intended to extract the spiritual force from its followers to enhance their own power. In true nefarious cultivator fashion, it was indeed evil. The Taiyin True Scripture was divided into two parts. Cultivating only part of the scripture would turn one into nourishment, and those who possessed the complete scripture could enhance their power by absorbing the spiritual force of those nourishments. Lu Chen thought to himself, wondering if the leader of the Taiyin sect possessed the complete Taiyin True Scripture. If even the leader didn't have the full scripture, then he could absorb the leader's spiritual force. Then, Lu Chen started circulating the Taiyin True Scripture once again, sensing the Taiyin sect followers near the imperial palace. Currently at the pseudo-celestial realm, his perceptive power was limited. Although the Taiyin True Scripture could pinpoint the location of nourishments, it could only determine the positions of Taiyin sect followers within his perceptive range. If they were too far away, beyond his range, he couldn't identify their hiding spots. His limited cultivation state was frustrating. Lu Chen firmly resolved that he needed to unify the world quickly and break through to the celestial realm as soon as possible. Only by breaking through to the celestial realm could his power leap forward even more significantly. With that thought, Lu Chen's inner passion grew hotter, and his actions became even more rough. Time passed day by day, autumn gave way to winter, and winter to spring, and the preparation work for the capital relocation to Yan County was basically completed. Everything was ready, and it only awaited an auspicious day to proceed. During this near half-year period, the Sunset Sword sect had not been able to find the hiding place of the Taiyan Divine sect, and at most had just eliminated some of the lower-ranked members of the sect. Just as Shui Linglong had said, the leader of the Taiyan sect was a very cautious person. The core members of the Taiyan Divine sect had almost never come out to cause havoc, as if they had vanished from the world. Lu Chen had long been prepared for this, so he did not pay too much attention to it. Right now, he just wanted to unite the world as soon as possible and elevate his cultivation state to the celestial realm. In the recent half-year, Shui Linglong and Bai Qingqing were worn out, as only the two of them stayed by Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen had also followed his minister's advice and conducted a selection of consorts. However, after choosing for some time, he had not seen a single lady who scored 90 or above. Lu Chen even suspected there was some issue with the system. With so many beautiful women of noble families in the capital city, not finding a single one with a score of 90 or above was indeed hard to explain. Lu Chen even questioned the system whether it was doing this on purpose, but the system replied that this was a normal occurrence. Later on, Lu Chen gradually discovered what was going on. It turned out that the women who scored higher than 90 all had special attributes to their bodies, not just beautiful appearances. Having no other choice, Lu Chen focused his attention on Bai Qingqing and Shui Linglong, hoping to have them bear his children. As a result, both of them had to attend to Lu Chen every day. Especially the demon sect sorceress Shui Linglong, Lu Chen did not hold back with her at all, and yet as of now, she had not become pregnant. Lu Chen had come to terms with it by now. If she couldn't conceive, then so be it. He did not need to be overly obsessed about it. Thankfully, before he traveled south, he had gotten Qin Yue pregnant with his child. Once Qin Yue's child was born, he should be able to gain another power. With that, uniting the world would be even easier for him. After more than half a year of governance, Great Sum had stabilized, and the transfer of land ownership was essentially complete. Now, all land was nominally owned by Emperor Lu Chen. Of course, this was just a legal formality regarding land ownership, and the buying and selling of land were not completely forbidden. Moreover, if the state needed to requisition land, they would still offer a certain compensation. With internal stability achieved, Lu Chen had only two significant matters left: the relocation of the capital and the destruction of the various dynasties. The date for the capital relocation was soon set. In the Imperial Palace of Great Sum, Imperial Study Room. Lu Chen was dealing with memorials when Bai Qingqing's voice reached him. "Your Majesty, Grand Scholar Xuanyuan requests an audience." Lu Chen said, "Let him in." Xuanyuan Cheaj then entered the Imperial Study Room. "Greetings to Your Majesty." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Dispense with the formalities." Grand Scholar Xuanyuan, I plan to leave you in charge of the 6 ministries of the capital city in my stead. What do you think of this arrangement? Currently, Great Sum had 2 grand scholars, one was Zhuge Zongguang, the other was Xuanyuan Cheaj. Although both held the title of Grand Scholar, there was a difference in their statuses. Zhuge Zongguang was the Grand Scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, while Xuanyuan Cheaj was the Grand Scholar of the Military Pavilion. The two systems they belonged to were different, but Lu Chen needed someone trustworthy to oversee the officials in the capital city to prevent them from causing trouble. Xuanyuan Cheaj was very suitable for this role. Moreover, Xuanyuan Cheaj was a celestial, and with a celestial present, the officials of the capital city would not dare to step out of line. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Xuanyuan Cheaj immediately replied, "This subject will not let Your Majesty down." Xuanyuan Cheaj was also aware of the significance of the 6 ministries of the capital city. Although their powers would diminish over time, at this stage with so many officials, if they were not watched over, it was very likely they might collude behind the scenes and commit acts detrimental to Great Sum. Lu Chen continued, "Then I'll trouble you, Grand Scholar Xuanyuan. The telegraph has been invented, and it will soon be operational. If there are any issues in the capital city in the future, report it to me through the telegraph." Xuanyuan Cheaj replied, "As Your Majesty commands." After determining the people who would stay behind in the capital city, the relocation work began early the next morning. Before the transition, Many Minista's families had already moved to Yan County, so the relocation was relatively swift. Half a month later. Yan County. Today Yan County was teeming with people. Nearly all the residents had come out to welcome them. Now that Yan County had become the capital city, the lives of its residents would get even better. Even if those people did nothing, the price of the houses they had bought before would immediately skyrocket. Not just the new city, but the old Yan City too had seen its land prices rising rapidly. The people of Yan County had become wealthy one after another. All this they owed to Lu Chen, and so the people of Yan County only had gratitude for their new emperor. Soon, the sound of the train, Wu Ying, could be heard in the distance. The new city was a bit away from the train station, but once they heard the train's sound, everyone realized the emperor was about to arrive and the city gates quickly became quiet. Before long, a luxurious carriage arrived from afar, and inside sat Lu Chen. At this moment, Mu Zixuan, along with a group of concubines, stood quietly at the entrance of the new imperial palace, waiting for Lu Chen's return. Sitting in the carriage, Lu Chen was very eager in his heart. He had not seen his concubines for quite a long time and missed them dearly. At the same time, Shui Linglong sitting in another carriage used a delicate handkerchief to wipe away non-existent tears, muttering to herself, I have finally returned to Yan County. During her time in the capital city, she had to attend to Lu Chen almost daily, and even though she had fallen from grace, she could not endure it any longer. Lu Chen knew how to heal with immortal technique. She rarely felt discomfort, but the constant stimulation had significantly slowed her brain functions. Moreover, she realized she was increasingly acting like a female slave, involuntarily lifting her hips every time she saw Lu Chen. Now that she was back, Lu Chen's concubines had been waiting for him in Yan County for nearly a year. They probably couldn't contain themselves any longer, and with them around, Lu Chen definitely wouldn't come to find her for a long time. Now at least she could finally rest properly for a while. Thinking of this, Shui Linglong felt exceedingly happy deep down. Back when she was in the Taiyan divine sect, she would have never dreamt that she, a demon sect sorceress, would have a day like today. Other demon sect sorceresses went to drain those men, using the men's yang energy for cultivation, but she, a demon sect sorceress, ended up under a man's control, repeatedly tormented by Lu Chen, the devil. At this thought, Shui Linglong couldn't help but sigh inwardly, wondering what kind of demon sect sorceress she really was. The carriage carrying Lu Chen quickly approached the gates of the imperial palace. The imperial palace had been expanded from the original foundations of the North Prince Mansion. When the North Prince Mansion was being built, enough land had been reserved for future expansion, and at that time Lu Chen was already considering the relocation. Having arrived at the gates of the imperial palace, Lu Chen stepped out of the carriage, and Mu Zixuan and the others immediately performed a bow and said, We pay our respects to your majesty. Lu Chen had become the supreme ruler and was no longer the seigneur of the past. Although deep inside, they missed him dearly and wanted to rush over to embrace him, they still restrained their inner urges. Seeing that Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan didn't come over to embrace him, Lu Chen instantly understood what they were worried about. Lu Chen then said with a smile, My ladies, I have returned. With that, Lu Chen walked straight up to Mu Zixuan, and before she could say anything, he embraced Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan who was next to her. Lu Chen continued, Although I am now the emperor, I am still your darling, and I'm very disappointed that you treated me so coldly. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately crowded around, engulfing him in their midst. In their hearts, they had also been worried that Lu Chen, becoming the emperor, would undergo a great change in temperament, but now it seemed that their worries were unfounded. Lu Chen held Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan in his arms, greedily inhaling the fragrance of their bodies. At that moment, Lu Chen said, Zixuan, Madam Chu, you've worked hard. Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan were about to say something when Lu Chen turned his head to look at the other wives and concubines beside him, You've also worked hard. Then, Lu Chen's gaze fell on Lin Wanyan. He smiled and said, Wanyan, the Lin family has already moved to Yan County. Go and see them in the next couple of days. Hearing this, Lin Wanyan was slightly taken aback. A blush involuntarily spread across her cheeks. With the Lin family moving to Yan County, it meant that she was likely to officially marry Lu Chen soon. Lu Chen then glanced at the others and noticed that Wu Junwan and Marong Shuiye were not present. Although the two of them were already his women, they didn't have a formal status, so they didn't come out to greet Lu Chen to avoid giving people something to talk about. Lu Chen didn't give it much thought. He caressed Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan's slender waists before saying, "All right, go back now. I have to hold a court assembly later. We can talk more during the family banquet tonight." Upon hearing these words, the women didn't say much to Lu Chen. After all, now that Lu Chen was back, there was plenty of time to slowly talk with him about everything on their minds. Afterwards, the women returned to the imperial palace, and Lu Chen immediately summoned the officials from the North Country. Many officials from the capital city had followed Lu Chen to Yan County, which would soon lead to substantial changes in the political landscape. The court assembly held that day was just to let the ministers from the capital city get to know the original ministers from the North Country. Soon, the great court assembly began. Lu Chen sat on the dragon throne, looking over the people in the great hall. The court had clearly divided into two distinct factions, his original supporters and the ministers who had come from the capital city. At that time, Lu Chen said, "Starting today, the court assemblies will follow the old rules of the North Country, with a minor one every 7 days and a major one monthly." Hearing this, the ministers from the capital city were stunned. A minor court assembly every 7 days. Could that be true? Don't emperors have to attend court every day? Only negligent rulers often skipped court. Could it be that after becoming an emperor, Lu Chen was planning on indulging in pleasure? The ministers who had come with Lu Chen from the capital city were officials with aspirations, ideals, and ambitions. Those without ambitions and wanting to retire stayed in the capital city and did not come to Yan County. These ministers did not want to see the new ruler become decadent. At this point, Lin Gaoyuan stood up and asked, "Your Majesty, won't changing the court assemblies to once every 7 days delay the execution of orders?" Lu Chen said, "You can rest assured about that. The North Country has always operated this way, and it won't delay the execution of any orders. On the contrary, it will actually improve the efficiency of the officials. I've long noticed that with daily court assemblies, some ministers come to court without even having woken up properly, dozing off during the session, and having no idea what was discussed after the assembly. Moreover, the issues discussed at daily court assemblies are basically trivial matters. It's a pure waste of time. Of course, even with a court assembly every 7 days, it doesn't mean you can't report urgent matters to me. If you have important issues, you can still submit official documents, which I will deal with daily. From now on, the minor court assembly every 7 days, as well as the major one monthly, will mainly discuss more significant issues. Don't bring up trivial matters for discussion anymore." After hearing Lu Chen's response, Lin Gaoyuan said, "Your Majesty is wise." Then Lin Gaoyuan returned to his place. Lu Chen scanned the officials and then said, "Additionally, the beloved ministers who accompanied me from the capital city need not worry. The personnel arrangements will be distributed to you in a few days and will also be published in the Great Sum Times." Although Lu Chen looked down on some of the officials from the capital city, among the ones who had come with him to Yan County, there were still those who were insightful and forward-thinking. Lu Chen intended to reshape the court's personnel structure. Of course, the main focus was still on his own people. For all the important departments, such as those controlling the finances, he would entrust them to the officials summoned by the system, to those coming from the Universal Academy. Today's court assembly was relatively brief and didn't touch upon any significant matters. It was simply an opportunity for the officials from the capital city and the North Country to familiarize themselves with each other, in preparation for the assignment of their positions and the commencement of their duties. After the court assembly concluded, Lu Chen went to the Wind Cloud Palace. The Wind Cloud Palace had been expanded from the original Wind Cloud Court, and now it was built even more majestic and spectacular. When Lu Chen arrived at the Wind Cloud Hall, Mu Zixuan and the others were already waiting, and during the dinner, he saw Wu Junwan and Marong Shuiye as well. Just as Lu Chen thought about walking over to them and giving them an embrace, a little boy suddenly burst out from nowhere. "Daddy, Daddy!" Hearing this, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback but quickly recovered. He hurriedly squatted down with open arms. The next moment, the little boy threw himself into Lu Chen's embrace. Lu Chen lifted Lu Changfeng, laughing as he said, "Feng'er, I never expected you to start talking so soon." Right then, Lu Wanwan and Lu Changsheng also came before Lu Chen. Seeing the three of them, Lu Chen's face showed a kindly smile. He had only been away from Yan County for less than a year, yet he hadn't expected his children to have changed so much in that time. They were indeed his offspring. After playing with his children for a while, Lu Chen then took his place at the head of the table. During the family banquet, Mu Zixuan spoke up, "Your Majesty, now that Feng'er has also started to speak, it is time to find him a teacher." In this era, a teacher for a prince isn't just anybody, it often involves political arrangements. Lu Chen thought for a moment before saying, "As for the matter of his teacher, I have already made arrangements." Hearing Lu Chen's response, Mu Zixuan dropped the subject. Since Lu Chen had a plan in mind, there was no need for her to say more. Lu Chen glanced at Wu Junwan and Marong Shuiye, then his gaze returned to Mu Zixuan. "Zixuan, many things must have happened in Yan County during my absence, right? I remember you wrote me a letter saying that someone had intended to harm the North Prince Mansion." Mu Zixuan replied, "There was indeed an attempt to harm the North Prince Mansion, but with Sister Wu's help, the matter has already been resolved." Upon hearing Mu Zixuan's response, Lu Chen looked towards Wu Junwan again, smiling as he said, "Junwan, you must have worked hard." Wu Junwan responded indifferently, "It was my duty." Although Wu Junwan appeared aloof, inside she was full of anticipation, having eagerly awaited Lu Chen's return. Of course, it wasn't just Wu Junwan who felt this way. Every woman in the Great Hall was looking forward to Lu Chen's return, each longing for him to visit her room tonight. However, they all knew well that as Lu Chen had just returned, it was impossible for him to visit each woman. Tonight, it was certain that Mu Zixuan would be the one to attend to him. Unfortunately, the women had clearly guessed wrong about Lu Chen's intentions. During the dinner, Lu Chen learned in detail about the events that had transpired in Yan County after his departure. They dined until 11 o'clock. As the dinner came to an end, all the women's gazes fell upon Lu Chen, as if a pack of hungry wolves had fixed their eyes upon a succulent sheep. Lu Chen smiled faintly and then said to Chu Yukan, "Madam Chu, I would like to have a word with you tonight about some matters." Upon hearing this, the women internally sighed, having thought that, on his first night back, Lu Chen would have several of them attend to him simultaneously. They had not anticipated he would choose only one, and not Mu Zixuan at that. At this moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu anxiously watched Mu Zixuan, who had been a princess consort before and was seemingly the most likely candidate to become the next empress. However, on the first day of Lu Chen's return, he did not summon Mu Zixuan to attend to him but chose Chu Yukan instead. This made Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu worry about whether Mu Zixuan might feel unsettled inside. But at this moment, Mu Zixuan showed no signs of disappointment on her face. She did not care at all whom Lu Chen chose to attend him, nor did she have a strong desire for the position of empress. Mu Zixuan didn't care who Lu Chen chose to share his bed with, or who would be the next empress, not because she didn't love Lu Chen, nor because she was very open-minded, but mainly because she had been through too much, and she didn't want to be entangled in the struggle for royal power as she had been in the past. If it weren't for Lu Chen that year, the Mu family might have been destroyed, and she knew what kind of person Lu Chen was. If she got involved in the fight for the position of empress, a huge rift would inevitably form between her and Lu Chen. Now, she didn't need to do anything, just quietly wait for Lu Chen to confer who would be the empress. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at Chu Yukan's chamber. Just as Chu Yukan had entered her chamber, Lu Chen came up from behind and wrapped his arms around her soft, graceful body. With a slight sigh, Chu Yukan said, "Your Majesty, you should have let Zixuan serve you tonight." Although Chu Yukan knew she held an important place in Lu Chen's heart, she was also a sensible person. Mu Zixuan was Lu Chen's official wife, the rightful future empress by all accounts. Lu Chen had just returned from the capital city. Naturally, he should spend the night with his future empress, not only to reassure Mu Zixuan. If Lu Chen now ran off to another woman, Mu Zixuan might overthink, feeling that her position as empress was unstable. Upon hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen, still embracing her waist and pressing against her bottom, began pushing her towards the bed while saying, Madam Chu, I've noticed you've become much colder towards me. Haven't I always said that when we're alone, you should call me Chenur? Though Lu Chen said this, Chu Yukin still replied, Your Majesty, you're now the emperor, and things can't be the same as before. Lu Chen blew gently into Chu Yukin's ear, then whispered beside it, If you keep calling me, Your Majesty, I might just get angry. Chu Yukin inwardly sighed. She certainly knew about Lu Chen's preferences, and so she reluctantly said, Chenur, you having me serve you as soon as you return must mean there's something on your mind, right? Lu Chen smiled and responded, Can't it be that I simply missed my wife, and that's why I sought you out? As Lu Chen's words ended, they had reached the edge of the bed. Lu Chen's hands found their way to Chu Yukin's waistband, and soon her belt was easily untied, revealing her white undergarments. Chu Yukin said, If you had only missed me, you wouldn't have called only me tonight. The night before Lu Chen left Yan County, he had Mu Zixuan and her accompany him together, yet upon his return, he had sent for only her. Being so affectionate, how could Lu Chen possibly think only of one woman? In Chu Yukin's view, he surely thought of every woman. So, upon his return, it was only natural for him to spend the night with as many of his wives and concubines as possible. Hearing Chu Yukin's words, Lu Chen gave a slight smile, not expecting that Chu Yukin had indeed sensed his ulterior motives. At that moment, Lu Chen fell into silence. He gently slid off Chu Yukin's outer garment, then undid his own belt. Then, while embracing Chu Yukin's slender waist, he said, I do have a question I want to ask Madam Chu. Chu Yukin promptly asked, What is it? Lu Chen spoke directly, Today, after the court session, several officials approached me, saying that now I have returned to Yan County. For the stability of Great Sum, I should confer the Empress and establish the Crown Prince as soon as possible. Chu Yukin was taken aback by these words. She hadn't expected Lu Chen wanted to talk about this matter with her. At this point, Lu Chen continued to ask, Madam Chu, do you think Zixuan is suitable to be the Empress? Faced with this question, Chu Yukin didn't answer directly. She quickly said, Your Majesty, I am now your consort, and it's not appropriate for me to touch upon such matters. If I were not your consort, you could ask for my opinion. But by asking me now, if I were to answer, that would be political interference. On the matter of establishing the Empress, Chu Yukin dared not speak carelessly. Moreover, she was now one of Lu Chen's women, and if she spoke out of turn, she very well might get herself entangled as well. Although Lu Chen still occasionally calls her Madam Chu, Chu Yukin is very clear in her heart that it's just to add a bit of pleasure in the boudoir. She can no longer speak without a care as she used to. Seeing how cautious Chu Yukin was being, Lu Chen said with a smile, Madam Chu, since when have you become so careful and cautious? Chu Yukin let out a slight sigh, then replied, Your Majesty, even though I've watched you grow up since you were little and you trust me very much, after all, I have become your woman now, and I am involved in certain interests. If I speak carelessly, sooner or later I will be impeached by the ministers. Lu Chen also heard the worry in Chu Yukin's voice, and felt some emotion in his heart, realizing how the identity of the emperor indeed often led to a lonely existence. In Lu Chen's eyes, Chu Yukin was the person in this world most worthy of his trust, yet now, even she had grown distant because of their statuses. If distance had arisen, then the best method was to close that distance, and Lu Chen soon found a solution. Lu Chen's hand began to roam across Chu Yukin's voluptuous body while he spoke, My lady, you have changed, now even intentionally keeping your distance from me. It seems I must find a way to close the distance between us. Hearing those words, Chu Yukin's cheeks flushed crimson, for she clearly understood the implication of Lu Chen's words. After a moment, Chu Yukin felt a burning heat all over her body, for she had not seen this little rascal for so long, and nearly a year's worth of longing had accumulated in her heart. Just being near her, Lu Chen was already stirring her body and soul. At that moment, Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, My lady, you're being naughty. At the sound of Lu Chen's deep and magnetic voice, Chu Yukin's face grew even hotter, and just then, a whimper escaped her throat. After almost a year without doing bad things with this bad guy, he just. However, at this time, Lu Chen didn't continue further but maintained that state. He then said, actually, I don't really want to establish an empress. After all, you are all my ladies, and you are equally important in my eyes. If an empress were established, there would be a difference in status. And once there is an empress, it's very likely that harem struggles will ensue, as everyone would want the position of empress. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan struggled to stay rational. She took a deep breath and said, if you do not establish an empress, there will be even more people coveting the position, and then everyone will feel they have a chance. Moreover, without an empress, how would the position of crown prince be determined? Surely you don't plan to select the crown prince using the old methods of Great Shah. The old method Chu Yukan referred to was, naturally, the survival of the fittest, the winner becomes the king and the loser the bandit. Chu Yukan believed that Lu Chen, as a father, would not want to see his children kill each other. Upon hearing Chu Yukan's words, Lu Chen pondered for a moment, then shifted his body slightly, prompting Chu Yukan to clench her teeth tightly. Lu Chen continued, in fact, establishing or not establishing a crown prince will both lead to struggles for imperial power. Take my father, the emperor, as an example. He appointed 2 crown princes, but in the end, both crown princes met with unfortunate fates, and the one who ended up becoming the emperor was me, the prince who was last in line. The temptation of power is immense. The solution I can think of is to support one child to become the emperor while I am still alive, and under my supervision, to let him have absolute control over the court and its officials. In this way, even if other children have ideas, they will have to weigh whether they have the ability to compete for power. After hearing Lu Chen's words, Chu Yukan considered them for a moment and found his reasoning not without merit. However, she found it hard to think rationally right now, only wishing that Lu Chen would hurry up and get on with it. At this moment, Lu Chen's hand encircled Chu Yukan's abdomen, and he lowered her body saying, I've thought it over, and I've decided not to establish an empress after all. I'll directly appoint Feng Er as crown prince, and how about bestowing the title of noble concubine on you and Zixuan? What do you think? Chu Yukan was stunned for a moment, when suddenly Lu Chen made a move, causing her to let out another whimper, and she quickly replied, that's not possible, how can I become a noble concubine? That would put me on equal footing with Zixuan. I'm just a servant girl, how would the ministers view you then? Lu Chen said with a smile, I am now the emperor, and one who has absolute control over the court at that. Do I still need to look at others' faces when appointing a noble concubine? After Lu Chen finished speaking, he shifted his body slightly before continuing, actually, it's not just you, I also plan to appoint Rongrong and Wu Junwan as imperial noble consorts. Chu Yukan's mind started to fog upon hearing Lu Chen's words. You, appointing so many imperial noble consorts, what for? Lu Chen said, my thinking is that anyone who has been involved in important affairs, like Nanyan, will be appointed as imperial noble consorts, while those who focus on raising children, like Yao Yao, Xiao Xiao, and Yu Yu, will be made noble consorts. Then we'll only retain these 2 ranks, and for those below noble consort, no more titles will be granted. After hearing Lu Chen's thoughts, Chu Yukan said, in the future, you'll have even more women, and if all are appointed as noble consorts, won't there be too many of them? Usually, an emperor's women all have distinct ranks, not every woman can become a noble consort, and not every woman can ascend the emperor's dragon bed. Chu Yukan was worried that if Lu Chen titled all his women as noble consorts, then as Lu Chen's women increased in number, so too would the expenses of the imperial palace. Although many emperors mainly allowed a few women to sleep in their chambers, the emperor's harem often had a vast number of consorts. Chu Yukan feared that if Lu Chen chose hundreds of women for the palace, suddenly adding hundreds of noble consorts, and if each woman's living expenses were the same, wouldn't that bankrupt the inner treasury? When Lu Chen heard Chu Yukan's concerns, he said with a smile, I won't want just any woman, I'll only want the women I fancy. Even when choosing more consorts in the future, if I don't fancy them, I'll send them all back. Hearing this, Chu Yukan seemed to understand something, and also reacted to it. Although Lu Chen had a fondness for beauty, he was also a man of principles, When he saw someone he liked, he would find every means to have her. If the women did not catch Lu Chen's fancy, no matter how beautiful they were, and even if they walked back and forth in front of him each day, he would not be interested in them, nor would he touch them. The North Prince Mansion had previously kept numerous dancing girls, and all the maids were carefully selected for their beauty, yet Lu Chen had never laid a hand on those dancers or maids. This indirectly showed that Lu Chen was a man who preferred quality over quantity. He had unique demands for beauty and was resolutely uninterested unless the woman was stunning. The North Prince Mansion once selected concubines for Lu Chen, but after a rigorous selection process, he did not take any of the presented women, which also showed how stringent Lu Chen's standards were. If Lu Chen continued to maintain such stringent conditions, even if his harem were to grow, it likely wouldn't increase by much in the future. Therefore, entitling them all as noble consorts wasn't unacceptable. With this thought in mind, Chu Yukin lifted her cherry lips slightly and exhaled. You, just decide on your own. Chu Yukin didn't want to say anything more at the moment, she just wanted this little rascal to hurry up and do the naughty things. At this time, Lu Chen said, then it's settled. When he finished, Lu Chen whispered in Chu Yukin's ear, my lady, turn your head back and look into my eyes. No sooner had Lu Chen's voice fallen than Chu Yukin followed his words and turned her head slightly. At this moment, the beautiful woman's cheeks were covered in a rosy flush, her delicate eyelashes fluttering lightly, and her eyes pooled with liquid autumn, making her appear exceptionally alluring. Feeling the heat from Lu Chen, Chu Yukin whispered softly, darling, let's have another child. Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lu Chen's inner wildness was instantly stirred, and he bent down to capture Chu Yukin's red lips, then began to attend to the matter at hand. The next morning, as dawn was just breaking, Chu Yukin and Lu Chen still had not slept. At this time, Chu Yukin was nestled in Lu Chen's arms, feeling incredibly blissful. Even though she had been initially tricked by this little rascal, she had no regrets now. Instead, she felt extremely fortunate. Without this little rascal, she might have never experienced such happiness. Suddenly, Chu Yukin thought of something and quickly asked, you have court today, don't you? Chu Yukin certainly didn't want to delay Lu Chen's attendance at court because of herself. Hearing her words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and gently stroked Chu Yukin's hair, saying, there's no court today, there will be a minor court session in a few days. Until the new list of officials is released, the current officials wouldn't know what to do at court, only after the new appointments did they know what tasks they are responsible for. In the coming days, it was as if they were on holiday. Lu Chen planned to take this time to cultivate affection with his wives and concubines. Just then, Lu Chen glanced at his system interface subconsciously. Nowadays, when Lu Chen and his wives consort, he had set the system to silent mode so that it wouldn't disturb him. Thus, every time after he finished his business, he would check to see if he had received any system rewards. The moment Lu Chen looked, he was stunned. Congratulations host, for impregnating Chu Yukin. Reward. 1 Earth Knowledge Library. Pregnancy rewards are incentive rewards. Please host, take good care of your wives and ensure the child is safely born. Upon the successful birth of the child, an even more generous reward will be granted. Thissa. Lu Chen remembered the time in the capital city when he tried hard every day to get by Qingqing and Shui Linglong pregnant. Both of them were nearly at their limits after half a year of effort, but there was no effect. Their bellies showed no reaction at all. But now, just after he had returned and spent one night with Chu Yukin, she got pregnant immediately. How come the difference between people is so great? It comes to think of it, it was the same with Chu Yukin's first pregnancy, she succeeded on the first try. Thinking of this, Lu Chen was incredibly excited. Chu Yukin also sensed Lu Chen's excitement at this moment. Just as she was about to say something, Lu Chen smiled and said, darling, shall I tell you some good news? Chu Yukin asked, what good news? Lu Chen lifted his hand and gently stroked Chu Yukin's soft belly, then said, guess what the good news is? Seeing Lu Chen's hand on her belly, Chu Yukin immediately realized what he meant. His hint was so obvious, how could she not know what the good news was? But still, she found it somewhat unbelievable. After all, she was now a Grand Master, and Lu Chen was a pseudo-celestial. Although last night she had verbally expressed the wish for Lu Chen to give her another child, she had said those words only to tease Lu Chen into being bad to her. But to actually be pregnant. Chu Yukon then said, really? I'm already a grandmaster, and I can still get pregnant. Hearing Chu Yukon's words, Lu Chen proudly said, of course. You underestimate who I am. It's not just because you're a grandmaster, even if you become a celestial in the future, I can still impregnate you. Chu Yukon felt a surge of excitement internally, not expecting to be pregnant with their second child so quickly. The morning. When Chu Yukon appeared before her sisters, including Mu Zixuan, with a radiant smile, it was clear that she had been well loved the night before. The other women felt envious and hoped Lu Chen would choose them that night. At this moment, Lu Chen had already made his way to the newly built Imperial Study Room. Similar in structure to the book room in the North Prince Mansion, the Imperial Study Room also had a resting area, and it was much larger than the one in the North Prince Mansion. After all, it was the working place of Emperor Lu Chen, and naturally, the standards had to be higher. After entering the Imperial Study Room, Lu Chen instructed for the doors to be closed, then he opened the system interface. He was curious about what use the Earth Knowledge Library that the system had just rewarded him with might have. When Lu Chen clicked into the Earth Knowledge Library, he found countless books before him. These books ranged from kindergarten to university textbooks, including some professional literature. Numb with shock, Lu Chen gazed upon the scene. Is this the Earth Knowledge Library? With these books, won't it be possible to transform this ancient world into a modern world in just 100 or 200 years? The system had always rewarded things piecemeal, and it was unexpected that this time it had given him all the knowledge of Earth at once. If he were to disseminate the knowledge in this library, the world was bound to undergo earth-shattering changes in the future. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Chen then said to the maid at the door, "Go call Ms. Dongfang." Yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen planned to hand over the library directly to Dongfang Longyu. The library involved many vital matters, so it must be managed by someone he trusted. When Dongfang Longyu appeared at the Imperial Study Room, it was already stacked with piles of books bearing exquisite designs, causing her to be slightly stunned. This was the first time she had seen such perfectly bound books, with their paper exceptionally white and the characters remarkably clear. Upon seeing Dongfang Longyu enter the Imperial Study Room, Lu Chen finally put down the book he was holding. Dongfang Longyu snapped back to reality and hastily bowed, saying, "This servant pays respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live forever, forever and ever." Lu Chen replied with a faint smile, "Longyu, from today onwards, you need not refer to yourself as this servant. Today, you will resign from your position as the chief editor of the Eastern Newspaper Agency." Dongfang Longyu felt a jolt in her heart, but quickly realized Lu Chen must have another task for her, so she promptly said, "As you command, Your Majesty." Lu Chen continued, "I know you're not one to sit idle, so I didn't plan on having you stay in the Imperial Palace indefinitely. I have a very important mission for you." Upon hearing this, Dongfang Longyu thought to herself that indeed, His Majesty had an important task for her. At this moment, Lu Chen glanced at the books on the desk. The knowledge contained in these books is bestowed from the heavens. I plan to establish the Great Sum Royal Library, and you will be specifically in charge of supervising the craftsmen to print these books. Each volume should be printed in copies of hundreds of thousands. From now on, you will be the director of the Great Sum Royal Library. Hearing this, Dongfang Longyu was puzzled. Knowledge bestowed from the heavens. Lu Chen said further, "The content within these books is very important, and it must not be leaked out for the time being. Your consort understands. I will ensure that no one outside will come to know about any book in the library," she replied. Lu Chen said, "There's no need to be too strict. The library's books are meant for imparting knowledge. They should be made available to others, of course, but only for our own people to learn and use." After some thought, Lu Chen said, "I will first have some individuals study the knowledge in these books and train them to become teachers. Then, these teachers will go on to instruct more students. In the future, only these students will have the privilege of accessing the books of the Great Sum Royal Library." Dongfang Longyu instantly understood Lu Chen's intention. With that, Lu Chen called out to a maid, "Go summon Commander Qin." "Yes, Your Majesty." Talking to Dongfang Longyu once more, Lu Chen said, "I will have Qin Yushan assign some of the brocade guard to assist you." Dongfang Longyu quickly expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Your Majesty." At this point, with a nervous heart, Dongfang Longyu asked, "Your Majesty, may I be permitted to read these books?" She was very curious about this knowledge bestowed from the heavens. As a person eager to learn, she also wanted to gain some insight from these books. Lu Chen answered, "Certainly, the books of the Great Sum Royal Library are fully accessible to my wives and children. You are free to read and learn from them if you wish." Dongfang Longyu thanked him again, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Afterward, Lu Chen discussed matters of the library further with Dongfang Longyu. Once Qin Yushan arrived, Lu Chen spoke to him about the library as well. It wasn't until midday that Dongfang Longyu and Qin Yushan left the imperial study room. After lunch and a short rest, Lu Chen met with Zhuge Zongguang. Lu Chen wanted to ask Zhuge Zongguang about their next steps and sought his counsel. After all, something like unifying the world was unprecedented for Lu Chen and beyond his experience. When Zhuge Zongguang arrived at the imperial study room, he bowed to Lu Chen, "Your old subject pays his respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live forever and ever." Lu Chen said, "Please rise. Bring a seat." The maid serving in the imperial study room hurriedly brought a chair, and Zhuge Zongguang bowed again, "Thank you, Your Majesty." After Zhuge Zongguang had taken his seat, Lu Chen spoke directly, "I've summoned the great scholar here mainly to seek your counsel on how I should proceed next in a proper manner." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang instantly understood his meaning. Zhuge Zongguang then inquired, "This old servant dares to ask Your Majesty, how many celestials can Your Majesty mobilize at this moment?" Although Zhuge Zongguang had heard that there were 4 celestials by Lu Chen's side, he still wasn't clear on the actual amount of strength Lu Chen possessed. Lu Chen thought for a moment before replying, "As for now, there are 2 celestials I can directly call upon. However, there are a total of 5 celestials who stand by my side, and should the need arise, they can also arrive at a moment's notice." Zhuge Zongguang said, "With such power at Your Majesty's disposal, you already possess the strength to unify the world. But for Your Majesty, the true difficulty lies not in conquering the world but in governing it. Currently, Great Sum's officials are insufficient to manage the entirety of the world on Your Majesty's behalf. Once Your Majesty has eradicated several great dynasties, you will inevitably have to employ the natives of those dynasties to govern the remote regions." Lu Chen naturally understood this as well, saying, "I am indeed worried about these issues. Once people from other dynasties enter Great Sum's bureaucratic system, then Great Sum's weapons and various types of knowledge will also become known to the people from these great dynasties. Among them, there are no lack of those who feign allegiance to Great Sum. In the future, if they take Great Sum's weapons, they could very well bring enormous losses to Great Sum." Lu Chen, having read history books, was also aware of the covert deeds performed by the remnants of the 6 kingdoms after Qin Shi Huang had unified them. He strongly suspected that the remnants of the former dynasty might quietly wreak havoc in secret. With access to Great Sum's weapons, their potential for destruction would be even greater. Thus, governing the world was indeed a great challenge. At this point, Zhuge Zongguang spoke up, "This old servant has a question to ask Your Majesty, may I?" Lu Chen replied, "Great scholar, whatever question you have, just ask." Zhuge Zongguang asked, "May I inquire if Your Majesty intends to choose the way of the king or the way of hegemony next?" Upon hearing this question, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. After pondering for a while, he then countered, "What is the difference between the two?" Zhuge Zongguang explained, "If Your Majesty chooses the way of hegemony, then the destruction of other dynasties would be also the end for their imperial families. Once Your Majesty uses the sword against the royal families of those great dynasties, that sword must continue to be wielded. There will certainly be many remnants who, under the guise of resisting a tyrant, will oppose Great Sum. Your Majesty would then have to keep killing until no one dares resist Great Sum any longer. If Your Majesty chooses the way of the king, you can use a method of deterrence, convincing the royal families of the great dynasties to surrender voluntarily. If the royal families of the great dynasties choose to submit, this can, to a certain extent, alleviate the hatred of their people towards Great Sum. But this approach can also sow the seeds of future trouble, where some members of other dynasties, royal families might harbor treacherous ambitions and attempt to restore their former reigns. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, Lu Chen reflected a moment. After Qin Shi Huang had extinguished the Six Kingdoms, he did not kill all the nobles. A great number were relocated to Shenyang, or exiled. In the end, among those who survived, there were many who harbored thoughts of restoration, which indeed created a substantial problem. Yet if all of them were killed, it could likely leave the image of a tyrant in the minds of the populace of the great dynasties, and sheer violence was not a sustainable way to rule. After thinking it over, Lu Chen declared, "I have decided to choose the way of the king." In his mind, Lu Chen thought that once the nobles of the great dynasties were placed under house arrest, if they complied, they would be granted some benefits. If they thought of rebellion, then they would be made examples of and be exterminated. By striking a balance between punishment and reward, he could not only maintain his dignity but also reduce fear among the common people. Moreover, he was different from Qin Shi Huang. He was already a pseudo-celestial. He could live longer than Qin Shi Huang did, giving him ample time to deal with those royal nobles. He could tackle them one by one, gradually. Lu Chen then inquired, according to the state preceptor, which dynasty should be eradicated first. Zhuge Zongguang did not directly answer the question but remarked, this matter should start with the easy before moving to the difficult. Great Qian is rife with epidemics and at its weakest. It would be the easiest to eliminate them now, but precisely because their epidemic is still rampant, if Great Sum's soldiers were to be infected, it would be a catastrophe for Great Sum. Great Ju's strength is modest compared to Great Wu, but to the north of Great Ju, the barbarian tribe is eyeing us covetously. There was recent news from the Brocade Guard that a so-called goddess has unified the entire barbarian tribe. If Great Ju is to be destroyed, then the barbarian tribe to the north must be wiped out as well. The lands in the northwest are vast, and the barbarian tribe can escape at any time. Exterminating the barbarian tribe will not be easy. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, Lu Chen fell into thought for a moment. Indeed, the epidemic in Great Qian was getting more severe, and even many of the brocade guards they had sent to Great Qian had died. Now they still had no clarity about the actual situation there. Therefore, it was not wise to rashly attack Great Qian at this time. If the epidemic spread to Great Sha, who knows how much trouble would ensue. Now, there was only one target left, and that was the Great Wu dynasty. At this moment, Zhuge Zongguang continued, Great Wu reveres martial power. Among the great dynasties, its military strength is the strongest. Although exterminating the entire Great Wu dynasty seems relatively difficult, if we start by annihilating the strongest Great Wu, it will also pose a certain deterrence against the other dynasties. Once Great Wu has fallen, when His Majesty later moves to exterminate the other dynasties, they will surely lack the will to fight. Lu Chen thought about it, and it did make sense. If even the strongest Great Wu were to be destroyed, by then, both Great Ju and Great Qian would definitely weigh their own strength. Lu Chen said, if that's the case, then we'll do as the great scholar suggests, eliminate Great Wu first, then Great Ju. We'll send troops southward after clarifying the epidemic situation in Great Qian. Just then, a maid's voice came from outside, Your Majesty, Commander Liang seeks an audience. Seeing someone looking for Lu Chen, Zhuge Zongguang stood up and said, Your Majesty, if there are no other matters, this old official will take his leave. Lu Chen replied, There's no hurry, great scholar. Let's hear what it's about together. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang sat down again, Yes, Your Majesty. Soon, Liang Zong entered the imperial study room, Greetings to Your Majesty, long live, long live Your Majesty. Lu Chen directly asked, What is it? Liang Zong took out a letter and handed it to Lu Chen, Your Majesty, our men sent to Fengyan Island have returned. This is the investigative report they wrote on Fengyan Island. Hearing this, Lu Chen immediately took the letter from Liang Zong's hand, then opened the envelope and began to read carefully. As he scanned the contents of the letter, Lu Chen's expression shifted slightly. The materials for the piercing cloud bow and piercing cloud arrow made by Prince Lu Shuyun originally came from Fengyan Island, and the Slayer spear was also from Fengyan Island. Lu Chen had always suspected that there might be some aircraft dropped from a higher-level world on Fengyan Island, so the first thing he did after unifying Great Sha was to send the Jinyue to investigate Fengyan Island. After a long investigation by the Jinyue, there was finally news. Lu Chen read the investigative report written by the Jinyue. He thought to himself, it seems that it was just as he suspected, there indeed existed a spacecraft on Fengyan Island that had fallen from a higher civilization's world. However, the ship was incredibly large, and the materials used to construct it were very sturdy. There was simply no way to transport the ship to Yan County. If he wanted to see what that spacecraft looked like, he would have to visit Fengyan Island in person. He also wondered if the functions of that spacecraft were still intact, and whether it could operate. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed some content in the Jinyue's investigative report. In the report, the Jinyue guard mentioned that the spacecraft had many transparent glass windows through which they could see the inside from the outside. There were rooms within the spaceship, and the rooms were very clean and tidy, as if someone was living there regularly. Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that there were still people living inside that spacecraft on Fengyan Island? If so, once the spacecraft started operating, it was possible that it was equipped with extremely terrifying weapons. Maybe one blast could destroy all of Great Sha. Immediately, Lu Chen instructed Liang Zong, have the Jinyue guards keep a close watch on Fengyan Island. If there is any anomaly with that mysterious structure, report to me immediately. Liang Zong immediately said, yes, Your Majesty. Lu Chen then waved his hand, you go and attend to your tasks first. This subordinate shall take his leave. Following that, Liang Zong left the imperial study room. Once he was gone, Lu Chen directly tossed the investigation report in his hand to Zhuge Zongguang. Great scholar, take a look at the content as well. Zhuge Zongguang immediately caught the paper flying towards him from Lu Chen and, after seeing the content of the investigation report, he couldn't hide his disbelief, saying, Your Majesty, could it be that the mysterious structure is an extraterrestrial material? Lu Chen did not answer immediately. With a casual wave of his hand, the Slayer spear appeared in his grasp. Seeing the strange weapon in Lu Chen's hand gave Zhuge Zongguang a shock. Zhuge Zongguang felt the immense oppressive force emanating from the Slayer spear and had a premonition that this odd weapon could take his life in an instant. Lu Chen said, this is the Slayer spear. The previous emperor originally intended to use this weapon to kill my master, but unfortunately, he was ultimately injured by the backlash from the weapon, and this weapon came from that mysterious structure on Fengyan Island. Zhuge Zongguang said, in that case, it is indeed possible that the mysterious structure on Fengyan Island is an extraterrestrial material. At this point, Zhuge Zongguang's expression turned graver, and he suddenly thought of something. Your Majesty, this old servant has a speculation, the epidemic that has struck Great Qian might also be related to extraterrestrial materials. In the past, Zhuge Zongguang had always lived within the Great Qian dynasty, and he was quite familiar with it. He had never heard of such a severe epidemic in Great Qian before. The people of this era were not fools, although most of them were unaware of the specifics of the epidemic. They also knew some methods to prevent it, such as isolating those who were ill and cremating those who had died of the disease. In the past, Great Qian also experienced small-scale epidemics, and not only Great Qian, other kingdoms had experienced epidemics as well, but those epidemics would settle down in no more than half a year. Whereas the epidemic in Great Qian had been raging for so long now, and was getting worse. According to the intelligence gathered by the Brocade Guard, the courts of Great Qian had tried every method possible. As soon as an area was struck by the epidemic, troops were sent to cordon it off. Yet even so, they were completely unable to stop the spread of the disease. Zhuge Zongguang felt that this epidemic was peculiarly strange. Despite various countermeasures taken by the Great Qian dynasty, it could still spread throughout the entire kingdom. Clearly, this epidemic was not like those previously encountered. Since extraterrestrial materials had been found on Fengyan Island, it was not impossible that extraterrestrial materials had also appeared in Great Qian. The epidemic in Great Qian might have been brought by such materials. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's speculation, Lu Chen felt a jolt in his heart. Zhuge Zongguang's conjecture could very well be true. If it were an ordinary epidemic, the people of this world would also have methods to deal with it, and he had long since passed on some knowledge about epidemics to the Brocade Guard. Liang Zong's Jinyue guards sent to investigate Great Qian were aware of what the epidemic was and knew how to prevent it, yet many Jinyue guards who went to investigate in Great Qian still died without understanding why. Either the situation in Great Qian was the work of the Taiyan divine sect, or the epidemic in Great Qian had another source. Perhaps some extraterrestrial material had indeed fallen into Great Qian, bringing about some deadly pathogens that led to such a catastrophic blow to Great Qian. Regardless of whether there were extraterrestrial materials within Great Qian's borders, this gave Lu Chen a sense of urgency, as after all, the world was not as safe as he had previously thought. Setting aside the possibility that figures like the leader of the Taiyan sect, who had apparently come from other worlds, existed, the powerhouses in the Western Fog Zone were also a tremendous threat to this world. It was now almost confirmed that the objects on Fengyan Island were extraterrestrial materials, and Great Qian was also suspected to harbor such materials. Thinking thus, Lu Chen felt the dangers ever more acutely. He must hurry to unite the world under one rule. Coming back to his senses, Lu Chen then said to Zhuge Zongguang, "Great scholar, I have decided to lead the troops into Great Wu in 3 months. What do you think?" Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhuge Zongguang thought for a moment, "With the forces at your majesty's disposal, 3 months is sufficient preparation time." Lu Chen said, "Very well, then I will lead the troops into Great Wu after 3 months." After deciding when to dispatch troops to Great Wu, Lu Chen discussed the appointment of officials with Zhuge Zongguang. The abilities of most officials in the capital city were inferior compared to those from the North Country, as Lu Chen had always let officials of the North Country handle various matters independently, and they were constantly monitored by the Brocade Guard. Lu Chen was reluctant to assign the capital city's officials to crucial positions, but if he didn't provide them with some suitable roles, those officials might feel discontent. After all, they had followed him to Yan County. Unlike those old foxes in the capital city who were merely getting by, these officials still had some aspirations. How to assign them tasks involved many considerations. After Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang finished discussing the appointments of the officials, the sunset had already fallen, leaving only the twilight hanging in the sky. Seeing that it was getting late through the window, Lu Chen said, "Great scholar, you may return for today. We can continue to discuss the appointment of officials tomorrow." Zhuge Zongguang then stood up from his seat and, bowing to Lu Chen, said, "This old official shall take his leave." Zhuge Zongguang then turned and left the imperial study room. After Zhuge Zongguang departed, Lu Chen went straight to the Wind Cloud Palace. When Lu Chen entered the Wind Cloud Hall, he saw Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao were also there. Zhou Yuyu and Zhou Xiaoxiao were quite worried about Mu Zixuan's condition, especially since on the first night of Lu Chen's return, he had not summoned Mu Zixuan to the bedchamber but Chu Yukan instead. This matter was naturally not something they could interfere with, but they could stay by Mu Zixuan's side to console her. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu had been in the Wind Cloud Palace all day, and just as Mu Zixuan was about to have someone prepare dinner, a maid outside suddenly shouted loudly, "The emperor has arrived." Hearing this, the 3 ladies were startled and then hurried out to greet him. Before Mu Zixuan could even perform a courtesy, Lu Chen spoke, "Xiaoxiao and Yuyu are here too. That's good. Don't go back tonight. Stay in the Wind Cloud Palace." Hearing this, the 3 ladies immediately understood Lu Chen's intention, and Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu couldn't help but blush. At this moment, Lu Chen looked at Mu Zixuan and said, "Zixuan, it's quite late already. Dinner should be ready, right?" Mu Zixuan promptly responded, "It is prepared. Your consort will have the servants serve the dishes." Mu Zixuan then ordered the maids to go and tell the food house to serve the meal quickly. Lu Chen meanwhile walked towards the Wind Cloud Hall. After entering the Wind Cloud Hall, Lu Chen sat at a round dining table, and Mu Zixuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Yuyu quickly joined him, but they did not sit down immediately. Now that Lu Chen's status had changed, they did not dare to be as informal as before. Seeing that Mu Zixuan and both Zhou's sisters were standing, Lu Chen said with a smile, "Why is it that since I've returned, You all seem so afraid of me, as if I'm a stranger to you. Please sit down. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Mu Zixuan, Zhou Xiaoxiao, and Zhou Yuyu said in unison, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Only then did the three ladies take their seats. Seeing their restraint, Lu Chen continued in a calm tone, "Although I am now the emperor, this is the inner palace, my home. You are my wives and concubines, my women, the people closest to me. Do you all really want to distance yourselves from me and leave me a lonely man?" Although Lu Chen's tone was placid, Mu Zixuan and the others instantly picked up on his irritation. He rarely got angry, and this was their first time hearing him speak so sternly. Simultaneously, the three women hastily stood up from their seats and knelt on the ground. Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, we do not harbor such thoughts." Seeing the three trembling on the ground, Lu Chen sighed. As he had thought, assuming this position ultimately led one to become a lonely ruler. It's often said that the emperor has no personal affairs, only state affairs. Even in the harem, the emperor's wives must maintain the dignity of sovereign and subjects in his presence. Although Lu Chen knew this era was just like that, he felt very uncomfortable. Lu Chen also understood that, for someone like the emperor who held the power of life and death, even if he verbally allowed his wives and concubines some freedom, they would not dare to act recklessly. After all, a single word from him could lead to their downfall, as well as the destruction of their families. Moreover, compared to his father, the emperor, his own power was even greater. His father had been restricted by the aristocratic family, but now he had sole control over state affairs. Whatever he said was law, and no one could limit him. For an emperor with such immense power, making his wives and concubines unafraid of him was almost an impossible task. At this time, Lu Chen said, "Zixuan, you have been married to me for several years now. Don't you know what kind of person I am?" Hearing this question, Mu Zixuan was slightly stunned, then said, "Your Majesty is benevolent and harmonious, with far-reaching ambition. You are a wise ruler, a rarity seen once in thousands of years." Lu Chen was very dissatisfied with this answer. Mu Zixuan's words were too polite. Lu Chen then rose from his seat and walked straight over to Mu Zixuan, then crouched down. Mu Zixuan was taken aback once again. Looking into Mu Zixuan's eyes, Lu Chen said, "Zixuan, what do you think about this? I will issue a command to the inner court that my wives and concubines are not to kneel before me so readily." This. Mu Zixuan immediately understood what Lu Chen meant. He was very dissatisfied with their behavior today. Mu Zixuan quickly said, "Your Majesty, your concubine knows her mistake." Lu Chen said, "Knowing your mistake, why not rise quickly? You want to kneel so much. Later when we go to bed, I'll let you kneel all you want." The meaning behind Lu Chen's words was clear to the three women, their cheeks instantly grew even redder and became incredibly hot. Then the three women rose from the ground. At this time, Mu Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, your concubine understands your point, but the imperial palace today is not what the North Prince Mansion used to be. With so many eyes watching in the palace, any misconduct by a wife will inevitably lead to impeachment at court. It is said that the emperor has no private matters. Affairs of the harem, once known to those ministers, will definitely be brought up in the court sessions and will be used as an opportunity to launch political struggles. This is common in every dynasty, so even though they knew Lu Chen disliked their overly cautious behavior towards him, which might make him feel isolated, they also had to consider the troubles that might arise from acting disrespectfully." Hearing Mu Zixuan say this, Lu Chen then said, "In the future, I will issue a command that matters of the harem are my family affairs, and no minister is allowed to discuss them, unless it is something to do with the businesses you manage outside or some deeds that affect Great Shah." Just as Mu Zixuan was about to say something, Lu Chen quickly said, "All right, this matter is settled." With that, Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan and the two Zhou sisters, then continued, "I will just say this, if you really make me a man without kinship, feeling that I have no family, then from now on, I will truly not act with sentiment. I believe you do not wish to see an emperor like my father, do you?" Hearing these words, the three women felt a pang in their hearts. They naturally did not want to see Lu Chen become a cold and heartless emperor. As Lu Chen's words fell, he once again sat down at the dining table. At this time, the servants had already started serving the dishes. Lu Chen said, "Come and sit down quickly." After coming to their senses, Mu Zixuan and the two Zhou sisters hurriedly took their seats at the table. With the words Lu Chen had just said, the three women were no longer as cautious as before. Once the dishes were served, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu prepared a cup for Lu Chen while the other poured wine for him. At this time, Lu Chen said to Mu Zixuan, "Zixuan, after yesterday's court session ended, a minister came to me and brought up the matter of appointing the empress." Hearing these words, Zhou Xiaoxiao and Zhou Yuyu's hearts tightened. Hearing Lu Chen mention the matter of the empress, Mu Zixuan instantly understood why Lu Chen had gone to Chu Yukan the night before without asking her to serve him in bed. She was well aware of the position Chu Yukan held in Lu Chen's heart. Lu Chen seeking out Chu Yukan was surely to discuss matters regarding the empress. Whenever the subject of the empress came up, Mu Zixuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She truly didn't want to get involved in such affairs again. Unfortunately, it wasn't up to her wishes. As Lu Chen's royal consort, she was bound to be involved in these matters. Lu Chen glanced at Mu Zixuan's reaction and then said directly, "My intention is for Feng'er to become the crown prince, but I will not establish an empress." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. She instantly grasped Lu Chen's intention. Ever since Lu Chen's harem had grown, he had always emphasized harmony in his harem. He did not wish for any woman to struggle for power and advantage in it. Lu Chen's choice not to establish an empress was most likely to prevent the empress from becoming a target, and on the other hand, it was probably also meant to signal to the women in the harem that he would never appoint an empress, so they shouldn't aspire to climb any higher. Lu Chen continued, "Although there will be no empress, I will establish an imperial noble consort. From now on, in my harem, the only distinction will be between the imperial noble consort and noble consorts. Below the rank of noble consort, there will be no further rankings." Hearing this, Mu Zixuan thought to herself that it was exactly as she had anticipated. Everything Lu Chen did was for the harmony of the harem. Mu Zixuan then said, "I will defer to your majesty's decision on this matter." Lu Chen asked, "Zixuan, are you not upset that I haven't made you empress?" Hearing Lu Chen's probing words, Mu Zixuan quickly replied, "Your Majesty, in truth, I have no interest in the position of empress. Not only do I have no interest, but I also don't wish to be involved in the struggle for it. Your Majesty is also aware of the incident that occurred with the Mu family. I have grown weary of those affairs and don't wish for my children to be embroiled in them either. I only want to see my children grow up safely." Lu Chen sighed and said, "I also do not wish to see my children embroiled in such affairs. After all, I faced life and death crises numerous times when I was younger. I no longer wish to witness brother against brother, father against son. Yet, given my current position, my children will inevitably be dragged into some matters in the future. I can only hope that Feng'er grows up quickly under my protection, to stand on his own so that, in time, others will no longer entertain different ideas." Mu Zixuan instantly understood Lu Chen's thoughts. He wanted to use the time while he was still alive to solidify Lu Chengfeng's position as his heir apparent. As long as Lu Chengfeng's position was secure enough, it would naturally negate the ambitions of others. At that moment, Lu Chen said, "All right, let's not discuss this any further. Let's eat, or the food will get cold." Afterward, the four of them stopped discussing the topic of the empress and crown prince and began talking about their children. After dinner, all four went to the bathhouse to bathe. Once they finished, they proceeded to the large bed in Wind Cloud Palace. To punish them for distancing themselves from him, Lu Chen made Mu Zixuan and the other two kneel for almost an entire night, and he also whipped them. Their cries could be heard from outside the Wind Cloud Palace. Dawn was breaking, and only then did Lu Chen let them go. Following his discipline, Mu Zixuan and the other two assured him they would never dare to distance themselves from him again. In the morning, Lu Chen had some porridge and went to the imperial study room to deal with state affairs. The list of ministerial appointments was yet to be drafted, so he would be busy for the entire day. Not long after Lu Chen had arrived at the imperial study room, Zhuge Zongguang once again came to continue discussing the court structure and the matter of appointing officials with Lu Chen. As Lu Chen was busy, the officials who had followed him to Yan County from the capital city were also trying in every possible way to ingratiate themselves with the original ministers of North Country, especially Li Rui. As a great scholar of the Wenyuan Pavilion, Zhuge Zongguang was someone Lu Chen could summon at any moment, resulting in him living close to the imperial palace. Thus, it was difficult for the ministers to meet him, and they also didn't dare to blatantly curry favor with Zhuge Zongguang so close to the imperial palace. Most ministers chose to curry favor with Li Rui. At this very moment, within the Li mansion, Li Rui sat in the hall, sipping tea and sighing, seemingly troubled by something. Just then, a servant hurriedly ran in. "Master, another person has arrived, and they say he was an assistant minister in the former court." Li Rui quickly waved his hand. Do not see me, just say I am sick and still lying in bed." Li Rui was no fool. He was very well aware of the brocade guard's capabilities. If he really met those officials from the capital city, he wouldn't even know how he died when the time came. At this thought, Li Rui couldn't help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that he, Li Rui, would have such a day? When the North Prince came to North City, he was just a simple prefecture governor. While he lived a better life than the common people, he was far below those officials in the capital city. Who would have imagined that in just a few short years, he too had become a person of high rank and great power? Now it was those officials from the capital city who came to ingratiate themselves with him. Li Rui felt somewhat fortunate in his heart. Fortunately, when the North Prince came to North City, he did not go against the North Prince just because he saw him as worthless. Instead, he handed over his military power to Lu Chen at the first opportunity and actively cooperated with Lu Chen to accomplish the reform of North City. Of course, the most crucial point was when Lu Chen gave the officials of North City the choice to leave or stay, and without hesitation, he chose to stay in North City. If he hadn't made the right decision on any one thing at the time, it was hard to say if he would even be alive now, let alone have the status he had today. He had now come to understand Lu Chen's character. Although Lu Chen seemed to devolve power in every aspect, entrusting most matters to his ministers, Lu Chen's control over the court was extremely terrifying. Lu Chen was different from traditional monarchs. Lu Chen made decisions only on the broader strategy, and then left all matters to his ministers to handle, while having the brocade guard supervise their execution. If it were another emperor, attending court would be about trivial matters. But with Lu Chen, they only discussed state affairs, and weren't allowed to bring up trivial complaints. As Li Rui was lost in thought, another servant suddenly came in. The servant rushed up to Li Rui and said, "Master, someone from the palace has come." At that word, Li Rui instantly snapped back to reality, his face turning deathly pale from fright. He knew that today's events would certainly catch the emperor's attention, but he hadn't expected the emperor to send someone so quickly. However, Li Rui quickly regained his composure. He thought to himself that he hadn't actually accepted any gifts from those officials from the capital city, not even seen them, so the emperor sending someone was likely just a reminder, not a summons for punishment. With that in mind, Li Rui immediately said, "Please bring the person in quickly." Soon, the servant brought in a female guard. Upon seeing Li Rui, she took out a golden waist token and said directly, "Lord Li, His Majesty has a message. If officials from the capital city visit, you may have proper contact with them and explain the rules of the officials in North Country to them." Upon hearing this, Li Rui was stunned. He had initially thought that the emperor was reminding him not to form factions, but he hadn't expected the emperor to even allow him to meet those officials from the capital city. Li Rui quickly grasped what the emperor meant. The emperor intended to use him as a mouthpiece to let the ministers from the capital city know in advance what should be done and what not, so that they could integrate into the new court more quickly. Li Rui then said, "Please convey to His Majesty that I will certainly complete the task he has entrusted to me, making those people understand what they should do and what they shouldn't." Hearing Li Rui's response, the female guard didn't say much and left straight away. After the female guard sent by Lu Chen had left, Li Rui immediately instructed his servants to notify the capital city officials who were still at the door and hadn't left, asking them to enter the hall together. Upon hearing that Li Rui, the former third-ranked official of the North Country's court, wanted to see them. The capital city officials were extremely pleased. They were not fools and naturally understood that Li Rui's earlier claim of being ill was an excuse not to see them. Now that Li Rui wanted to see them, it was clear he had come around. Soon, a group of officials from the capital city arrived at the meeting hall of Li Mansion. Once everyone had entered the reception hall, Li Rui spoke up directly. This official knows why you have come to Li Mansion today. But before that, let me be frank, you should take back all the gifts you brought with you later. Yan County is not like the capital city, it's easy to run into trouble with casual gift giving here. Hearing this, the officials were momentarily stunned, but having been in the civil service for many years, they quickly grasped Li Rui's meaning. Li Rui continued, our emperor is unlike any previous emperor. To establish a firm footing in Yan County, you must quickly understand what kind of person the emperor needs. If you have any questions, you can raise them now. This official can answer all of them today. However, after today, you cannot run to Li Mansion as you did today. Hearing Li Rui speak so directly, an official from the capital city immediately said, Lord Li, this subordinate has a question and would like to seek advice from Lord Li. Li Rui said, if there's anything you don't understand, ask away. The official asked, is it true that holding court sessions once every 7 days will not affect the passage of state affairs? Li Rui replied, no, it won't. Although court sessions occur once every 7 days, the emperor certainly does not do nothing in these 7 days. The emperor will handle all sorts of state affairs in the imperial study room. The reason the emperor changed court sessions to once every 7 days is that the emperor is aware that some ministers always raise trivial matters at the morning sessions, turning the court into a pointless exercise and wasting half a day's time, which significantly impacts the efficiency of officials. Without morning sessions, officials need to go to their respective workplaces at work hours, which in fact increases work efficiency. Another official asked, if there are no morning sessions, how will we know if the emperor has any urgent matters? Li Rui responded, do you think the emperor decided to hold court sessions once every 7 days for no reason? During court sessions, the emperor will arrange all the work for the coming 7 days. If there's an emergency, the emperor will naturally send someone to inform the senior departments, and then the senior departments will issue orders to their subordinates. Li Rui glanced over the officials in the hall and continued, our emperor values practical achievements and greatly dislikes bringing everything to the court for discussion. In the future, remember not to bring anything unrelated to state affairs to court. Especially matters of the harem, which are the emperor's family affairs, so take great care not to touch upon them. Moreover, the Ministry of Rights in the new court is essentially a retirement department. If any of you end up there, you only need to follow the emperor's arrangements. Don't incessantly talk about ritual and propriety. The emperor dislikes nothing more than those who preach about moral principles but are idle in their duties. Upon hearing this, one official was displeased and immediately said, Lord Li, the Son of Heaven has no personal matters, thus, the affairs of the harem should also be considered state affairs. Li Rui glanced at the man and then said, this official is just reminding you. If you all do not heed my advice and something happens, don't blame this official. Li Rui's tone was stern, and the man refrained from saying more. Li Rui carried on, there's another most crucial point. Do not think about engaging in bribery. The emperor has an institution specifically monitoring officials, called the Brocade Guard. The Brocade Guard is ubiquitous, whatever you do, the emperor will know immediately. Hearing Li Rui say this, the officials finally understood why he had asked them to take their gifts back. At this moment, an official cautiously asked, Lord Li, does this mean that whatever you tell us today will soon be known by His Majesty as well? Upon hearing this question, Li Rui laughed and then said, His Majesty was already aware of your visit to the Li Mansion. What do you think was the reason I originally did not want to see you, but then suddenly decided I would? This. The officials instantly understood Li Rui's implication. Could it be that Li Rui speaking to them in this manner was by the palace's wishes? No wonder Li Rui's words sounded like he was admonishing them. It turned out that these were the things the emperor wanted to say to them, and Li Rui was merely conveying the emperor's intentions. Following that, Li Rui discussed with the officials the government structure of Yan County and also talked about how the officials there were previously treated. After listening to Li Rui, the officials from the capital city gained a rough understanding of Yan County's bureaucratic scene and Lu Chen's style of conducting affairs. Lu Chen and Zhuge Zongguang discussed for nearly a day before finally deciding on the list of official appointments for the new court. In the evening, Lu Chen initially planned to visit Yelv Nanyan, but he suddenly remembered something, and so he turned and went to the residence of Wu Junwan instead. Currently, Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai were living together. After all, neither of them had formally married Lu Chen nor did they have an official status. And despite their frequent bickering, Marong Shuai and Wu Junwan had many common topics. Both were connected to the Yu Emperor and were Lu Chen's women. Whether they discussed the Emperor or Lu Chen, they could always find common ground. Now, as the sun set in the west, the red glow of the twilight shone upon the voluptuous and perfect figure of Wu Junwan, the scene like a beautiful painting. Wu Junwan stood in the pavilion, while Marong Shuai stood by her side. At this moment, Wu Junwan said, "Why don't you go to the imperial study room and find that man?" Marong Shuai replied, "Isn't Princess Junwan also not going?" Wu Junwan spoke indifferently, "This palace is now busy with many duties, unlike you who have nothing to do all day, spending every day in your room painting and thinking of men." Ever since Lu Chen left the North Country, Marong Shuai would often paint portraits of him in her room, longing for him as she gazed at the paintings. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Marong Shuai raised her eyebrows slightly, then said, "Your Highness, peeping at others' belongings is not a good habit." Just as Wu Junwan was about to say something, a familiar voice came from not far away, "Peeping at others' belongings is indeed not a good habit. Junwan, you must not do this again in the future." Upon hearing this voice, the two women were momentarily stunned. As they regained their composure and looked toward the direction of the voice, they indeed saw that bad man who haunted their dreams and captivated their souls. At that moment, Wu Junwan said, "Your Majesty, how come you are here today? Are you not afraid that the wives and concubines of the harem will be jealous?" After all, Wu Junwan and Marong Shuai still lacked any formal status, and they had followed Lu Chen later in the game. Strictly speaking, it was not yet their turn. Yet, here was Lu Chen seeking them out on just the third day. Upon hearing Wu Junwan's question, Lu Chen performed his shadow shifting, appearing directly behind the two women, and then spread his arms, wrapping them around the soft waists of the two. "I've come here, of course, because I missed my Wanyan and Shuai." As Lu Chen's voice fell, his claws slowly slid down from the waists of the two women, finally coming to rest on their buttocks. Wu Junwan gave this lecherous man a white look and then said, "Your Majesty has come to find us, probably to inquire about what the Yu Emperor has been up to after your Majesty's departure from Yan County." Lu Chen smiled slightly, neither admitting nor denying it. Indeed, he visited Wu Junwan today for exactly that reason. Although he had reviewed the reports from the Brocade Guard, he still didn't know the specifics, and he was very curious about how Wu Junwan had declined the Yu Emperor's request for cooperation. Lu Chen said, "All right, let's not talk about that for now. I've just come from the Imperial Study Room after handling state affairs and am quite hungry now." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan immediately instructed the maid outside the pavilion, "Tell the food house to prepare dinner, and inform them that His Majesty is here." "Yes, lady." The maid immediately turned and left for the food house. At that moment, Lu Chen wrapped his arms around the waists of the two women and walked toward the palace interior, saying as they walked, "It's been almost a year since we last met. I wonder if the two ladies have missed me." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan coldly replied, "With so many things for this palace to deal with daily, where is there time to think of men? However, this talented lady from the Great Jew, she spends all day in her room drawing portraits of your Majesty. Should she serve your Majesty tonight, I guarantee she will take good care of you and make you very comfortable." Marong Shuai, who was beside them, did not get angry upon hearing Wu Junwan's words. Instead, she calmly said, "I merely drew portraits of His Majesty. I'm not like some people who, while appearing dignified and noble on the surface, clutch their blankets at night and keep chanting, 'Your Majesty, Your Majesty,' non-stop." Ah, this. Just as Wu Junwan was about to retort Marong Shuai, Lu Chen intervened, saying, "I didn't expect the two ladies to be having such a hard time. But don't worry, I'm back now, and tonight I'll make sure the two ladies have a satisfying rest. Upon hearing this, both women simultaneously thought to themselves, sleep. They were afraid there'd be no sleep tonight. Once the three of them entered the grand hall, it wasn't long before the palace servants and maids started serving dishes. Lu Chen picked up his chopsticks, ate, and asked, Junwan, I remember when I left Yan County, the Yu Emperor invited you to join her in causing destruction, how did you reject her later? Upon hearing Lu Chen's question, Wu Junwan replied, Your Majesty indeed came for this matter. A man's mouth really can't be trusted. Lu Chen laughed and said, I'm just asking casually. Wu Junwan answered directly, I declined her outright. I told her that although you had left Yan County, Zhuge Zongguang, the pseudo-celestial, was still in control of Yan County, and it was highly likely that there were other powers behind you, making it very difficult to cause any chaos. Lu Chen continued to ask, she wasn't suspicious of you. Wu Junwan replied, no, but she still sent people to try to steal the secrets of the North Country. Unfortunately, I found out about it beforehand and informed the Brocade Guard, which led to the failure of her plans. Lu Chen curiously asked, was the Yu Emperor not willing to accept defeat? Wu Junwan answered indifferently, I don't know. She hasn't written to me in a long time. With the current instability in the northern regions, her thoughts are all there. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen paused in picking up his food, his hands suspended in midair. The north. Is there unrest among the barbarian tribe? Wu Junwan said, Your Brocade Guard is so capable, they couldn't possibly be unaware that the barbarian tribe has already united, could they? Lu Chen said, I've heard something about that. It's said that the barbarian tribe seems to have a new goddess, who appears to be quite formidable. Wu Junwan replied, indeed, very formidable. For a woman to reunite the fragmented barbarian tribe, she must have not just methods, but also tremendous strength. Qingru has sensed that this woman is planning to lead her troops southward, and it's going to happen within these few years. Lu Chen said with a laugh, then she's got her work cut out for her. You can write to her when the time comes. If she faces any difficulties, she can ask Great Sum for help. I would be only too happy to assist her. Wu Junwan glanced at Lu Chen and then said expressionlessly, do you really think she's a fool, not knowing what you are planning? Lu Chen replied with a smile, I was just making conversation. Whether Great Zhu can hold out until the barbarian tribe invades the south, that's yet to be seen. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan and Marong Shui were taken aback. What did Lu Chen mean by that? Could it be? He's planning to attack Great Zhu. Having regained her composure, Wu Junwan gazed at Lu Chen's face, asking tentatively, are you preparing to annihilate Great Zhu? Lu Chen said indifferently, not for now, but if I were to annihilate anyone, it would be Great Wu first. At this moment, Wu Junwan felt a mixture of emotions since she herself was from Great Wu. Even though she had now completely sided with Lu Chen, the thought of him wanting to extinguish Great Wu still made her feel uncomfortable. Wu Junwan then asked, if you really do annihilate Great Wu, what are your plans for the great martial royal family? Lu Chen replied without hesitation, give them some money, and allot them some land, so they can live the rest of their lives without worries about food and clothing. Wu Junwan said, it won't be that simple. Wu Junwan didn't believe that Lu Chen would be at ease allowing the royal family of Great Wu to continue their existence. As long as members of Great Wu's royal family remained alive, it was likely that some of the people of Great Wu might harbor other intentions, which would not be conducive to Lu Chen's grand unification. Before Lu Chen could say anything, Wu Junwan continued, even if you choose to let them live at first, in a few years, you will find a way to slowly get rid of them. Lu Chen, smiling, said, if you were to give me a few children and shelter them, perhaps I wouldn't have to do that. Hearing this, Wu Junwan scoffed, Your Majesty is truly persistent when it comes to producing heirs. Lu Chen smiled and didn't say much. They took about half an hour to finish their dinner, and afterwards, Lu Chen, embracing Wu Junwan and Marong Shui by their willowy waists, headed to the bathhouse, where he immediately started to take liberties with them. Meanwhile, in the Da Yu dynasty, the empress's bedchamber. The Yu emperor was dressed in a bright red phoenix robe, crowned with the phoenix crown, seated on a phoenix chair inlaid with gold and gems. She held in her hand a letter of intelligence recently delivered from Yan County. After seeing the contents of the intelligence, the Yu Emperor fell into silence. Eventually, the Yu Emperor slowly stood up and approached the bed, looking out at the dazzling starry sky through the window. After a long while, the Yu Emperor asked the kneeling female guard beyond the curtains, is the source of this information reliable? The female guard replied, Your Majesty, although this matter is extremely secretive, it still can be detected through some clues. After all, the imperial palace in Great Shah has suddenly seen an increase in the number of people. With the chaos of a motley crowd, there are always those who will accidentally reveal some details. The information brought back by our spies can almost certainly be confirmed as true. Hearing the guard's answer, the Yu Emperor took another glance at the intelligence in her hand. The report stated that not long after Wu Junwan went to the North Country, she had already taken over some of the industries there, and numerous maids were calling her Lady Wu. Although most of the maids from the North Prince Mansion had been trained to know what to say and what not to, due to the construction of the imperial palace, many new recruits had entered the North Prince Mansion. As a result, some of the new recruits couldn't keep their mouths shut and leaked information about Wu Junwan. This was an unavoidable situation caused by the fact that during the construction of the imperial palace, Lu Chen was not in Yan County, and Mu Zixuan and the others had neglected many matters. At this moment, the Yu Emperor descended into prolonged silence, the cold moonlight casting upon her, reflecting off her frosty yet stunning visage. The Yu Emperor couldn't quite understand why Wu Junwan had never mentioned in her letters to herself that she had taken over some industries of the North Prince Mansion. Most importantly, why were the maids and servants from the inner courtyard of the former North Prince Mansion addressing Wu Junwan as Lady Wu? Add to this that Wu Junwan had declined her proposal, which unavoidably led the Yu Emperor to suspect whether Wu Junwan had already become that man's woman. Thinking this, the Yu Emperor looked up once more towards the window, gazing at the full moon in the sky. Past events she had shared with Wu Junwan began to flood into her mind. After she and Wu Junwan left this world and entered the misty world, they had endured many hardships and encountered numerous dangers, they could be said to be companions through life and death. Therefore, although she followed the unfeeling Tao, she placed immense trust in Wu Junwan, who held a very important place in her heart. She had never contemplated that Wu Junwan would one day hide anything from her because of a man. A gust of cold wind blew into the Empress's bedchamber, causing the red curtains to sway continuously. Yu Emperor stood by the window, silent for a long time. At this moment, in her mind, all the unusual behaviors that Wu Junwan had exhibited after heading to Yan County were linked together, and she could not help but suspect whether Wu Junwan had indeed given herself to that man. She knew Wu Junwan well. Wu Junwan was someone who hated to admit defeat. Even in life and death situations, she would likely not give up on what she wanted to do. Therefore, Yu Emperor did not believe that Wu Junwan had been forced to side with Lu Chen. For as long as she wished, she could even escape from Yan County directly. Since Wu Junwan chose to stay in Yan County and even manage Great Shah's properties for Lu Chen, and was willing to be referred to as Lady Wu, it was highly probable that she did it voluntarily. Moreover, if she were not willing, she would have definitely written to her, asking for help to escape from Yan County. When Lu Chen headed south, Wu Junwan had the perfect opportunity to do so, but unfortunately, she did not choose to flee. Yu Emperor gazed at the cold moon in the sky and murmured, Junwan, what exactly are you doing? Could it be that her dear sister had really chosen Lu Chen? What charm did this man possess to not only win over Marong Shui but also to have her dear sister, with whom she had a life and death bond, lie to her? After an indeterminate length of time, streams of sword qi burst forth from Yu Emperor's body, causing havoc in the bedchamber. Many objects were destroyed by the sword qi. Yu Emperor stared resolutely at the moon, a hint of murderous intent flashing in her eyes. No matter what you are doing, I will snatch you back. No one can take you away from me. Although Yu Emperor was still uncertain whether Wu Junwan had truly betrayed their friendship, she had already made up her mind to snatch Wu Junwan back from Lu Chen's side, no matter what. She was also aware that Lu Chen now had 4 celestials by his side, but what of it? How could 4 celestials matter? As the Empress of Great Ju, she would not fear any difficulty. At this very moment, Inside Wu Junwan's bedchamber, the alternating voices of Wu Junwan and Marong Shuiye filled the ira. One moment it was Wu Junwan's voice, the next it was Marong Shuiye's. The whole night passed before their voices gradually ceased. A ray of morning sunlight shone upon the exposed flesh as Lu Chen thought to himself, perhaps this was the reason why Wu Junwan and the others were rated 90 out of 100. Although he had not done such things with a woman who was rated 80, he now understood why his concubines scored 90, especially Wu Junwan's ability to control her muscles. It could only be said that they were all exceptionally gifted. Filled with the sunlight streaming in through the window, Wu Junwan turned to Lu Chen, who lay on Marong Shuiye's back, and then said, "Your Majesty must have been very busy these last few days, right?" Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Indeed, a bit busy." Wu Junwan then said, "Then why does Your Majesty not get up?" Even though she was unsure of the exact time, the sunlight shining in through the window told her it was certainly not early anymore. Lu Chen smiled lightly, "Don't you want me to spend more time with you?" Wu Junwan responded, "State affairs are of utmost importance." Upon hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen immediately let go of Marong Shuiye and slowly got up. "You are right, state affairs are of utmost importance." With that, Lu Chen grasped Wu Junwan's wrist, pulling her body into his embrace. "Let's have a wash." As he spoke, he lifted Wu Junwan up in a princess carry, leaving Marong Shuiye alone on the bed, and proceeded directly to the bath in the side chamber. At this moment, Marong Shuiye tried to stand up, but she was completely weak and could only watch their departing figures. Marong Shuiye sighed softly, realizing she had truly fallen and could no longer stay away from this scoundrel. Soon, Lu Chen carried Wu Junwan into the bathing pool. Wu Junwan did not put on any airs, actively picking up a towel to wipe Lu Chen's back. Seeing this, Lu Chen said with a laugh, "Since when did Princess Junwan start to serve others?" Wu Junwan snorted coldly, saying nothing more, and continued with her actions. Lu Chen had become the emperor, and one who could unify the entire continent at that. Wu Junwan knew quite well that she didn't amount to much before Lu Chen, she was still clear about her position. Moreover, Lu Chen was planning to destroy Great Wu, so if she continued to act haughty and inadvertently provoked this lecher, what would she do if he decided to kill the entire great martial royal family? Although she didn't have any particular affection for the great martial royal family, these people were, after all, related to her by blood. It was difficult for her to completely ignore their fate. Lu Chen had naturally discerned Wu Junwan's thoughts, and at that moment he suddenly said, "After I've conquered Great Wu, I won't kill the people of the great martial royal family, unless they revolt." Hearing Lu Chen's words, Wu Junwan wasn't surprised and continued to wipe his body. His words could be true, or they could be false. After all, Lu Chen had made his statement impeccably. He added, "Unless they revolt," after his claim. Revolting or not, wasn't it just a matter of Lu Chen's word? Should Lu Chen wish to eliminate the great martial royal family, he would naturally fabricate some charges against them. Once Great Wu was defeated, the life and death of the great martial royal family would depend on a single thought from Lu Chen. Wu Junwan did not take his promise seriously. At that moment, Lu Chen seemed to recall something and continued, "Oh right, there's something I almost forgot to tell you." Wu Junwan asked out of curiosity, "What is it?" Lu Chen replied, "I plan to make you an imperial noble consort." Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan's heart skipped a beat. She was a princess of Great Wu, and the imperial noble consort ranked just below the empress. How could Lu Chen possibly make her an imperial noble consort? Following that, Wu Junwan said, "If Great Wu is conquered, I'll be a princess of the defeated country. Aren't you afraid your wives and concubines will be dissatisfied? There will certainly be a lot of opposition from people in Great Sha." Lu Chen said with a smile, "Apart from you being the imperial noble consort, Zixuan will also be an imperial noble consort, Madame Chu will be an imperial noble consort, and Nanyan will be an imperial noble consort as well." Wu Junwan was stunned once again. Other emperors who appointed an imperial noble consort usually had only one, at most two. Lu Chen was preparing to appoint 4 people as imperial noble consorts in one go. If they were all imperial noble consorts, then who would become the empress? Logically, Mu Zixuan should be the empress, so why set her up as an imperial noble consort instead? Wu Junwan quickly came to a realization, and then said, "You don't plan to appoint an empress." Lu Chen said, "That's right." After hearing Lu Chen's affirmative response, Wu Junwan thought to herself, as expected. This man didn't want a master of the harem to emerge. In other words, Lu Chen wanted to be the master of his harem himself. Of course, not appointing an empress had its advantages. This way, nobody would vie for the position of empress. At that time, Lu Chen turned around, wrapped his arms around Wu Junwan's slender waist, then sat at the edge of the bath, making Wu Junwan sit on his lap. As my imperial noble consort, you'll need to bear me more children in the future. Also, I know that the condition for you to become a celestial is to have 3 children for me, so we'll have to put more effort into that. Wu Junwan asked, I'm very curious, how did you learn about the condition for me to become a celestial? Lu Chen had guessed the condition for himself becoming a celestial when it happened. Back when he was merely speculating on a whim, and now this man was stating it with such certainty. Clearly, he did indeed know the condition for her to become a celestial. By rights, the condition for becoming a celestial was something only she should know. She had never told anyone else her condition for becoming a celestial, so how did he find out? Lu Chen said with a smile, that's a man's secret. Seeing that Lu Chen was unwilling to disclose it, Wu Junwan didn't bother asking further. Afterward, the two of them soaked in the bath for a long time and discussed some matters regarding Great Wu. The list of official appointments for the new Great Sha court quickly made its way onto the Great Sha official gazette, and the arrangements for Lu Chen were mostly satisfactory to the officials in the capital city. After all, they were not part of Lu Chen's original team from the North Country, and they had not been purged when Lu Chen advanced into the capital city. Now being able to be reused was considered quite good. Although some had been demoted, they were well aware that, while their ranks remained unchanged in the court that stayed in the capital city, they would not actually hold any real power. However, in the court of Yan County, even though their ranks had been lowered, they indeed held real power. An official position with real power was far better than a sinecure in the capital city's court where one would simply idle away. After the list of official appointments was made public, Lu Chen immediately convened the Great Court Assembly. At 4:30 in the morning, when the sky was still dark, many ministers had already arrived outside the Hall of Political Affairs. Today was the first official court assembly since Lu Chen's enthronement, so the officials from the capital city were particularly eager. Once all the capital city officials had arrived, the Great Court Assembly officially began, and the officials uniformly paid their respects, saying, "Long live the Emperor, long may he reign, long live the Emperor." Lu Chen said indifferently, "Rise, take your seats. Thank your Majesty." The ministers then made their way to either side of the Great Hall, where in front of each seat, there was a placard indicating the corresponding position. Seeing this scene, the officials from the capital city couldn't help feeling deeply moved, never expecting the new emperor to be so considerate of them. Having served as officials for so many years, it was the first time they had heard of attending court in this manner, with actual seats, and one for each person at that. In the past, when they attended court, they had to stand in the Great Hall, sometimes for several hours until their legs went weak. From this, one could see how the new emperor differed from the previous one. Indeed, just as Li Rui had said, the new emperor was unlike any other emperor in this world. Once all the ministers were seated, Lu Chen spoke directly. Today is the first Great Court Assembly after the restructuring of the court. Before we begin, I want to remind the newly appointed ministers that once the assembly starts, we will only discuss state affairs. At this point, Lu Chen looked toward Zhuge Zongguang, who was seated at the first place below the dragon throne, and then said, "The great scholar may begin." Upon hearing this, everyone in the great hall was stunned. Begin. Begin what? At that moment, Zhuge Zongguang addressed the gathered ministers. Today's Great Court Assembly will be presided over by this official. Hearing Zhuge Zongguang's words, the officials who had come from the capital city were somewhat bewildered. What is this? The Great Court Assembly is to be managed by a subject, then what is the emperor doing there? But soon the officials from the capital city realized that the former ministers from the North Country did not react at all, as they seemed to consider this normal, apparently having often done so in the North Country. The officials from the capital city, who initially wanted to stand up and say something, recalled Lu Chen's initial statement that they would only discuss state affairs, so they just sat obediently in their own places. Zhuge Zongguang continued, the major topic of today's Great Court Assembly is the discussion of a military campaign against Great Wu. As soon as these words were spoken, they instantly stirred up excitement among the officials in the Great Hall. Military campaign against Great Wu. No one had expected the new emperor to contemplate unifying the realm so soon. This was a huge opportunity for everyone in the hall. If they performed outstandingly in the war, they would have the chance to advance. Both civil officials and military generals were extremely excited at this moment. Zhuge Zongguang went on to say, His Majesty currently has 2 Celestials at his command. The plan is to first send troops to attack Great Wu and then have the Celestials directly proceed to the Dawu capital to exert pressure on the great martial royal family. In this way, we can dissolve the combat will of the Great Wu army in the shortest time possible and bring down Great Wu. With the Celestials in place, the nature of warfare changes. In the past, all the great dynasties had Grand Masters and used them as trump cards, making it difficult for any of them to be defeated. But Celestials were different. It's uncertain if Great Wu had any Celestials, and if they didn't, Lu Chen could simply send a Celestial to the Dawu capital, which would be enough to deal with all of Great Wu's Grand Masters, forcing Great Wu to surrender directly. Moreover, the combat effectiveness of the Great Shah's army was still so strong that when the soldiers of Great Wu saw the firearms of Great Shah, they would directly lose their will to fight. This time, Great Shah adopted a dual-front war strategy, targeting Great Wu's army, which is the grassroots level of combat, on one hand, and, on the other, aiming at the Great Wu royal family and the nobility, targeting the upper echelons. In usual wars, if the fight is only against the grassroots, then no matter how many people die at that level, the royal high ranks and the nobles of the capital would not feel the pain. They would simply conscript more able-bodied men to send to the front line to die. The grassroots level warfare would carry on for a very long time, until the soldiers from both sides were almost exhausted, then negotiations would slowly begin. But once the lives of the high ranks were involved, the war would not last too long. Under the leadership of Zhuge Zongguang, the details of when the war would start, the number of troops to be dispatched, and the logistics arrangements were all discussed one by one. At today's Great Court Assembly, it was Zhuge Zongguang who chaired the entire session. Lu Chen only spoke a few words as if he were just there to observe, making him seem like a puppet emperor whose power had been hollowed out. Of course, Lu Chen was not a puppet emperor. When the officials discussed matters, their eyes were always on Lu Chen. Although it was Zhuge Zongguang who hosted the Great Court Assembly, the officials were very clear that they were speaking for someone else to listen. This mode of assembly was somewhat novel to the officials of the capital city, but they also quickly accepted it. By the time the Great Court Assembly ended, it was already noon. Lu Chen had sat on the dragon throne the whole morning, listening to people prattle on, and he felt somewhat tired. Although he had only said a few words, listening to their discussions was still rather draining. As the assembly ended and Lu Chen was about to go to the harem, a female guard hurried to him and said, "Your Majesty, Lady Qin is about to give birth." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen wasted no words and went straight to the palace where Qin Yue lived. The outside of Qin Yue's palace was crowded with a throng of women who, upon seeing Lu Chen arrive, hurriedly made way. Lu Chen hurried into Qin Yue's room. Inside the room were the old midwives from the former North Prince mansion, and the maidens assisting in the birth were also those from the past. Everyone stepped aside upon seeing Lu Chen, allowing him to approach Qin Yue. Qin Yue was deeply moved to see Lu Chen's arrival. She thought that he had been too busy recently to visit her. She hadn't expected that Lu Chen would still come before she gave birth. Lying on the bed, Qin Yue said feebly, "Your concubine greets your majesty. Please forgive your concubine for not being able to rise and pay respects." Lu Chen smiled faintly and, sitting by the bed, said, "It's all right, you just lie down comfortably." At that moment, Lu Chen took Qin Yue's hand. "Don't be nervous, the child will be born soon." Qin Yue replied, with your majesty by my side, your concubine is not nervous. Qin Yue had long heard from Chu Yukon and the others that giving birth was almost painless as long as Lu Chen was nearby. Qin Yue believed Chu Yukon and the others would not deceive her. Just then, she suddenly felt a warm current enter her body, and the discomfort vanished in an instant. Qin Yue was astonished. It was just as Chu Yukon and the others had said, there was indeed no discomfort at all. Just as Qin Yue was about to say thank you, she suddenly felt movement in her belly. Before she knew what was happening, she felt as if something had left her body, and the weight of her belly eased instantly. The next moment, the sound of a baby crying echoed in the great hall. Qin Yue was stunned. Though she had heard that childbirth would be easy with Lu Chen present, she never imagined it would be this easy. Wasn't this too simple? Was that it? Carefully, Qin Yue raised herself slightly and looked at her belly. Seeing that it had deflated, and the midwives and maids were busy cleaning the baby, she finally believed she had truly given birth. Lu Chen continued using the rejuvenating skill to help Qin Yue recover. After the midwives finished cleaning the baby quickly, they brought it to Lu Chen. Congratulations, Your Majesty, it is a prince. Upon hearing the midwife's words, the happiest wasn't Lu Chen, but Qin Yue. In that era, a woman's worth was determined by her children. Although she did not expect her child to become the crown prince, having a prince meant her future life had some security. Qin Yue's heart was filled with joy. Lu Chen held the child and infused him with some spiritual power, examining the child's body before placing him in front of Qin Yue. Qin Yue, now able to sit up, did just that and gazed at the child beside her, her face brimming with joy. A moment later, Qin Yue suddenly remembered the child had yet to be named. She quickly turned her head to look at Lu Chen by the bedside. Your Majesty, the child still has no name, please bestow one upon him. Lu Chen thought for a moment, then said, let's call him Lu Siwan. Qin Yue murmured, Siwan. Siwan. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu Chen gave a faint smile and continued to infuse Qin Yue and the child with spiritual power. Once Qin Yue had fully recovered, she suddenly thought of the many affairs Lu Chen had to attend to and hurriedly said, Your Majesty, your concubine has recovered, and since you have other matters to attend to, I shall not waste more of your time. Lu Chen replied, then rest well. Qin Yue hummed in agreement, and then Lu Chen stood up, turned around, and left the palace for the imperial study room. He was very eager to know what the system had rewarded him with this time. After entering the imperial study room, Lu Chen opened the system interface immediately. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a progeny, rewarded with 10,000 immortal sect. As the host's progeny has surpassed 10, awarded with divine ability enlightenment and the heavenly level cultivation skill, demon burying spell. Lu Chen was somewhat surprised at the rewards presented before him, not expecting that aside from sect forces, there were also divine skills and a heavenly level cultivation technique. This was his first time to obtain divine skills and Lu Chen was very curious about the effect of the divine skill, enlightenment. He clicked on enlightenment right away. Enlightenment. A host's divine skill, it can enlighten all beings, allowing sentient creatures to possess intelligence similar to the host's, and the host can impart his own knowledge to the enlightened beings, ensuring absolute loyalty towards the host. Reading the description of this divine skill, Lu Chen was initially stunned, but soon his heart swelled with joy. Since he had arrived in this world, his greatest concern was that the people here found it difficult to comprehend some of his ideas and practices. If he could use enlightenment to impart his knowledge to others, they would understand what he said. Of course, enlightenment could play a bigger role in the advancement of technology. Conveniently, he had acquired the Earth Knowledge Library and, although he had gained much knowledge from Earth, to make the craftsmen understand the books in the Earth Library, he still needed to teach them some of the basics himself. Now with enlightenment, it was different. He could directly impart some fundamental knowledge to those he trusted most. Then those craftsmen could study on their own the knowledge contained within the books of the Earth Library, and afterward, some people with a talent for learning could pass on their knowledge to the people of this world. Thus, this world could quickly transition from an agrarian society to industrialization. 100 years would surely suffice, perhaps even less. With that thought, Lu Chen was filled with immense excitement. After examining the divine skill enlightenment, Lu Chen casually opened up the introduction to the demon burying spell. Demon burying spell, a heavenly level cultivation technique, an orthodox cultivation method. Once cultivated, the spiritual energy of the practitioner specifically counters evil yin energy and suppresses those who practice evil. Upon seeing this cultivation technique, Lu Chen thought of the Taiyin divine sect. They had been searching for so long and had still not found any trace of the Taiyin divine sect, clueless about their hiding place or what mischief they were brewing. If his people all cultivated the demon burying spell, there would be no fear when those of the Taiyin divine sect showed themselves again, no matter how surreptitious those individuals might be. This was a cultivation technique that could be useful at the present stage. After looking over the divine skill and cultivation technique, Lu Chen's gaze finally settled on the words, 10,000 Immortal Sect. Lu Chen had not heard of 10,000 Immortal Sect before, so he suspected it must be a force from overseas like the Sunset Sword Sect and the Tai Chu Divine Hall. Lu Chen immediately clicked on 10,000 Immortal Sect to review the details. 10,000 Immortal Sect, currently located in the Misty World. Within the sect, there are 2 practitioners holding the Yin-Yang Mirror, 10 in the Genesis realm, and several celestials. Due to the Misty World's restrictions not being lifted, the members of 10,000 Immortal Sect are temporarily unable to travel to this world, but the host can issue one command. Seeing the introduction about the 10,000 Immortal Sect from the system, Lu Chen was stunned. A sect force from the Misty World. So the reward is of no use to me right now. He had been hoping that the power granted as a reward would help him unify the world. Could it be that in the system's view, unifying a few dynasties doesn't require someone above celestials? Thinking of this, Lu Chen pondered for a moment. Considering the current situation, if the several great dynasties didn't have a celestial, or only had one celestial, then indeed, unifying the world wouldn't require someone above celestials. With this in mind, Lu Chen curiously asked the system, what is the realm like above celestials? Can you tell me in advance? Lu Chen wanted to see what level the 10,000 Immortal Sect was outside, and whether it could protect this world from being invaded by powerhouses from other worlds after the restrictions of the Misty World were lifted. As Lu Chen's words fell, the system's prompt sounded. Heavenly Human Realm, Genesis Realm, Yin-Yang Mirror, All-Law Realm, Divinity Transformation Realm, Returning Ruin Realm, Saint Realm, Emperor Realm. Lu Chen couldn't help thinking that the Genesis realm was just above celestials, and the Yin-Yang Mirror was only one realm higher than celestials. With this in mind, the 10,000 Immortal Sect doesn't seem very powerful. Perhaps the 10,000 Immortal Sect is only a minor sect in the Misty World. While Lu Chen was thinking this, the system's prompt sounded again. Each major realm is divided into 10 minor levels. Hearing the system's supplement, Lu Chen thought, if there are 10 minor levels within each major realm, then it shouldn't be easy for people outside to cultivate to the Yin-Yang realm. Let's hope there aren't any powerhouses above the Yin-Yang realm in the Misty World. Thinking of this, Lu Chen said to the system, have the sect master of the 10,000 Immortal Sect investigate the situation of the Misty World. As soon as the world's restrictions disappear, send someone to this world immediately and inform me of the Misty World's information. The host's command has been issued. The sect master of the 10,000 Immortal Sect, Ji Hongwen, has received the host's command. After issuing the command to the 10,000 Immortal Sect, Lu Chen sighed slightly. It seemed necessary to quicken the pace of unification. Lu Chen had long discovered the pattern of the system's rewards. The fact that the system awarded him with a sect force from the Misty World at this time suggested that he didn't need powerhouses above celestials right now, and it also indicated that he would likely encounter those sect forces within the Misty World soon. The system's reward pattern often provided what he might need next. Since the system had rewarded him with the 10,000 Immortal Sect, he needed to start preparing for the Misty World immediately. At this very moment, inside the Misty World, 10,000 Immortal Sect. The entire 10,000 Immortal Sect was shrouded in mist, but above the various buildings of the sect, there were some candles. Within a few meters illuminated by the candlelight, the thick mist was absent. It was because of these candles that the disciples of the 10,000 Immortal Sect could see the path clearly. Today was the sect's martial arts competition, and the main peak of the sect was already packed with disciples. The high-ranking officials of the 10,000 Immortal sect were watching the disciples spar and discussing something when suddenly, the sect master and several elders felt something extra in their minds. The high officials of the 10,000 Immortal sect stood up from their seats at the same time. Seeing this, the disciples of the sect were stunned. They had not received Lu Chen's instructions and did not understand why the sect master and the others suddenly stood up, with a very solemn look on their faces. After a while, the sect master, Ji Hongwen, finally spoke slowly. I never thought that after being trapped in the misty world for thousands of years, we would have a day to get out. The heavens have eyes. The restrictions of the misty world are finally about to disappear. At this moment, Ji Hongwen was incredibly excited, even with tears in his eyes. The Great Court Assembly decided to exterminate Great Wu, and Great Sha soon published a declaration of war against Great Wu in the official gazette. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The various forces of the great dynasties were extremely agitated upon learning that Great Sha would wage war against Great Wu next. Some were delighted, while others were terrified. If Great Wu were to be extinguished, the powers within Great Sha were sure to profit, so they were all very excited. The situation was different for the Great Wu dynasty, however. No one knew what their fate would be should the nation fall. At the same time, not only the people of the Great Wu dynasty were panicked, but the common folk of Great Zhou and the Great Qian dynasty were equally fearful. People had long been aware of Lu Chen's ambition. Even before he became the Great Sha Emperor, he had revealed his desire to unify the world under one rule. Now that Lu Chen controlled all of Great Sha's resources, it was natural for him to begin realizing his ambition. Clearly, Great Sha's plan would not end with just the elimination of Great Wu. Once Great Wu fell, Great Zhou and Great Qian would be next. Great Wu Dynasty. In the royal court. Today's court assembly was dead silent. The hall was eerily quiet, even the sound of people's breathing could be heard. The atmosphere was heavy and oppressive. Sweat beaded on the foreheads of some of the ministers as the martial emperor sat on the dragon throne, his gaze coldly sweeping over the ministers in the hall. After what seemed like an eternity, the martial emperor finally spoke. My dear ministers, have you all seen the declaration of war from the North Country? Hearing this, the assembly of ministers still dared not utter a word. Although they had long anticipated that Lu Chen would seek to dominate the world and that they would inevitably face this war, they had not expected it to arrive so soon. Most importantly, Great Sha already had 4 celestials, while Great Wu was completely unprepared. Setting aside the combat strength of Great Sha's military forces, the mere presence of those 4 celestials was enough to annihilate the entire Great Wu. Now without celestial champions of their own, Great Wu was no match for Great Sha. The ministers of Great Wu had no idea what to do, as they had always been the ones to attack others. This was the first time they were on the receiving end. Seeing the silent ministers in the hall, the martial emperor's anger flared. They were all useless, always chattering away in court, but now, when it mattered most, no one spoke up. The martial emperor continued, before long, Great Sha will send troops to attack Great Wu. What solutions do you, my ministers, propose? Upon these words, the hall remained in dead silence, the ministers looking at each other, but none speaking out. Solutions. What solutions could there be? They had long known of Lu Chen's ambition. Lu Chen aimed for nothing less than total unification. Now that the declaration of war had been made, it was clear they would not rest until Great Wu was destroyed. Anything they said now was pointless. Either Great Wu would muster its military might to hold off Great Sha's assault, or it would simply surrender. But judging by the strengths of both parties, even if Great Wu did manage to field its troops against Great Sha, it was doubtful they could hold out for long. Great Wu had already experienced the combat prowess of Great Sha's new army, and the focus wasn't even on Great Sha's new troops. What they were most concerned about was Great Sha's celestials. No one knew if Great Sha would send celestials directly to the capital city. Just one celestial in the capital could potentially annihilate the entire city. If Great Sha desired a swift and decisive victory, they might very well send celestials straight to the capital. The ministers in the Grand Hall are already thinking about how to surrender to Great Sha. They have no desire to accompany the Great Wu dynasty to its grave. This is a war with no chance of victory. But even though they already harbor thoughts of surrendering, they can't possibly bring it up directly in front of the martial emperor. Everyone knows what kind of person the martial emperor is, he will never surrender, and anyone who suggests surrender at this time might not even finish speaking before being killed by the martial emperor himself. Since they cannot fight and the martial emperor will never agree to surrender, they choose to say nothing at all. Seeing that the ministers still had not spoken, the martial emperor's piercing gaze fell directly on the Minister of War. Chen, what do you think we should do next? Hearing this, the Minister of War was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and trembled as he said, Your Majesty, the most pressing matter is to summon the army to resist the soldiers of Great Shah invading our court. Although he said this, the Minister of War was speaking for the martial emperor to hear. Given the martial emperor's personality, he would definitely resist to the end. With the Great Wu dynasty about to be destroyed, flattering the martial emperor now wouldn't hurt. After hearing the Minister of War, the martial emperor fell silent for a moment. He was no fool, he could see that no one in the court, civilian or military, truly wanted to resist Great Shah. After all, the strength of a celestial was evident. Even with the power of a Grand Master, they could not resist a celestial. Moreover, the Great Wu dynasty didn't have many Grand Masters to begin with. With so few Grand Masters, how could they possibly defeat the Great Shah dynasty? Although the martial emperor was well aware that Great Wu was about to fall, his heart was filled with reluctance. He should have been the one to unify the world, not the Sum emperor. He could not surrender, even if he had to fight to the last moment, he would defend Great Wu's territory. Just then, a tremendous pressure suddenly filled the Grand Hall, and some of the weaker ministers were pressed to the ground by this force. Even the martial emperor himself was immobilized by this pressure. The sudden onset caused chaos in the hall. After a moment, two elders, accompanied by dozens of Grandmaster martial artists, walked into the Grand Hall. Feeling the martial might emanating from these people, the entire court was stunned. So many Grandmasters. What force is this, and how could they have so many Grandmasters? Coming to his senses, a minister quickly exclaimed, Protect the Emperor. There are assassins, protect the Emperor. As people prepared to escort the martial emperor to safety, an even stronger pressure descended, instantly restraining the imperial guards who had entered the hall so that they could not move. It didn't take long for people to understand what was happening. Celestials. It must be Celestials. Even the leader of the Imperial Guard, a Grand Master himself, was suppressed, unable to move. This meant that someone among the newcomers far surpassed the strength of a Grand Master. Only Celestials could exert such pressure. Thinking of Celestials, people immediately thought of the Celestials of Great Shah, the only known Celestials to them. At that moment, Shah Tianyuan addressed the martial emperor on the dragon throne. By the order of the Sum Emperor, I have come to remind His Majesty that if the great martial royal family surrenders within 1 month, the royal lineage can survive. If you choose to stubbornly resist, you alone shall bear the consequences. Feeling the pressure from the celestial, the martial emperor's heart was filled with reluctance. He never imagined that he would face such a day. Ever since his ascension to the throne, he was always the one demanding others to surrender with the stance of a conqueror, and yet today, someone was demanding his surrender. The martial emperor, despite his reluctance, had no means to oppose the overwhelming power before him. In the whole of Great Wu's territory, there was simply no one capable of resisting the Celestials. Leaving Great Wu aside, it was feared that the only ones in this world who could contend with the Celestials were the Celestials themselves. He had heard that Lu Xingqiu somehow obtained a divine weapon capable of annihilating Celestials, but Lu Xingqiu had long since turned to dust, and that so-called celestial killing divine weapon had fallen into Lu Chen's hands. At that moment, the martial emperor clenched his fists with such force that he left several dents in the pure gold dragon throne. The martial emperor did not speak then, his gaze fixed unrelentingly on the dozen or so people in the grand hall, well aware that anything he might say now would be futile, and that these individuals might even decide to dispose of him right there and then. He certainly did not wish to end up like Lu Xingqiu. Seeing the martial emperor's angry face, Shah Tianyuan spoke indifferently. The Sum Emperor says, if the great martial royal family surrenders, he is willing to take the Princess Junwan of Great Wu as his bride and bestow upon her the status of imperial noble consort. Upon hearing these words, the martial emperor's mind reeled, seemingly grasping something. Ever since Wu Junwan went to North Country, although she occasionally sent some messages back, they were all useless information. The designs of North Country's weapons that he desired had still not made it into Wu Junwan's hands. He had previously thought that Wu Junwan had not gained Lu Chen's trust, and with North Country having many powerful figures, it was difficult to obtain the weapon designs from Lu Chen. But when he heard that Lu Chen planned to marry Wu Junwan, the martial emperor instantly realized that his daughter had likely seen through the empty promises he had painted for her, and thus she had simply defected to Lu Chen. This realization ignited even more fury within the martial emperor. This unfilial daughter had actually betrayed him. However, discussing this was pointless now, and at that moment, the martial emperor's thoughts shifted, and he said coldly, "We are prepared to bow our heads to Great Sum as a vassal." Upon hearing these words, the entire court of civil and military officials were stunned. They could hardly believe that such words had come from the mouth of the martial emperor, whose character they knew all too well. By all accounts, the martial emperor should have chosen death over submission, fighting to his last breath rather than surrender. As people wondered why the martial emperor would utter such words, he continued, "However, Great Wu shall only be a vassal, and the land of Great Wu must still be ruled by us personally." The ministers understood the martial emperor's intentions in an instant. He was planning to endure in hiding. If he could bow his head and still control the land of Great Wu, then there was a possibility he could acquire those mysterious weapons of great sum in the future, and perhaps he could continue to amass strength until one day he would receive the support of celestial warriors. So long as he found other celestials that existed in this world and gained their support, he could shake off Great Sum's control at the first opportunity and restore the Great Wu dynasty. Sha Tianyuan naturally saw through the martial emperor's ulterior motives and smiled as he said, "Your Majesty, the martial emperor, do you really think our emperor would agree to such terms?" The martial emperor said coldly, "If the Sum emperor is unwilling, then we shall meet on the battlefield, where we would rather die than surrender." Hearing the martial emperor's words, Sha Tianyuan was not angered. He simply stated, "There is still 1 month's time. The martial emperor can take this time to reflect." With that, Sha Tianyuan turned and walked towards the entrance of the hall, and the oppressive aura that had been weighing on the civil and military officials quickly dissipated. Once the pressure had lifted, the ministers breathed heavily with relief, grateful that the celestial had not taken action, for had he done so, it was likely that none present would have survived. Once the ministers regained their senses, they all turned to look at the martial emperor, who by then was sitting with a dark expression and not saying a word. After a moment, the martial emperor raised his hand and brought it down forcefully on the armrest of the dragon throne, shattering the pure gold armrests on either side instantaneously. The martial emperor did not say much more. He rose to his feet, swept his sleeves, and departed from the grand hall. After the martial emperor had left, the courtiers within the hall began to discuss among themselves. Half a month later, Great Ju, the empress's bedchamber. Dressed in a red gown and wearing a phoenix crown, the Yu emperor stood by the window, looking at the letter in her hand, her face cold as ice. Just then, the letter burst into flames and quickly turned to ashes. Upon learning that Wu Junwan had likely become Lu Chen's woman, she immediately wrote a letter to Wu Junwan, asking whether she had indeed become Lu Chen's. Initially, the Yu emperor still harbored a sliver of hope for a negative answer. But to her surprise, after receiving the Yu emperor's letter, Wu Junwan did not bother to hide it any longer and straightforwardly admitted it in her reply. Moreover, she wrote in the letter that she wasn't coerced, she willingly became Lu Chen's woman, which infuriated the Yu emperor even more. How could Wu Junwan willingly become that man's woman when, back in the Misty Immortal sect, numerous outstanding cultivators pursued her, yet Wu Junwan refused them all? Although Lu Chen had some abilities, he was nothing compared to those above celestials of the Misty World, and Lu Chen was so much younger than Hera. How could Wu Junwan possibly like him? The Yu emperor's brows furrowed slightly as she fell into thought. She felt certain that Wu Junwan must be hiding something else from her. She didn't believe that Wu Junwan would just marry Lu Chen like that. With that thought, the Yu emperor returned to her desk and, taking up her pen, wrote another letter to Wu Junwan. She now suspected that Wu Junwan might have realized that Lu Chen was not easy to deal with and thus deliberately gave herself to him in order to find a way to get rid of him. Soon, she had written another letter and sent it off to Yan County. At this very moment, in Yan County, Great Sum. Inside Marong Shui's room, Lu Chen sat at a desk, looking at a portrait on the table, and said with a laugh, "I must say, your painting skills are truly excellent, you truly deserve your reputation as the great talent of Great Jew." Hearing Lu Chen's praise, Marong Shui replied indifferently, "It's just a casual drawing." Lu Chen studied the painting intently, appreciating it as he said, "This is no casual drawing, there are so many details in the painting, it's clear you have quite a grasp on my physique." Marong Shui gave Lu Chen a speechless look, then said, "Your Majesty came to my room just to look at my paintings." Lu Chen smiled faintly, slowly rolling up his portrait and saying as he did so, "No, that's not it. I just remembered that it's been a long time since I've practiced calligraphy, so I thought I'd come to you for some practice." Upon hearing about practicing calligraphy, Marong Shui was reminded of the things she and Lu Chen used to do in the study at the North Prince Mansion. Marong Shui realized that Lu Chen, this fellow, must be idle recently and wanted to come torture her for amusement. She had also heard that the current power structure in Great Sum was quite unique, with Lu Chen neglecting even the court meetings, leaving them to be hosted by others. At most, he would peruse some important documents, but beyond that, he hardly had anything else to do. At this, Marong Shui walked straight to the couch and lay down, then said, "Come on." Seeing this, Lu Chen was taken aback for a moment, then said, "What do you take me for?" Marong Shui laughed silently to herself. The lecher was pretending to be a righteous man. Just as Marong Shui was about to say something, Lu Chen used shadow shifting to suddenly appear behind her, and the familiar scene of practicing calligraphy began. Lu Chen lifted his brush and wrote gently on the skin as white and smooth as jade, his expression right now looking incredibly serious as if he had placed all his focus on the writing task at hand. Marong Shui's breath was fragrant, her eyes misty and blurred. After a long while, she asked, "Your Majesty, did you come to see me today for some matter?" Lu Chen continued to write as he spoke, "Naturally, there is a matter, which is precisely what we are doing now." Hearing this, Marong Shui gazed deeply at Lu Chen, who was engrossed in his careful calligraphy. Although Lu Chen occasionally thought of favoring her, she didn't believe that today's visit was purely for the pleasures of the flesh. After a moment, Lu Chen finally spoke, "I heard that Great Jew has relieved you of your duties as the envoy to Great Sum and has ordered you to return to Great Jew for debriefing." Upon hearing this, Marong Shui said, "Your Majesty is indeed well informed. I haven't even had the chance to tell you this news, and you already know." Indeed, just as Marong Shui had expected, he had come for this very reason today. Marong Shui continued, "Now that I am no longer the envoy of Great Jew, and can't pass on any more false information to Great Jew, I am useless to your Majesty. Are you planning to abandon me?" The way Marong Shui spoke was very calm, as if she had long been prepared for Lu Chen's abandonment. When Lu Chen heard Marong Shui's words, he smiled faintly and then said, "Having been with me for so long, you know well that I am not that kind of person. Besides, you are not without use to me." As Marong Shui spoke, Lu Chen set aside the brush in his hand and then slightly twisted his waist. Marong Shui let out a soft moan, and as Lu Chen raised his hand, a jar of red pigment from the shelf in Marong Shui's room flew to her side. This time, Lu Chen raised his hand, and a brush that had not touched any ink flew into his hand. With one hand, he gently caressed the curse pattern on Marong Shui's lower abdomen, while saying, "Apart from its function, this curse pattern is actually rather beautiful." Feeling Lu Chen's warm hand, Marong Shui's body shivered. Lu Chen picked up the brush, dipped it into the red pigment, and then proceeded to fill in the spots where the color of the curse pattern on Marong Shui's abdomen had faded. After a while, Lu Chen spoke again, "When you became my woman, I made it clear to you that, to me, your greatest use was to be my woman, to bear my children. As for passing false information to the Dayu dynasty, these things don't really count for much to me." Hearing this, Marong Shui was slightly startled. Lu Chen had indeed said such things before, but at the time, she had dismissed them as mere sweet nothings from a man. Lu Chen continued, I believe you are well aware that what I value about you is your body. Hearing this, Murong Shui let out a light snort and said, Your Majesty is really quite unabashed. Lu Chen smiled and responded, What's there to hide? A man's lust is the most natural thing in the world. If you feel insecure in great sum, why not bear me a few children sooner? There are quite a few women in the imperial palace who felt insecure at first, but after having children, they quickly settled down. Lu Chen had originally thought this, valued for one's children, mentality among his women was rather backward, but upon further thought, if having children could make them feel secure, then it wasn't such a bad way to deepen their affections. Gradually, Lu Chen no longer saw anything wrong with this way of thinking. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Murong Shui took a deep breath, attempting to remain calm as she spoke. Princess Wu said, Your Majesty is indeed very firm in your thoughts about procreation. Lu Chen simply smiled, said nothing more, and continued with his painting. Once the painting was done, he still had important matters to attend to. Time passed, its length unknown. Outside Murong Shui's bedchamber, Wu Junwan sat in the pavilion drinking tea when she heard a faint sound coming from the bedroom. She couldn't help but snort coldly. A fine emperor indeed, neglecting his duties in broad daylight to fool around in a woman's bedchamber, what an incompetent ruler. She feared that even if this man were to unite the entire world, great sum would sooner or later fall because of him. At that moment, a female guard entered the courtyard and spoke to Wu Junwan, Lady Wu, here's a letter from Great Jew. Upon hearing this, Wu Junwan immediately raised her jade hand, and the next moment, the letter in the guard's hand flew into hers. She opened the letter and attentively read its contents. Then she instructed her maid, go get the pen and paper. After reading the letter from the Yu Emperor, Wu Junwan decided it was time to lay her cards on the table with the Emperor. She could tell from the Emperor's letter that she wasn't believed to have become Lu Chen's woman. Rather, it was suspected that she was lurking by his side, attempting to achieve some ulterior motive. If she allowed the Emperor to continue under this misconception, her hatred towards Lu Chen wouldn't diminish. Wu Junwan certainly didn't want to see Lu Chen and the Emperor come to a deadly confrontation, so she planned to hint to the Emperor that her condition for becoming a celestial was related to Lu Chen, which might reduce some of the Emperor's hostility towards him. As Wu Junwan was writing her letter, the noise from Murong Shui's chamber grew louder, disturbing Wu Junwan's concentration. Wu Junwan cursed coldly, truly, what a despicable pair. Then Wu Junwan used her spiritual power to seal her ears, by which she could finally focus. Who knows how long passed before Lu Chen came out of Murong Shui's room. Seeing Wu Junwan sitting in the pavilion, he immediately approached her from behind. Upon sensing that this scoundrel had emerged, Wu Junwan then restored her hearing and afterwards spoke indifferently, Isn't your Majesty supposed to unify the world? Do you really think you can achieve that by lying with women all day long? Hearing this, Lu Chen wasn't angry but instead lifted her up and placed her on his lap. I love both the land and its beauties, he said. Humans aren't machines, naturally, we need rest after work. As he spoke, Lu Chen glanced over the letter Wu Junwan was writing on the stone table. Writing to your dear sister again. I had thought you two had fallen out long ago. Wu Junwan replied, the bond between her and me isn't so easily severed. They had entered the misty world together, they had faced countless life and death crises, supporting and assisting each other to survive and ultimately return to this world. How could they completely fall out over a man? Even if the Yu Emperor would never accept Lu Chen in the end, Wu Junwan would not break with her. Hearing Wu Junwan's words, Lu Chen smiled slightly and whispered into her ear, You sisters really do share a deep bond. At this point, Lu Chen suddenly thought of something, and then said, How about this? I'll also write her a letter, and you can have your people deliver it to her. Wu Junwan's brows furrowed, What are you going to write in this letter? You're not planning to write to persuade her to surrender, are you? She's not a woman who would surrender so easily. The Yu Emperor was able to establish a firm foothold in the Great Zhou dynasty precisely because she was no ordinary woman, her temperament was much more robust than most men. Lu Chen said with a smile, I'm not so naive. The main purpose of my letter is to let her get a preliminary understanding of me. Wu Junwan turned her head slightly and glanced at Lu Chen, who was embracing her, using her peripheral vision. She then asked, "Understand you? Understand what about you? Understand that you're a lecherous man." Wu Junwan thought to herself, if the Yu Emperor knew this lecherous man bullied and humiliated her every other day, her impression of Lu Chen would probably worsen, and she would hate him even more. If they met, the Yu Emperor might even throw caution to the wind and try to kill the lecher. Wu Junwan certainly didn't want Lu Chen to write a letter that would provoke the Yu Emperor. Lu Chen saw through Wu Junwan's thoughts and continued to speak. "Don't worry, I won't write anything that could provoke her." Wu Junwan said, "After you finish writing, let me see it." Lu Chen said, "There's no need to wait until I'm done. You can watch me write it." With that, Lu Chen waved his hand, and a fountain pen flew out from Marang Xue's room and into his hand. Then, Lu Chen passed his arms under Wu Junwan's armpits to encircle her and began writing the letter on the stone table. It was indeed a bit inconvenient to write a letter in this posture, but this way, Wu Junwan could also see exactly what he was writing. Although Wu Junwan felt some discomfort around her hips, she didn't say much. She wanted to see what this man would come up with in his letter. After Lu Chen started writing, he first clarified his identity and introduced himself. Then he explained to the Yu Emperor why he was writing the letter. Next, Lu Chen mentioned why he was unifying the world. He brought up the impending disappearance of the mystical barriers of the misty world, telling the Yu Emperor the world was not safe, extremely vulnerable, and could be destroyed at any moment. Therefore, his unification was to prepare for possible impending crises. As for Wu Junwan was the woman he deeply loved, and he wouldn't allow her to suffer any grievances. Seeing that Lu Chen was actually mentioning her in the letter, Wu Junwan hastily interrupted, "Wait a moment, you can't mention my name in your letter." Lu Chen asked, "Why not?" Wu Junwan replied, "Didn't you just say you wouldn't write anything that would provoke her? Just by mentioning my name in your letter, you might anger her." Hearing Wu Junwan's reasoning, Lu Chen said with a smile, "I see. The Yu Emperor is a person with very strong possessive instincts. If I mention your name, she will definitely think I'm challenging her, right?" Wu Junwan responded indifferently, "It's good that you understand. Later, when you make a copy, remember to remove that part." Lu Chen insisted, "That won't do. This is about making my stance clear, this part must be included." Wu Junwan was taken aback, a touch of anger flashing across her face as she seemed to grasp something. She had told him not to write that part, yet he insisted on doing so, merely wanting to see the Yu Emperor get angry. In other words, he wanted to watch the Yu Emperor get jealous over him. Wu Junwan said, "If you're not afraid of making her angry, then go ahead and write as you please." Junwan decided not to bother with this fellow anymore. Anyway, she had already lost the power to counter Lu Chen, he could do whatever he wanted. Lu Chen gave a faint smile, said nothing more, and continued writing the letter, which contained much about this world. Until the end of the letter, he did not mention anything about the Yu Emperor surrendering. Of course, that was only superficial. Lu Chen mentioned the prohibitions of the misty world, and also claimed it was for the sake of the world, which was essentially him exerting moral pressure on the Yu Emperor. It was as if he was saying that if the Yu Emperor did not cooperate with the Great Unification, did not assist in integrating the world's resources, when the prohibitions of the misty world vanished, the Dayue dynasty would surely be the first to suffer the impact. Should any problem arise in Dayue, then, she, as the Yu Emperor, would have to bear the responsibility. After Lu Chen finished writing the letter to the Yu Emperor, he glanced at the letter Junwan had just written. "My dear, what have you written in your letter? May I see it?" Hearing this, Junwan said indifferently, "What, are you afraid I've revealed some of great sum's secrets to the Yu Emperor?" Lu Chen replied, "That's not it. I'm just genuinely curious. If you don't want to show me, then I won't look. Since you are not looking, I will seal the envelope then." As soon as Junwan finished speaking, she placed her own letter into an envelope and sealed it with wax. Right afterward, Junwan sealed Lu Chen's letter with wax as well. After sealing the envelopes, Junwan wrote down names on them, then called a maidservant and instructed her to deliver the letters to the Dayue dynasty spies lurking in Yan County. Once the letters were sent, Lu Chen did not immediately get up. Instead, he continued to embrace Junwan's supple body. Junwan said expressionlessly, Your Majesty is busy with many affairs, so I will not take up more of Your Majesty's time. Lu Chen said with a smile, Are you trying to send me away? Junwan replied coolly, This is Your Majesty's harem. Your Majesty may stay as long as you wish. Lu Chen changed the subject, speaking of which, the Great Sum has now declared war on Great Wu. By that account, your identity is that of an enemy princess, isn't it? The phrase caught Junwan slightly off guard. What did Lu Chen mean by that? While Junwan was puzzling over the meaning of Lu Chen's words, he suddenly stood up and, with a princess carry, scooped Junwan into his arms. Then, using shadow shifting, he instantly appeared in Junwan's room. Immediately after, Lu Chen threw Junwan onto the soft couch. Junwan was stunned for a moment but quickly realized that this fellow had not had his fill next door and was now looking to her for mischief. Inwardly, Junwan cursed Murong Shuiye. How could that maidservant be so useless, not even able to properly take care of Lu Chen, making her suffer the consequences too? Lu Chen looked at Junwan on the soft couch and said, You are a princess of the enemy country, and now you have fallen into my hands. What do you think I should do with you? Deal with her. Junwan gazed at Lu Chen's handsome face and immediately grasped the implication of his words. This young man, he loved to create false scenarios, persuading his women to play roles. Being a genuine princess who had fallen into the hands of Lu Chen, a lustful emperor from an enemy country, and being so beautiful, she naturally wouldn't face a good outcome. Junwan then asked, What does your majesty plan to do with me? Lu Chen stretched out his hand, lifting Junwan's chin, gazing into her phoenix eyes, and said with a smile, You're quite proud. At a time like this, you still refer to yourself as me. I am a foolish emperor. Seeing such a beautiful woman like you, what do you think I would do? Although Junwan felt uncomfortable, she still decided to play along and said, I am the Princess Junwan of Great Wu. If your majesty mistreats me, the martial emperor will not let you off. However, no sooner had Junwan spoken than Lu Chen leaned down, overpowered her tender body, and looked down at her stunning face, then I'd like to see what the martial emperor can do after I have dishonored you. Junwan was about to speak when Lu Chen kissed her red lips. Junwan began to struggle, her movements quite forceful, appearing genuinely resistant. But soon, she was troubled by Lu Chen, this emperor from the enemy nation. In the antiquated, aromatic royal chamber, countless calligraphies and paintings hung, strewn across the floor as well, filling the entire room with the breath of literature, appearing incomparably refined. However, atop the bed in such a room, there lay a fair-skinned woman. The woman sprawled across the bed, as though she had fallen asleep. Just then, from the neighboring room came faint sounds. Though they were extremely soft, if one listened carefully, they could still be heard. Murong Shuiye instantly woke up. She sat up from the bed and swept a glance over her body, sighing slightly upon seeing the characters Lu Chen had left on her. She truly could no longer be without that man. Soon, Murong Shuiye calmed her emotions and listened attentively to the sounds coming from next door. After a moment, Murong Shuiye couldn't help but let out a light chuckle. The esteemed Princess Junwan of Great Wu, always so noble and dignified, had turned into such a state in the hands of that man, reduced to nothing but tears and cries. Thinking of Wu Junwan, that exalted beauty being ravaged by Lu Chen, Murong Shuiye felt a sense of satisfaction within. She was very clear that when Lu Chen was earlier in her room, Wu Junwan outside must have been listening with the mindset of enjoying the show. How Wu Junwan must have thought of her before, now it was her turn. At dusk, within Princess Junwan's chamber, Wu Junwan had originally thought that Lu Chen had just left Murong Shuiye's room, and even if he took a fancy to her on a whim and wanted to play his tricks, he probably wouldn't stay for long in her room. Yet this fellow entered her chamber and stayed for an entire afternoon, and she found that he seemed unusually excited today. She wondered if her status as the princess of an enemy state had provoked Lu Chen, making him become especially wild. As night fell and a round moon hung in the sky, the cool moonlight spilled over the windowsill and into the room, shining onto Wu Junwan's fair skin. At this time, Wu Junwan lay on Lu Chen's chest, while Lu Chen embraced her waist, his broad hand around her hips. With a smile, Lu Chen said, a princess of the enemy nation is truly different. Hearing this, Wu Junwan weakly snorted, you really are a tyrant. Lu Chen replied indifferently, tyrants. This world has no shortage of them, as long as one is not a foolish ruler. Wu Junwan spoke out, Your Majesty spends all day lying atop women, sooner or later, you will become a foolish ruler. Lu Chen smiled slightly, by the day I become a foolish ruler, perhaps I will have already passed the throne to my son. Upon hearing Lu Chen's reply, Wu Junwan somewhat disbelievingly said, Would you willingly give up the power in your hands? Lu Chen said, I didn't say I'd relinquish the power in my hands. By that time, I'll be the overlord, and I just won't deal with affairs. Wu Junwan said, throughout history, those who became overlords were eventually completely sidelined by their sons. Lu Chen, smiling, replied, that will depend on whether my son has the capabilities. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore, let's continue with what we were doing, he said. With that, Lu Chen, holding Wu Junwan's waist, flipped over, pressing her down beneath him again. Wu Junwan watched Lu Chen speechlessly. This young man would certainly be a foolish ruler in the future. Lu Chen paid no attention to Wu Junwan's gaze, he leaned down again and kissed her tender, red lips once more. Another night passed by. In the early morning, when warm sunlight shone upon Lu Chen, he awoke and gently combed through Wu Junwan's now disheveled hair with his hand. As Lu Chen tidied Wu Junwan's hair, he suddenly noticed what seemed to be a system notification exclamation mark beside his line of sight. Lu Chen thought of something and hastily opened the system notification panel. He had been too immersed the previous night and hadn't checked the system panel. Only now did he realize Wu Junwan had been affected. Host has cultivated affection with a wife, Chi refinement mantra experience points added. Demon burying spell experience points added. Congratulations to the host for helping his wife, Wu Junwan, become pregnant. You are rewarded with the Protecting Pulse 7 Killing Array formation. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment. After all, Wu Junwan had already become a pseudo-celestial, and on top of that, Wu Junwan's condition for becoming a celestial was to bear him 3 children. Therefore, Lu Chen had always thought this condition was extremely harsh and that it would be very difficult for Wu Junwan to conceive his child. He never expected Wu Junwan to become pregnant with his seed so quickly. Then, Lu Chen opened the Protecting Pulse 7 Killing Array to see what the formation was for. Protecting Pulse 7 Killing Array, an Earth tier formation. Once established successfully, the host's wife and children can activate it, able to withstand attacks from all Law Realm experts, and it will not cause harm to the host's wife and children. After reading the purpose of the formation, Lu Chen was overjoyed. The formation would be of great use to him. At that moment, Lu Chen felt Wu Junwan stirring slightly in his arms, and he immediately looked down at her exquisitely beautiful cheeks. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth couldn't help but curve up slightly, revealing a hint of a smile. Just then, Wu Junwan's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and soon after, she opened her eyes. The first thing she saw upon opening her eyes was Lu Chen staring at her with a mischievous grin. Wu Junwan was taken aback for a moment, her delicate body trembling slightly. Why are you smiling? Lu Chen said with a smile, I have some good news for you. Out of curiosity, Wu Junwan asked, what good news? Lu Chen said mysteriously, prepare yourself mentally. Hearing this, Wu Junwan looked at Lu Chen with a skeptical expression, go ahead and tell me. Lu Chen simply said, you're pregnant. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, Wu Junwan was stunned again. Pregnant. Could it be true? Having lived together with Lu Chen's other wives and consorts for so long, she had already heard about some of Lu Chen's abilities. For instance, how Lu Chen could sense if they were pregnant almost immediately. So when Lu Chen said they were definitely pregnant, it just needed some time to show the pregnancy state. Even though she knew Lu Chen was probably telling the truth, Wu Junwan still found it hard to believe. After all, she was a pseudo-celestial. Not to mention a pseudo-celestial, even a grandmaster would find it difficult to conceive. She hadn't been with Lu Chen for long and had already been impregnated with his seed. If the pregnancy speed were to continue like this, wouldn't she be able to become a celestial before she was even 50? Forget 50, even becoming a celestial before 40 wasn't out of the question. At this time, Wu Junwan's emotions were somewhat complicated. Although she wished to break through and become a celestial quickly, the thought of carrying this scoundrel's seed made her feel odd. The princess of Great Wu had eventually fallen into the hands of the enemy nation's emperor. Coming back to her senses, Wu Junwan asked for confirmation, "Are you serious?" Lu Chen said with a smile, "Wait a month and you'll know if I'm telling the truth." At this point, Lu Chen touched his waist and then said, "I've always said that I would eventually make you pregnant, and I've done as I said." Wu Junwan fell into silence, not saying a word. Seeing Wu Junwan looked like she was pondering something, Lu Chen asked, "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" Wu Junwan said expressionlessly, "I believe you." Lu Chen continued to ask, "Aren't you happy?" Wu Junwan replied, "No." Lu Chen said, "Then why do you look so down?" Wu Junwan was silent once again. Regarding having children, Wu Junwan felt conflicted inside. On one hand, she wanted to swiftly complete the Celestial's test. On the other hand, she worried that once her child was born, they might face some oppression. Once the Great Wu dynasty was extinguished, she would be a princess of the defeated country, and the child of such a princess could never expect to be entrusted with important duties in the future. At that moment, Lu Chen also saw the worries in Wu Junwan's heart. He gently caressed her jade-like back. "Are you afraid that our child, when they grow up, will suffer from unfair treatment because of your identity?" Wu Junwan still didn't speak, but Lu Chen had already read her answer from the expression on her face. He immediately said, "You have no reason to worry about that. I will treat all my children with equal kindness and not diminish their treatment because of their mother's identity. Of course, this is only during their growing years. Once they're grown up, the kind of life they want will depend on their own efforts. As a father, I certainly do not want to see my children grow up only to live aimlessly." After hearing what Lu Chen said, Wu Junwan felt somewhat less tangled inside. She realized that she didn't need to care so much about others' views. If, in the end, this world truly couldn't accommodate her and her 3 children, she would simply take them and leave this world. After all, Lu Chen had also said that the restrictions of Misty World were about to disappear, and sooner or later they would be able to leave this world. At this time, Lu Chen slightly shifted his body and then deeply kissed Wu Junwan's red lips, fully indulging in the kiss. After a while, Lu Chen's mouth slowly parted from her lips. At this point, Wu Junwan spoke up, "I hope all that your majesty has said is true." Lu Chen smiled and replied, "I am the emperor, after all. My word is my bond." With that, Lu Chen rose from the bed and picked up Wu Junwan in a princess carry, heading straight to the bathing pool beside the sleeping chamber. After Lu Chen bathed, he left Wu Junwan's sleeping chamber and proceeded to the imperial study room to deal with state affairs. By the time Lu Chen reached the imperial study room, ministers like Zhuge Zongguang and others were already waiting at its entrance. Among the ministers who came today, most were military generals from the military system, with only Zhuge Zongguang and Satu Ce being civil officials. Lu Chen glanced at the ministers before entering the imperial study room, with the ministers quickly following behind him. After entering the imperial study room, the ministers greeted in unison, "We pay our respects to your majesty." "Long live your majesty, may you live forever." Lu Chen nodded slightly, and then said, "Rise." Immediately afterward, Lu Chen had a map brought in, and they assembled a large table in the middle of the imperial study room using several smaller tables. Then the generals gathered around the large table, looking at the map placed in the center. Lu Chen began, "I trust you ministers are already aware of the matter at hand. The final deadline I have given Great Wu is nearly upon us. There are no signs that Great Wu intends to surrender. This battle is inevitable. To utterly break the will to fight of the Great Wu soldiers, Great Sha must strike with the force of thunder to completely obliterate the main force of Great Wu's military." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, one of the generals asked, "Your Majesty, it is said that your Majesty had already dispatched a celestial to intimidate the Great Wu imperial city, and since the celestial can easily handle the imperial family members of Great Wu, why don't we simply capture the top figures first? If we seize the martial emperor, the military of Great Wu will naturally fall apart." Hearing this, Lu Chen smiled faintly, then turned towards Zhuge Zongguang. Great scholar Zhuge, explain why I did not have the Celestial directly destroy the Great Wu Imperial City. Zhuge Zongguang replied, should the Imperial City fall, the entire Great Wu would descend into chaos. Some unreconciled seigneurs of Great Wu might seize the opportunity to rise in revolt. Consequently, Great Sha would then need to deal with those seigneurs scattered throughout Great Wu. However, if we let Great Wu's soldiers experience the terror of Great Sha's troops through warfare, even if some seigneurs harbor other intentions, their troops would hardly muster the will to fight. Moreover, forcing the martial emperor to surrender along with all of Great Wu saves more time than gradually eliminating the seigneurs. Upon hearing Zhuge Zongguang's response, the generals in the imperial study room instantly understood Lu Chen's strategy. Initially sending a celestial to intimidate the martial emperor did not deter him. Since the martial emperor still harbored a sliver of hope, it was time to shatter it completely. Once the Great Wu army collapses, and the Great Sha army encroaches upon the Great Wu imperial capital, Great Wu will have no choice but to surrender, even if it doesn't want to. Of course, the primary reason Lu Chen wants the Great Sha soldiers to initiate the attack is to gain actual combat experience. Even though there are many celestials around him now, making the Great Sha army seem unnecessary, when Lu Chen considers the potential enemies in the Misty World, he believes that the army will still play a significant role in the future. The most important thing is that Lu Chen is feeling an increasing sense of impending crisis. This is especially true with the appearance of rewards like the 10,000 Immortal Sect and the Protecting Pulse 7 Killing Array. If the Protecting Pulse 7 Killing Array can fend off masters from the All-Law realm, doesn't it imply that one day, masters from the All-Law realm might appear in this world to attack them? He doesn't believe the system would award him anything arbitrarily. To prepare for what may come, Great Sha's army must have actual combat experience, it can't just leave everything to the Celestials. At this moment, Lu Chen said, Great Scholar Zhuge is right. I naturally know that the Celestials could easily annihilate the Great Martial Royal Family, but destroying the Great Martial Royal Family does not equate to destroying Great Wu. Once the Great Martial Royal Family is annihilated, the other seigneurs of Great Wu might very well consider seizing power. Furthermore, involving the Great Sha army in the battle has another important purpose, which is to train the troops. The army of over 1 million in Great Sha cannot just sit idle and do nothing. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the military generals instantly understood his intention. The emperor wanted to sharpen the army's blade. Lu Chen then said, all right, let us not discuss this matter for now. Next, we shall discuss the direction of attack, striving to completely crush the combat will of the Great Wu soldiers in the first comprehensive assault. Afterward, everyone's gaze fell on the map as they began to discuss the direction of attack. Their army had already been moved to the front line so that once the attack route was established, Great Sha could swiftly launch a full-scale attack on Great Wu. After their discussion, they ultimately determined 3 attack routes, which precisely targeted the territories of the seigneurs who undoubtedly possess strong military power in Great Wu. After the military meeting in the Imperial Study Room concluded, Lu Chen ate something simple and then began writing imperial edicts. He spent almost the entire afternoon writing them. These edicts were for his wives and concubines, awarding the titles of Imperial Noble Consort and Noble Consort where due. In the evening, Chu Yukan was talking with Mu Zixuan in the Wind Cloud Palace when several female guards entered the courtyard. Seeing the female guards, Chu Yukan and Mu Zixuan had not yet reacted. Chu Yukan was in charge of arranging the security work within the interior of the Imperial Palace, and she recognized these female guards. They hadn't been scheduled to work today, and they were directly under Bai Qingqing's command. Bai Qingqing was no longer under Chu Yukan's jurisdiction, she and her female guards were directly under Lu Chen's command. Just as the women were curious about why so many female guards had suddenly appeared, one of them took out an imperial edict and said, ladies, there is an imperial decree. Hearing this, they immediately realized what was happening and knelt down in unison. A female guard then began reading the imperial edict. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor decrees, Mu Zixuan is gentle, virtuous, and talented, hereby conferred as imperial noble consort. Lu Chen had written an imperial edict for each of his wives and concubines, so the female guard reading the edicts took quite a while. The female guard finished reading the edicts for Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan, but she didn't leave immediately. She took out another decree and said to Mu Zixuan, "Consort Mu, is the eldest prince here? He also has a decree." Upon hearing this, Mu Zixuan seemed to understand something and quickly said to the maid beside her, "Xiao Ru, go bring Feng'er here quickly." The maid quickly got up and went directly to the Wind Cloud Palace, and soon brought Lu Changfeng over. Soon after, the female guard announced the decree that conferred Lu Changfeng as the crown prince. It was only after the decrees for all of them had been read that Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan began to kneel and express their gratitude. After Mu Zixuan and Chu Yukan stood up, the female guard who announced the decrees said, "Consort Mu, noble consort Chu, this servant still has to deliver decrees to several other ladies, so this servant will take her leave now." Mu Zixuan quickly replied, "Yes, you go ahead." The female guard said, "This servant takes her leave." Then the female guards left the Wind Cloud Palace. Watching their departing figures, Mu Zixuan, Chu Yukan, and both the Great and Little Zhou fell into a long silence. Their identities, along with Lu Chen's, were finally settled, but for some reason, they felt incredibly calm inside, as if they had no feelings of excitement at the moment. Perhaps it was because they had already established their relationship with Lu Chen and had known what kind of titles he would give them, so they didn't feel particularly excited. Soon, the other wives and concubines of Lu Chen also received their edicts, and even Shui Linglong, the demon sect sorceress, was conferred a title. However, within Lu Chen's harem, there were still women without titles. One was Wu Junwan, and the other was Marong Shuiye. Their special identities did not allow for their titles to be granted now. To grant Wu Junwan the title of imperial noble consort, they at least had to wait until the Great Wu dynasty was eradicated. And to bestow Marong Shuiye with the title of noble consort, they had to wait until the Great Zhu was destroyed. There was also another person who had not received the decree, Chen Wanrong, who was still in the mysterious Moon Palace. However, Lu Chen had already sent someone to deliver the decree to the mysterious Moon Palace, and it wouldn't be long before Chen Wanrong would receive the decree. After the edicts to confer titles on his wives and concubines were issued, Lu Chen allowed the government gazette to release the news. Soon, the common people of Great Sha learned of the title conferment. When the common people saw that Lu Chen did not establish an empress, they were very puzzled. Normally, emperors would first establish an empress, but Lu Chen did not do so. Not only did he not establish an empress, but he also appointed several imperial noble consorts, and the lowest position among Lu Chen's women was that of a noble consort. This was completely different from the harem of previous emperors. People truly could not understand why the new emperor would confer titles on the women of his harem in such a manner. Of course, although people were curious, they did not think it was necessarily a bad thing, as many of the policies established by the new emperor were different from the past. Perhaps there was a special reason for the emperor to confer titles in this way. When the news of the title conferments reached the ears of court officials, many felt it was somewhat inappropriate, especially the officials from the capital city. However, at the subsequent court meetings, they did not bring up the topic. The officials from the capital city took Li Rui's words to heart. They now only attended to state affairs, as matters of the harem were the emperor's personal business, and the emperor could do as he pleased with his family affairs. Although an empress had not been established, the crown prince had already been designated, and they knew who to pledge their allegiance to. Mu Chengtian did not feel anything improper about his daughter not being chosen as the empress. He had also sensed Lu Chen's intentions. Lu Chen probably did not want to see constant strife in the harem, which was why he did not establish an empress. Furthermore, there was a benefit to not establishing Mu Zixuan as the empress. Her son, Lu Changfeng, had already been designated as the crown prince. The status of crown prince was in itself quite special. If there was also an empress, then the Mu family's influence in the court would become even greater. The logic of being a target due to its prominence was something Mu Chengtian understood very well. Although Lu Chen seemed indifferent, Mu Chengtian was very clear about the control Lu Chen held over the imperial court. He feared that if the Mu family's influence became too great, it would become a thorn in Lu Chen's side. Now the situation was quite good. His grandson would be the emperor in the future. As long as the Mu family did not do anything out of line, they would still maintain a very high status without invoking the emperor's fear. With the crown prince established, Great Shah had internally stabilized. The most important task that followed was the eradication of Great Wu. Soon, the Grand Army of Great Shah launched a comprehensive attack on Great Wu. When the seigneurs of Great Wu heard of Great Shah's assault, they dispatched all of the soldiers from their territories and continuously conscripted able-bodied men. These seigneurs had already heard about the Celestial who had threatened the martial emperor in the capital city. However, they had no intention of surrendering. Once they surrendered, the martial emperor's immediate royal family might have a chance to survive, but the fates of these seigneurs were much less certain. If Great Wu were to be annihilated, what Great Shah might do next could very well be to settle scores with these seigneurs. After all, the power of the seigneurs was deep-rooted and complex. It would be more straightforward and simpler to eradicate them rather than to imprison their forces. Even though they were aware that Great Wu would likely be no match for Great Shah, these seigneurs still desperately conscripted the strong and sent ordinary civilians to the front lines as cannon fodder. However, no matter how many soldiers Great Wu had, once they reached the front lines, they could not withstand the firepower of Great Shah. In just a month, several seigneurs were eliminated and numerous critical counties were lost. The Great Wu Dynasty. Capital City. In the imperial court, there was a silence so profound it was unsettling that the recent battle reports had completely drained Great Wu's civil and military officials of any hope. The army of Great Wu was like paper before the forces of Great Shah. Any encounter with Great Shah's army would result in a rout of the Great Wu's forces within less than a day. They couldn't even delay the advance of Great Shah's troops. Over these past few days, many ministers had already begun to secretly discuss defection. It was clear to everyone that Great Wu was finished, with its downfall being only a matter of time. The martial emperor, seated on the dragon throne, had a darkened face, radiating an aura of martial might that was fierce and terrifying, his expression so ghastly that none of the ministers dared to raise their heads and look into his eyes. Just then, a soldier suddenly rushed into the grand hall. After entering, he immediately knelt down and reported loudly, "Your Majesty, Fengshan County has fallen, and Prince Yi has taken his own life." Before the martial emperor could respond, another messenger soldier dashed in and declared while kneeling in the grand hall, "Your Majesty, Qinyu County has fallen, and the Yu Prince has surrendered to Great Shah." Moments later, another soldier burst into the grand hall, also there to report the unfortunate news from the front lines. The martial emperor remained silent, his face still darkened with rage, as cold sweat broke out among the ministers in the grand hall. Although the end of Great Wu was already a certainty, the martial emperor could still lash out in madness before the fall. He had no recourse against Great Shah, but he could still deal with the ministers. Now, the minister's greatest fear was that the martial emperor would become mentally unhinged and slay them to vent his fury. The martial emperor was known for his volatile temper, and such actions were not beyond possibility.